I'd probably say get to level. Oh, hello!
Hello!
Ah, signal.
Hello! 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 Hello!
Nuts, nuts, nuts. I have too many things on my head. Ugh, ew. I can't remember if I always keep my headphones on or not. I'm having a brain fart. Oh, I have a flower pot here now. Okay.
Oh no! Careful signal. Careful signal.
It's gonna be like an angled signal.
Oh, please
Signal.
be careful. Okay, she made it.
I don't have the tail on today either because it was just that kind of day.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Oh,
Oh,
I wonder if she saw the signal.
she did. There was visual acknowledgement of it. I was worried that I was like, be careful so you don't like hit anything and stuff. That was gonna be a bad way to start off the stream.
That's fine. It's fine. Yeah, no, because I have all my Christmas decorations up. So then I was like, in the meantime, I'm putting that foyer piece up in here, which I kind of like it.
What?
Like I feel like a crazy person. I'm like my chair is blocking it.
Having the flowers there?
Yeah.
It's really pretty.
It's like aesthetic. Very Ico.
Mm-hmm. Very, very fitting.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know if I'm doing this right, but I'm trying.
I'm gonna feng shui it a little bit while we're waiting on Case. Hold on. Let me put it over here. It blocks all the negative space. True. Okay, hold on. You gotta
why is the cord in the mouth?
Oh, did it work?
Did what work?
I was trying to add a quote for the first time for Lil.
Oh, yay!
I think it worked.
I think it should be, the exclamation point quote and then the ad.
Cool.
Should do it for you.
Cool. That's pretty. Okay.
Oh, I like that. I like having it right there.
Right.
Hello. That's really pretty. Hello.
Hello.
Look at everyone with their floral stuff in the background and everything.
Yeah,
and
I want to be like Case.
I want to be like the Case is.
Oh, goodness. All right. Well, welcome, everybody, into tonight. I am so excited. I have been jazzed, like, all, I would say day, but that's a lie. It's been, like, a month.
A year?
Well, okay, so that's actually what I was just saying. I was just saying that to people when I was talking about tonight, was that Alaric, we're actually almost pretty much on the anniversary of him being created. Because he...
Happy birthday!
I can hold on. I can tell you the exact moment.
Because I know he was used in like the January one shot. So we are just about at the the anniversary.
He's older than January. I can tell you that.
No, I know that. I know he's older than January because January I was like, ooh, this will be a fun way to kind of like tease him and introduce him for the fall one shot. And then Oriana got created, and then it was like, well, love at first sight. There we go.
Well, no. He came before Ori.
He did.
Yeah.
So, fun fact about Alaric's history, he originally was designed to be a sleazy lingerie salesman. Like, sleazy. To the point where Lil was asking me, he's got a mustache, right? He's got to have, I just imagine him with a mustache.
Nothing against mustaches, for the record, but for some reason, every time she described like a shady character, I was like, they have the Jafar, like, little curl.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they have something.
Yeah. So she was determined that Alaric had a mustache. I was like, no, he doesn't. And then we were writing out an RP because it was actually a date between Aiko and Rin. And it was going to be that Alaric was going to be the sleazy guy who Rin basically jumped in and saved Aiko on the date. And then the more that we kept, like, RPing it, I kept writing Alaric more as just a grumpy businessman, basically. Like, a grumpy, my taste is better than your taste kind of person. But he has, he has the know-how to back it up kind of thing. And from there, he evolved into being an actual character. And then for a while there, it was, if anything happened to Rin, that Aiko and Alaric would potentially be a thing, or that Alaric would always have like unrequited love for Aiko in the RPs and everything.
Nah, bitch.
And 100%, Lil goes, no. And she made Oriana.
what's funny is like it wasn't even like intentional, and then like I was describing my character for the one shot, and then I was like, oh, that actually worked really well. And it was like we were all over the place for character design. All of a sudden I was like, wait a second. His birthday is January 27th, by the way.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so it was January. You were right. January 27th at 1:48 a.m. The episode was called "Let's Bake and Yohaizu Market." So
that's when he got introduced into the world officially, but he got designed way before that. And everything, because that was part of the exciting surprise was that he was going to be the leader that you guys had to help out in your one shot. So so all the good things and everything. But yeah, so that was a trip down memory lane. So welcome on into tonight, guys. Chat's been giving me a hard time lately that it's very easy to get me sidetracked on tangents. Yeah, and I feel like I just proved that.
Yeah. I love that about you, though. That's like one of my favorite things about our friendship, because we'll be like, oh yeah, we have to do this. We'll literally have it in our hands. 4 hours later, we still have it in our hands, and we're like, we'll get to it tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll do it later. It's fine. We got busy with other things. Like researching Joe Bastianich's music career. Anyway, God, I'm gonna get down like country and MasterChef and all this stuff. But welcome into tonight, guys. For those of you that are new here, hi, hello, and welcome. My name is Mal, aka Mallory, aka Teach. I just totally switched things around. That's fine, whatever. But I am your beautiful goddess DM for this evening. We are going to be kicking things off with introducing ourselves as DM and players, our plays, and then we're gonna.
You know how I heard that in my head.
I should not have had Earl Grey tea just before stream. I think that's it. It's the caffeine. I swear to God.
Very nice. My wife.
But hi. Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and do introductions. We are also then gonna have Lil give her signature recap from what happened last time on D&D. And then we are going to jump right into it because there is a lot of excitement as we're heading into a new city and everything. So our getting to know you question for tonight too is, what is the strangest food combination you enjoy? And we were already debating about it before we got on stream. So like I said, my name is Mallory. I am aka Teacher Teaching Gamers. I am the DM for our sessions. My strange can the food combination, instead of it being you combine two foods, can it be the way that you eat a food? Because I have one food where the way that I eat it is far weirder than any food combination I have.
I'd be willing to hear this. I'm
scared because I want to hear it.
You've piqued my interest.
Yeah. Okay, so for me, the weird like food thing that I have, and I can't like look at anyone as I describe it, is Batman burgers.
What are Batman burgers?
Yeah, so here we go. Okay, so
oh God.
I have a very specific way that if you ever go out to like McDonald's or Wendy's or something with me and we get one of those like cheeseburgers, I have a very, very specific way that I eat them, and I've been this way since I was a kid. I don't know why. I think as a child I was like, this is interesting, and then I just kind of kept doing it, and now I'm just conditioned. So you have a specific way you have to eat the Batman burger. So when you take your burger, you take a bite out of the top, and then you gotta rotate your burger, because then you take like a bite out of the top and then 2 bites out of the sides, and then you rotate it. You would think that's the Batman part, but it's not yet, because you gotta bite the little tail part, because then it makes it look like it's the bat signal with the little ears and the wings, and then the wings underneath. And then you still have further to go that you have to like eat your burger in order to get like maximum goodness out of it.
I have so many questions. So my first one is that did you do this because your mouth is so tiny so it's easier to eat, or one day you were like, I'm gonna eat like Batman, and then you ate it because that's how you thought Batman ate a burger? Or were you like, I love Batman so much I must make any food I can to be like Batman?
I think it was I think I will say the tiny mouth helps. But I think it was, I'm gonna cry. I think it, like of happiness. I'm not like upset. I think that it was honestly like as a kid, I was just like, this is the way that I like to do it. And then also my stepdad would always yell at me that you can't eat from like different sides of your food, and so I would do it out of spite.
No, I support that.
So it was a combination of that. But like if we go out for like actual burgers, like if you go out to like a restaurant that serves like, you know, the stacked up super high burgers, you can't do it with that. That's too much. Can't do that. It has to be the fast food burgers. But yeah, no, I have no idea, but it has continued to this day, to the point where I have to think about it to not do it. Like if I
do you do you do it with your pinkies up?
No, it's not fancy. It's just Batman.
No, I'm just wondering because like I have like clips off. Like she almost like rotates it each bite.
Oh.
And then she has her pinkies up
then maybe
as she does it.
They might accidentally be up, but it's not like I'm like pinkies up.
No,
they're
like
just like because you got to rotate
it's just
your food.
like yeah,
because it's like you know you're doing like the rotation. So
yeah, so that's why I was like I need to know because if you were like I'm gonna make it a bat signal like that's.
I mean that's what I do. Is that I'm like purposely there's always that moment when I'm eating the burger where I go, it's the bat signal now. And then I keep going with the way that you're supposed to finish eating it.
It's adorable.
This is wonderful information.
This is why
I'm so happy.
If I could share
I'm
this
going to be looking for this now. Like the next time we eat a burger together.
I was like, when do we ever get fast food like that together?
Is it any like flat burger or does it have to be a fast food burger?
It could just be a flatter burger, I think, as long as it's circular. Because
we've had burgers. Square. We've had burgers at my house before.
I don't remember if I did it at your house.
I have no idea.
I hiding her true self.
Now I know I need to pay attention, so I'm gonna be like.
See, you can't. I was gonna say you can't say anything because if you say something about it, then I'm gonna not do it. It has to be it has to be organic. So anyway, I want to be out of the hot seat. Case, what about you?
Oh no. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Hey, my name is Case. I play Arcadia. She's the Eladrin Elf Druid. Can you tell I'm nervous for the shit that I'm about to get for what I'm gonna say? I have two.
Ready.
One of them was when I was younger. I don't do it much anymore. And one of them I would probably still do if I had the chance. So the first one when I was younger, I got this from my sister, but she used to make. It was a sandwich, but it was only ketchup and pickles. That's it. Like just the circular pickles and then just some
pickles,
ketchup on it.
Some ketchup.
Honestly,
I would try that.
It slaps. I would
try that.
It's pretty good. The other thing is something that I get yelled at a lot for when I do it. You know Wendy's Frosties, right? This is not going where you think it's going.
It's not going with fries and Frosty because that's the okay place to go.
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say
everything else is wrong and you should feel bad.
No, I'm ready.
It's not. It's not. It's the chicken nuggets. Listen. Okay, it's good. All right.
I do that.
I would try that too.
I shit you not. My husband can vouch for it. I literally just did it with the. Oh my god! Like that's why I was like, please say it. Please say it.
Is it spicy
nuggets? You gotta do the spicy nuggets with it.
Yes. Yes, even just the regular ones. It's like the saltiness and then the I love salty and sweet together, so it's like I used to do it when I was little.
Happening?
So what I'm hearing is when we do our sleepover, y'all are gonna get spicy chicken nuggets and a Frosty. I'm getting a Frosty fries, but I'm also getting my Batman burger.
Yes.
So done.
We're going to Wendy's.
Yeah,
we're going to Wendy's. Like this stream is sponsored by Wendy's. Fuck yes. Okay.
Beautiful. All right, Brass. What about you?
Who am I?
It's you.
I'm Brass. That's me.
Memento. She's like
Brass.
reading her arm.
Where is it?
I play Journey, Tiefling Rogue. My strange food started when I was staying with Lil, actually, and she judges me for it. But it's okay. She reminded me about it so that I could talk about it tonight. So
I'll never forget.
So Lil always has goldfish at her house, and we've always like eaten goldfish while we play video games or watch movies or whatever we're doing. And one day we made ramen, and I saw the goldfish, and I was like, "Oh, you know what? Can I borrow some goldfish?" And she was like, What do you mean bar
Bro.
goldfish? You can have goldfish. Like, so it's like, okay, so I grabbed the goldfish and I just dumped a bunch in my ramen, and it was amazing. And it's also just really cool because the goldfish are happy they get to swim around in the ramen, and then you
boiling
eat them.
hot water.
So
But
wait, so
anyway.
we're boiling the fish alive is what I'm hearing. Like that's the idea. If they were going from swimming in it, but it's boiling water, you're just boiling them alive?
Well, let's just pretend that they're special goldfish
This
that
is
like
dark.
really hot water. And they like to be eaten.
All right. Sure.
You should have seen the look on my face when I saw it. And then I was like, what are you doing? And she was just like, you have to try it. It's actually really good. And I was like, okay, hold on. I'm not going to knock it until I try it. And I tried it and I was like, it was just such contrasting flavors for me. I just couldn't do it. And I love goldfish. So, yeah, I've given her grief ever since.
Try it.
Horrible influencer.
Don't listen to our lies.
Goodness.
Also teach my friend Zandu, we were in we grew up together.
Yeah.
She does the Batman burger thing. Yeah.
We're best
she
friends
literally
now.
says only McDonald's burgers though. Only McDonald's burgers.
We're best friends. Done. Best friendship. New
You
status.
would love Zandu.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, good.
Best friends, Andu. You are correct. It's nice to not be judged. Speaking of judging, Lil. I mean,
Lil
more so
hot
for
seat.
what I'm assuming is going to be the weird food combination you talk about.
So I'm gonna do one from my childhood, and then one from current, and then the brief one, so that way Brass and Teach can get their vengeance on how I eat something. Okay, so when I was a kid, I used to dip my pickles in milk. Yeah, I know it's really weird, but like I
the
tried.
OG pill.
I was going to say, it's a new kind of pilk.
It was because the pickles used to be too like acidic, like they were too vinegary. So even before I knew what like the bases were, I used to dip them in milk because then it calmed the flavor down, but it didn't take away the tartness of the pickle. And then I used to kind of drink the milk afterwards. Anywho, moving on. So the next one was I used to dip tortilla chips, and I still do. I dip tortilla chips in my whipped cream pina coladas. It's very similar to like the sweet and salty. So you mix in the whipped cream into your pina colada. It can be a virgin or it can be, a non-virgin, a regular.
You can call it alcoholic. Yeah.
Whatever. I have abstinence on the beach all the time. It's fine.
She does. Every time she comes over to my house, I make her an abstinence on the beach because it's a sex on the beach but without alcohol.
Abstinence
It's abstinence on the beach.
Yeah, perfect. But yeah, and so, but it's great though. Because it's that sweet and salty, and I used to not like salsa growing up, so then I would dip it in the pina colada, and people would just look at me, but it was like, oh my god, it was like dessert. It was so good. And then lastly, the weird thing of how I eat it, and Brass knows this from when we were like, what, 12? Is Peachios, like the little gummy candies. I don't just pop them in my mouth and eat them like a regular person. I literally close my eyes and I like lick at the Peachio.
Can I just say, I like the specification that you close your eyes.
Yes.
Like, it's not even the licking, it's the I close my eyes and...
Here's the thing. If you are eating Peachios and you're literally somehow catching someone's face and you're licking a Peachio, that's like making eye contact when you're eating a popsicle. That's just like, it's uncomfortable for everyone. So Brass was sitting in the car with me and was like, what are you doing? And I was like,
What is today?
This was on the way to the very first sleepover we ever had.
Yeah.
Forever a memory in my head.
I don't blame you. Oh my god.
Oh
Oh, it's
Killing
great.
me.
Good times.
No.
Yeah, so
All right. Well, and on that note, and yeah, we got to give a shout out to the Pilk Pepsi milk combination and everything that has divided friendships over this
I will never
case.
forgight my nephew
No.
for bringing that up. At a family function,
No.
at my sister's wedding, he was like, hey, have you ever tried Pilk?
at a wedding. What a ballsy
Never
child.
forget.
His sister's wedding. I was taking pictures. He was like, hey, listen, have you ever heard of Pilk? And then that started all of this.
It did.
Pilk saga.
And here we are.
Pilks.
God, I love it. All right, yeah, let's go ahead and dive into our summary, courtesy of Lil, and then we will dive on into session now that we've gotten all of our weird foodisms out there.
Have we though?
I
feel like it's gonna come up in campaign. Like you go to the bar and you order a drink and
I mean,
pickles and milk.
I already know at least one person who would heavily judge you for it in campaign.
Oh yeah.
Heavily judge, and then just not serve you it because no.
Wow. We really didn't have to take a lot of notes last time because we were just doing the
You were doing a lot of it was a lot of deal making.
Negotiation.
Yeah, it was basically let's make a deal D&D edition. Yeah.
It really was.
Should have worn a suit for synopsis. But yeah, so
Get the long
anywho,
microphone.
buckle up and hold on to your butts. And welcome to the D&D synopsis recap previously on D&D. So anywho, yeah, we made the deal. We won. Yeah, so D&D's over, actually. Joke's on you guys. No, so we were actually talking with Sin, which is the late Metzley's son. He is the Tabaxi envoy who is part of the Court of Fall, hardcore parkour. But anywho, so he is fantastic. We needed to get Empress's ruby from him, and we got to explore the vaults. So that was really cool, a lot of fun. Case almost got her finger snapped at a box, and he was like, "Yahoo!" And once we found the ruby, we were then like, "Hey, can we trade you something for it?" And he was like, "What you got there, kid?" And we were like, "Oh fuck, we got nothing." And then Aiko was like, "Oh, I can be playful," and she like grabbed the orb, the crystal ball, and was like, "Ooh, so special." And Journey and the gang helped convince him that it was pretty nifty, but we did not. We thought we did, but we did not. So we tossed it to Arcadia, and Arcadia was like, "Oh, I'm falling asleep, snore, woos, oh, dreamful peace." And then he was like, "I'm gonna hit her with a shovel." And we were like, "No, fuck, okay, our bad." We won't trick the smart cat man. And then so he was like, "Nah, y'all gotta to richen it up." And we were like, "Okay, what about these really pretty dresses?" And we put on like a fashion show. It was very like, "Yes, you're gorgeous, you're Evangelista, you're a model," as we were like walking through the vaults. And then Leighton was like, "Ha, here's my sweaty, dirty apron top." And we were like, "Hey man, that's good for us." And he was like, "No, I need you to sweeten up the deal again." So we were like, "Ah, shit, fuck, what can we do?" And then we were like, "Recipe book," but not that one because Nona would kill him. So then we decided to stay up, pull an all-nighter, bond, and it was very much like montage, and we were recipes and put little footnotes and like drawing cupcakes and stuff, and it was great. So then we gave that to him the next day, and he was like, "Yeah, sold. Bing, here's your ruby." And we were like, "Fuck yeah, let's go." So we showed back up at Kakure, and we were like, "Hey, we got your ruby," and she was like, "Ooh, geez, thanks," kind of flirting with Journey a little bit there, and she was like, "Blowing hot kisses." And meanwhile, we found out that Ione and Corvus were pretty much falling asleep trying to figure out what was going on. And we filled them in on like, we really still don't know, but here's an orb, aka here's that magic crystal ball to make you go to sleep night. So we gave that to Corvus. Corvus passed out, and then in the meantime, we were like, okay, well, since they still don't have a lead, we should get a hold of Ilke and kind of fill in Ilke and what's going on. Because we also thought, like, maybe Ilke might know, because Ilke is great and wonderful. We also established that we've been calling Ilke and Karu in the meantime, like, anytime we can, to just kind of, like, fill them in and be like, this is what we did today, kind of thing. And Ilke was surprised that we had, quote-unquote, like, an entourage / like, babysitters kind of, like, escorting us around the court. aka Nicola was the one who was like, "The fuck they doing?" And we were like, "Haha, bye." So Ilke, on the other hand, was like, "Hey, you know, if these weird phenomenons are happening, sometimes it can be because of the court rulers, because our emotions are tied in with that territory of the realm." And we were like, "Interesting. So it might be related to Reyna, or Reyna needs to know about this." In the meantime, all of a sudden, Embers was like, "Hey, come meet my friend." And we were like, "All aboard the Choo Choo Express of Friendship." So we hopped into this little tiny room. And we go in there, and there's this guy who's, like, fucking boot kicking up on the table like a savage. And he's like, "Hey, what's up? I can tell you anything you want to know." And we're like, "Okay, who the fuck are you?" And he's like, "Have some food." And we're like, "It could be poisoned." And he was like, "You are sus as fuck." And so we were like, "Okay, cool." He was like, "What do you want to know?" And then you owe me a favor. And Aiko was like, "Hell to the no. I know shit about favors, and I'm not agreeing to this." So then we were really specific on kind of what exactly we were asking for, and I can tell you. His name was Captain Nomos, and he was the connection through Empress. We asked specifically can't read my own handwriting.
Nothing that would land you in legal trouble or sully your name as envoys in the realm. You are willing to put yourselves in danger, but no one innocent gets hurt.
Perfect. Thank you. I was gonna say I like crammed it all in one spot, which was not a great idea. So then he was like, yeah, sure, okay. And then Aiko was like really on edge still, and so we were like, okay, well, what we want to know is who put the curse in effect and how to break it. And immediately right off the bat, he was like, oh, that'd be the queen, the ruler, and she's the one who put it into effect, and the only way to break it is to hold on, bring the daughter back, and convince Reina it's okay. ... This is when Aiko kind of had an existential crisis. It was like, excuse me, I'll be in my room. And got up and left the table, came outside and was like pacing and like somewhat like crying. And then Arcadia came out and followed her and was like, hey, it's okay. Like, I'm right here with you. And she was like, what do we do? What do we do? And Journey stayed in there like a badass, and Leighton stayed in there also pseudo badass. I like to imagine he's like hovering over her with a frying pan, but anywho. So they went back to the room and they were like, okay, whiteboard's out. We need to devise a plan. And they pretty much came up with the idea that they're still not going to tell Reina that they know, because they themselves kind of needed a process for a little bit. And they said that, you know, they're going to keep going about their business to find out if they can, you know, really piece together all the information. So that way, when we do come to Reina, it's not like you've been hiding this from us. It's like, it's from a place of understanding is pretty much what all the envoys agreed with, is that like, you know, it's a shock, but we still want to go about the business that we were doing. So we decided to go to Yohaizu because we wanted to ask Alric and Oriana their thoughts too on the curse and then going to the altar. And then if they can get any more information, great. But they also wanted to go to Yohaizu because everyone kept saying it's like the grand market. So we really want to go there. And Phoebe also is there. And Phoebe kept inviting them to see her perform. They ran into, like, real rewind a couple sessions ago. They ran into Naveen and Kukure, and Naveen come to the shop. And we were like, oh, fuck. And then that's when he was like, Emil said not to trust him. We need to be on our guard. So just slipping that in there before we go into Yohaizu as well. So keep an eye out for that snake. And that was the recap. We had a lot to recap, even surprising, just like three little lines of notes. But...
Y'all still did a lot. So you guys are heading toward Yohaizu itself, which kind of as Lo was explaining, Yohaizu is really known for being a merchant city, but it's a little bit of a kind of, you know, fey twist on a merchant city. Like if you think of like the spirit markets and everything in the spirit market and spirit festival and everything in Spirited Away, it's like that, but a city. Like the whole city is very much on that kind of scale. So you guys are getting ready to head into Yohaizu. As a reminder, kind of like what Lil was saying with some of the info, just because it may have been a minute. You did hear from Emil that he initially had said to talk to his brother Alaric, who he spoke with last at the fall ball. And Alaric offered that he would be willing to talk more in Yohaizu itself and his shop. You know that he's there with his partner Oriana. And who you also met last time that you guys got those beautiful dresses. You did also decide that you were going to tell Alaric what became of those beautiful dresses as well. Yeah. So good luck. You and then you do know that you have the city that you can explore to get any leads on Voira's altar or information to know about it. And you were invited by both Phoebe and Naveen to come check out Euphoria and come check out their show there. So, as you guys enter into the city, let me switch you over to the city map, and also let's get some good music going, because we have some fantastic music going for us. Boop. So you guys set out from Kukure itself after you had dropped off the ruby and are kind of trying to figure out like where to go next. And you notice that the further south that you go toward Yohaizu, there's actually kind of a bit of fog that starts to set in that wasn't there before. And you eventually come to... There we the city of Yohaizu, which is a pretty crammed, like, crammed together town sounds like a weird way to put it, but very much like the buildings are very close together. There's kind of like, as you walk in, it seems that there's like one main path to enter in through, which is like down this way. Boop, boop, boop. There you go. Sorry, down this way. So you'd be entering in down here, and starting to kind of try to make your way through the city itself. As you're walking through the city, is there anything in particular you guys want to look out for? You get there about midday, which even though it's midday, it still seems kind of not like the bright sunlight that you were used to from outside the city. It seems a little darker, a little cooler in the city compared to when you were traveling on the road. What are you guys doing as you head into town?
And we're still unchaperoned too, so this is gonna be fun.
We're unchaperoned!
Okay, we're gonna get lost.
Spring break!
Yeah, this is... I'm assuming that we kind of like asked some questions about Yohaizu, like when we were traveling with Sayuri and Rin and stuff like that. Like,
yeah, I
so
can
we
give you
kind of
like a gist of like what they would have told you. So when you were traveling with like Sayuri or Rin, and if you were asking about like getting to know this, like the different cities or kind of get that gist of information, like much like how Sayuri told you that like Kakure is a city of like masked people, so you have to always wear a mask. Or Nisei was the city of Kitsune, so it was a city where there's like pretty much everyone is Kitsune. Yohaizu, you do know is the merchant city. The other kind of notable things that would have been picked up on about it is that one piece of advice you'd been given would probably be to follow the main road as much as you can. It's not yellow brick, I promise. But to follow the main road, because it can be easy to get lost in Yohaizu. Yohaizu is a city that, and you guys kind of, as you're starting to walk through the streets, see what was meant, that it seems to be a city where, you know, everyone's kind of like meandering along and like, you know, buying different things, purchasing things. Like there's a lot of trade happening on all sides. Along the main stretch of road, it's primarily shops. You see that, like, as you kind of look further back past buildings, like, way further back is where it starts to get more into, like, housing, residential, things like that. But along that main thoroughfare, it's shops. The other things that you would have known is that Alaric is the leader of Yohaizu, and came into being the leader about 150 years ago. About 150 years ago, seemingly out of nowhere, but he's been ruling Yohaizu ever since. I'd say the last thing that, if you were asking Sayuri and Rin and the people who've been chaperoning you, the last thing that you would know is that whenever you ask about, like, well, what can you buy in Yohaizu, usually the answer comes down to, well, what have you got? So it's definitely seems to be a place where if you want to find it, you can find it. I will tell you now, though, the one thing that Yohaizu does not have, very notably, is a triangle store. Alaric was very clear with the Runs the Night family, very clear that they will never open a triangle store in Yohaizu. Yeah.
Thank God.
Rightfully so.
Yeah, so I'd say beyond that information, like anything you want to find, like about where things are, or if you're looking for things in particular you'd like to buy, or things like that, that would be more needing to kind of like ask around and probably do like investigation checks or doing rolls for it to see like what you can find as you go. So what do you guys want to do?
Aiko personally would want to try to find Alaric's shop first. Just because it's someone that they know there, so if they were to get into trouble or get lost, then they have a point of contact.
Mm-hmm.
Like like a home base, and then probably find a place to stay. Would be the next thing too. So like an inn.
Okay. If you are you asking anyone about how to get there, or are you just going for it, trying to find it?
Can I do like a perception check? Like, because I don't want to be like, hey, how do I get there? And there's gonna be a fucking sign right by my face that's like, Alric's house.
Absolutely, yes. Yes. So if you're looking for like signs on how to get to Alric, yes.
Ooh. God, throwing dice outside the box, that's what I get. Alright, perception. That is 14.
So as you're kind of looking around, there aren't any like major signs, in part because there are so many signs for so many different shops that there's not really much room for like directional signs. Have all three of you been to anime cons before? Or
Yes.
like
Well,
okay.
Well, kind of.
Or like like Comic Cons or conventions, things like that.
Yeah.
So you know when you go into like the artist alley or the dealer's room, like where the merchandise is, and like everything's pretty packed together, but the crowd is all moving pretty much in the same direction, except for that one asshole who's moving against the current. That's kind of what that's as Aiko, as you look around at the traffic in Yohaizu, that's a lot of what's happening. Is that everyone's kind of moving forward in one direction. Case I immediately looked at you as I said it.
That was like an involuntary like.
Yeah, no,
Hello?
I saw it. But so you see that everyone's kind of moving forward, but most people aren't really going down any of the side streets or things like that. As you like, Aiko, as you kind of like ask maybe like a shopkeep here or there, like about, hey, how do I get there? They actually explain, if you follow the path, it actually leads to the center of the city, and the guild leader lives there. Or he's supposed to.
A little concerning.
I could kind of say, like, what do you mean?
Well, there is a very nice office space for the guild leader that he prefers not to use. So normally you can just find him in his shop. He does tailoring over at Songbird and Mourning Dove. Still in the center of the city at least, so there's that, but is stubborn enough that he didn't want to take the bigger place.
I mean, Aiko's like, no, bigger might be lonely, so.
He's not
She gets
lonely.
it. Oh, that's good. But
So as you guys get the directions, I'm assuming you're you're following the instructions that were given of if you just follow that main path and everything. Cool. I would like all three of you, actually I'll include Leighton in it, all four of you, to make wisdom saving throws, please. As
oh god.
you are just bombarded by salespeople.
Oh,
as you are
God.
Oh,
walking through.
brother. Oh boy.
Alright, wisdom saving throws?
Wisdom saving throw.
15.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
22.
16.
All right, cool. 15, 16, 22. Leighton, he rolled an 18. I'm not going to pull up his sheet just yet, just for that, because he made it. Good news, you needed to get a 15. But yeah, as you guys are walking through, you hear shouts on all sides of people, offering, like, armor for sale, weapons. Hey, we have the best purses here. Get your purses. You want to watch? We have watch it. Like, it's everyone is shouting over each other to be heard. Because it really is. It's not just, it's a couple of shops. It's everybody's
like a bazaar.
here. Yeah, it's definitely a bazaar. It's everybody's here to make a profit. Everybody's here to get a customer's attention, to pull them in. There's a couple times where, Aiko, you actually have a couple people who come up to you, like, kimonos in hand, and are like, this color would look good on you, pretty lady. This would look great. Like, you would love this.
It's like Aladdin. Jewelry for the pretty lady. And she's like, ah!
Yeah, no, basically. Like, it's everyone's, like, very much, like, coming up to you. You see, Journey, that someone tries to approach you, and it's another tiefling who has carvings in their horns, like kind of like scrimshaw carvings.
That's cool.
And they like call out to you and just, hey, you can look absolutely unique compared to every other tiefling out there. And is like calling out to you about that. Case, you just draw people into you for Arcadia.
Great.
As you have people who are holding up strings of herbs and are calling out, we have plants! You look like you like plants! These are new plants. Some might say strange plants.
She snaps the book shut that she's been reading that's like, strange plants.
I can't escape it. I can't. I need you to know, slight tangent, I'm so sorry. I've been playing this game and I have a character based on Arcadia.
Oh, yay!
And one of the dialogues that I got was talking about how Arcadia, during like a time of peace, studied up on the local plants. And I have no influence on that at all. It just,
I love it.
I can't escape it. I can't.
Oh my god, I absolutely love it. As Leighton's walking through, and Leighton's having a harder time navigating the streets because Horse, like, he just takes up more space compared to you guys. He can't quite slide in between people. Like, it takes him a second to get past the same people that you guys do. But he has people approaching him and just offering, like, you know, fur brushings, we can brush your hair out, we can braid your tail, and he's just like, I've already had that done, thank you, bye! Like, he's just trying to keep walking, as you guys, keep going, through.
Are people trying to, like, touch, like, his tail or, like, my tails, anything like that when we're walking? Or, like, they're just coming up, they're not, like,
it's more so they're coming up to you, they're not, like, grabbing you, like, hey, or anything like that, or, like, grabbing your tail.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not quite like that, but you guys do notice
cool.
that, actually, I'm gonna have the whole team make me perception checks as you guys are walking through here. That landed on its corner. That's been happening a lot lately.
And okay.
Cool. 15.
11.
Arcadia?
Dirty 20.
Nice.
Good job.
Leighton got a nat 20?
Nice.
All right, just had to
okay.
one up me. I see. Whatever.
Sorry, Arcadia.
Oh.
Be as perceptive as you want, buddy.
Cool, because that's a 28 for him. I forgot that he had such high perception.
Oh my god, we're perception buddies.
Hey, yeah, so, Journey, as you're walking through, you're not a fan of big crowds, and this city is the definition of big crowd. So you notice, like, as you're walking through, you do notice that there is... Sirumel's a pretty diverse area, like, world anyway. Like, you guys have run into a lot of different, you know, folks. However, Yohaizu seems to take the cake, on this one. Journey, you notice that there are even Oni that are walking through the streets and are selling things.
Wow.
Some of them are actually forging weapons and, items. You see that there are goblins that are, you know, bolting through. So, creatures that, you know, typically, even in other parts of the Court of Fall, that would be considered to be monsters or enemies or things like that. They're making a life for themselves here. Aiko, as you're kind of taking a closer look into some of the stalls and everything, you even see things like there's actually a section where there are tiny pixie shops and a really beautifully decorated, colorful painted sign over top of it that, you know, helps draw attention into it. You see that the shops have actually been elevated up off the ground so that people aren't stepping on them. And the pixies seem to be doing very well and thriving where they are. You even see that there are some stalls where, Aiko, you see for a second what looks like this, like, skeletal hand that starts to reach out from, like, the darkness of the stall toward you. And as you walk by, it, like, slowly pulls back. So you definitely, like, Journey noticed that, okay, not all these shopkeepers are really what we're used to. You're definitely noticing not all these shopkeepers are really what we're used to. Arcadia, as you're walking through, you overhear a couple of sounds that sound very strange. you hear what sounds like the ding of a cash register, but as you look over, it's a bird that's making that noise. As you see a Kenku shop owner. You can also overhear. You also, as you're walking through, overhear and see that there is a shopkeeper who, at first, you don't notice because you can almost see right through her. As you notice that there's actually a spirit who is selling trinkets, and you can overhear a conversation she's having with a customer where she is telling them that this will cost 2 of their treasured memories. So
She must have some good stuff.
She's got the juicy gossip.
And Arcadia, as you listen more, and as Leighton kind of helps point some of these things out too, people aren't just trading in gold here. Actually, most of the trades that you kind of overhear are people trading things that are not money. There are people who trade money, but for the most part, it's things like, tell me a joke, give me a laugh, give me one of your tears. So it's very much like above table, it's very much kind of Fae style, like very much fairy Fae style, where it's not so much the money that interests them. It's things like, you know, okay, I'll trade this to you, but you owe me a dance at every festival from here on out. Things like that, where it's much more of the bargains and deals of things.
Very Ursula, but not as ominous as Ursula.
Basically. Leighton also notices those things, those different pieces. He's also gonna be able to have a better time remembering where to find some of these people, just because he got the 28, which baby boy. So he's gonna have an easier time. Arcadia will probably have an easier time remembering things. Journey's just uncomfortable with it, and Aiko is, you know, small town girl in a big city again, kind of thing. But eventually, you guys do make your way into the center of Yohaizu. And I will say too that at any point, if you guys want to go shopping, given that, you know, the whole place is a merchant city, what I'll probably have you do is just let me know kind of what you're looking for, and then I'll tell you kind of who you're hanging out, like who you're going to see for it, or what the cost would be, and everything. Okay. But be aware that the cost is not always gold. And they will let you know. So, you eventually make your way into the center of Yohaizu, which if you see that gold tree that's in the center of that map, that would be the center of Yohaizu. You guys are wandering for a really long time. I'll give this to you, Arcadia, since you had the 20. You kind of get the sense that's the point, that it takes you so long to get to the center that by the time you do, maybe you stay for a night, maybe you stay a little bit longer. Well, you might as well do some shopping while you're around here because it took you, you know, enough time to get here. So you get the sense it's very kind of labyrinthine in its design, for good reason. So as you guys arrive, you walk in, and you kind of walk into what seems to be the center. Like the path really more so kind of trails around the tree before heading like back, you know, out that main path. There are a number of buildings that are in the center. There is one that is pretty grand, but looks like no one's really lived there for a while. It's not really open. Make me a perception check one more time while you guys are in the center of the city looking for Alex.
Is the tree fairly tall, by the way? Like, could we see it, like, when we're moving, so that way we can always tell if we're going in the right direction?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can. Here's the trick, is that the path tends to wind around, and the tree's at the center, so you can kind of tell, but over time it would kind of look more like you're walking around in circles around the tree.
Right, but, like, we'd be able to be like, okay, always keep the tree on our right. Like a labyrinth.
Yeah.
Like how you always, like, choose a side. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
That's a 16, by the way.
Okay.
17.
Okay.
I also have a 16.
Cool. You guys are able to see, like, fairly easily. Like, you've gotten used to, like, navigating shop signs by this point and everything. That you almost miss it because it's not, unlike some of the signs that are very over the top or have a lot of imagery on them or are brightly colored. You can see that the sign above one of the kind of simpler looking shops literally just says the words Songbird and Mourning Dove Tailoring. No extra special imagery, no bright colors, like it's just boop. And then you can see that in the window of the shop there are a number of mannequins that have different, actually kind of a range of things, both different dress designs as well as some lingerie designs and everything as well, and kind of a...
Aiko's gonna learn what lingerie is.
She's like, what's that? So there's lingerie designs, there's like cocktail dresses, there's evening gown, like there's a couple of different things that are like that are within the window itself. Heading on in.
How revealing is the lingerie in the window?
It's tasteful.
Like
it's in the window.
Okay.
It's tasteful. It's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say otherwise Aiko's gonna like reach up and cover Leighton's eyes. Like
I'm looking and it's just like, where are the pants?
Ow.
Like, is confused.
The pants.
Which Leighton of all people saying that just makes me giggle.
The irony.
Yeah, I mean, Aiko seeing this because like she was just, you know, in awe when Alric made the dresses. So she's like that girl who's like running up to the window, like almost face pressed to the glass, like wow, like looking at these. Especially because she doesn't understand what the lingerie is. Like she's just like bathing suits, like, you know, just so. Yeah, she's just tail swishing outside the window, and she's like, "Guys, I think we found the place." Yeah. Can she see through the window at all too while she's there?
You can. There are a number of like mannequins and like dress figures in there. You can see a little bit of movement, but not enough to really make out like who's in there or anything like that from the window.
Okay.
Just because there's enough stuff, basically.
Yeah, Aiko would go to get ready to open the door, but then she's gonna stop and she's gonna turn back at them and say, "Remember, Rin said to always knock." So she's knocking on the door, and she's like counting like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. Okay, and then she's pushing the door open if it's open.
It's not. It's not. This is. It's a good place. It's them. And they, yeah.
She doesn't understand why the
doesn't
knock,
know why.
but she remembers.
Oh no.
Okay, let me see. So actually, since you knocked, he's going to be a little further up and a little confused about why there is knocking. You guys head on in, and the door is like about right here. Boop, boop. We're going to switch it over. There you go. Cool. It's about right there. And as you walk into Songbird and Mourning Dove Tailoring, which as you walk into the shop, you can see that the shop itself is 2 floors. If you take a look at the map, where you see kind of like on the right side, that is the 2nd floor loft area. So that square kind of in the middle actually like opens out over it. So as you walk in, you see that there's a spiral staircase up that on your left that goes up to the top, and a railing along the side of the top where someone could look out and look over and see. This shop is full of fabrics, gowns, dresses, lingerie, cocktail dresses, like. And the thing that's key with each of them is kind of twofold. One, they are all beautiful. There's nothing that's like breaking like obvious fashion rules or things like that. Like nothing that's like gaudy or distasteful or anything like that. It's all seems to be very tastefully like made. And then 2, it's all very well made. Very well made. As you guys walk into the shop, you see among all the different mannequins and everything, Alaric actually kind of comes out from behind and has scissors and tape measure in hand, almost as if like he was in the middle of working on something when you all knocked and came in, and just pauses and, "Oh, Envoys. I didn't realize that we'd be seeing you today. And looks over to his shoulder as Oriana appears as well. And just kind of smiles to her. Would you mind making tea for the envoys?
And Ori would just nod and head back and start making tea skowits. Which I don't know where the kitchen is.
So it would be upstairs. Their living area is all upstairs.
We're going this way.
Can I just say though, it's still very on point for Oriana to go right, other direction, even in her own home.
Direct
Still very on
sweetheart.
point. So yeah, so as Alaric is kind of still downstairs while Oriana's making tea, he just looks to the four of you. He just looks to the four of you and just asks, would you like to have a seat? May I help you with something in particular? Or I suppose welcome to Yohaizu itself.
Aiko would still be like tail swishing because she's so excited to see all of these dresses. Like probably when she came in, she was like, oh my god, kind of like looking around the store still. So when he talks to her, she kind of like snaps back like, oh my god, how rude of me to not immediately say hi. And just, hi, sorry, your shop is incredible.
I know.
Hi. And then she's looking back to them like, oh god. like almost like in a panic. Just she's surrounded by pricks again and does not know what to do.
Arcadia or Journey?
Me just breaking my spine. Arcadia would kind of be like looking around too, and would kind of have the same reaction as Aiko, like, oh shit, hey, what's up? And she would just kind of like, give a little wave and say hi. And then go back to looking at the pretty dresses.
Yeah.
Are we just window shopping today, or is there something I could help you with?
Aiko would just kind of like, oh, no, sorry, you said there might be somewhere to sit down?
Right. And he kind of looks around and takes a moment. You see Alec kind of shakes his head and just like kind of like rubs his eyes a little bit, and my apologies on my rudeness. Envoys, it's been a long couple weeks. Please, we can. The only seating area I can offer you down here is either my office or the seating area outside the changing room. So if you would like to have something more comfortable, I suppose that would be upstairs, but just mind the mess.
Oriana is shouting over the balcony like, how do you all like your tea? Aiko's gonna respond as, as sweet as she can make it.
Just black for me.
Same for Journey.
Leighton looks up and just, could I have some milk in my tea, please? Thank you, Miss Oriana, lady person. Because Leighton's never met them, so this is his first time actually getting to meet them too. So he's just kind of like taking a back seat on this.
When Ori when Aiko hears that he's never met Oriana, she's immediately gonna be like, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. And she is like darting over and like taking his hand and leading him up to meet Alric. And she's gonna be like, Leighton, this is Alric, or Master Alric, or Sir Alric. This is Alric.
Just call me Alaric, that's perfectly fine, Lady Aiko.
And she's gonna be like, he's the one who made our dresses, and he and Oriana are together. We met them at the banquet the first night in the Court of Fall.
Oh, before I was on. Got it. Oh, he's the one that made the dresses that we. Okay,
Oh
and he just holds out his hand. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Sir Alaric, Lord Guy. How I address him? And just, Alaric just sighs. Again, you can just call me Alaric, Lord Layton. And just shakes his hand, very, very tired and very much already over it.
Oriana would be coming down the stairway when he's like, kind of like, oh, all right. And then she's like, or you can call him Lord Songbird of Yohaizu.
Nope, no, they cannot call me that. Please do not call me that.
Yeah, so she would kind of come over and she has like the tray and she gives him a peck on the cheek and then she kind of like holds it out to everyone and being like, and she's like pointing out which ones are which. And you can tell she has tried so hard on the walk down, like, this one has tea and milk, this one is just black. This one is as sweet as can be. This one is black as well. Okay, and she's like, you know, kind of like reciting it to herself, and she's very proud. And then she also brought him some tea as well. And if you guys want to follow me towards the back, I'll make sure that you guys have somewhere to sit. So she starts kind of heading on yonder, and like she notices that like Aiko is like, wow, and she's like, isn't it incredible? And just kind of very, very excited that other people are excited with her work. Yeah, so
Alec will go
walk
ahead.
over and eat the dresses.
He'll go ahead and lead the way, like into the. He can lead the way into the office. Like, unless everyone wants to sit. If everyone wants to sit, he'll probably direct everyone upstairs.
Granny doesn't mind standing.
yeah, Aiko's fine with standing.
Layton can't sit in the chairs, so he's cool with standing. As he leads the way back into the office, you guys notice that, like, for as much as is going on out in the rest of the shop, his office is pretty neatly kept. It seems like, you know, you can see that, like, along the wall there are books of records, of reference materials. As you kind of take a look, you can see that some of them are labeled as, some of them seem to be labeled and organized based on the store itself. But there are a couple shelves that are focused on Yohaizu records. So it seems that this is not only a place where, you know, Alaric does any business as needed for the shop, but also where he runs things for Yohaizu. He kind of nods back. Aiko, since you're close to the door, he would kind of like nod back to you. Just, could you close the door, please, Envoy, Aiko?
Yeah, so she would scamper up and just gently close the door.
Alaric would offer his seat the seat at the desk to Oriana, to let her sit.
She just like would like be like running her fingers through his hair, and she's like, "It's okay, Songbird, I'm fine here."
And he'd take a seat at the desk, and set his tea down on the table. So, how have you all been finding the Court of Fall?
Very beautiful.
Very different from where we came from.
Goes like sweating bullets. She just has like still kind of like a look of like worry. Just because like, yes, she loves the Court of Fall, but there's just a lot. There's a lot going on.
Are you guys trying to hide? Is anyone trying to kind of like hide their trepidation, I guess is the best way to say it, about the Court of Fall? Because you all kind of gave answers of,
Aiko honestly wouldn't be.
No.
Granny wouldn't be.
Because
No.
Oriana offered help with Envoy stuff at the very beginning, and so Aiko's hoping to kind of like ask her some questions, and then also she still wants to tell Alaric about the dresses because she's not a liar. She can't do it. Like,
You gotta break the ice.
Yeah, then I'm not even gonna have I was gonna have, if anyone was trying to hide it, I was gonna have Alaric roll insight to see if he could tell that something was up with you guys. But you see, he kind of looks to like the four of you, and then looks back to really the main three, because he had experience with you guys and he's just meeting Layton for the first time. And just kind of tilts his head. You all were significantly more upbeat last I met you.
We've been through a lot.
Exactly what I was gonna say.
Aiko, as you say that, Alaric actually tenses and leans forward on his desk and is like kind of like gripping the side of his desk as he leans in toward Aiko in particular. What did the fox boy do?
Oh, no. He's great. We're great. Well, I don't, yes. We're a thing? I don't know. And like, she's like, yeah, no, great. That's fine. That's been wonderful. It really has. It's, how long do you have? And she's like getting ready to kind of like give like the Lil version, like the synopsis of like, this is what we've been through since we saw you.
Effects and all, and the previously on.
Yeah, like, and like Ori is like on the edge of like, yeah, like she's been like playing with like his like hair and like gently like rubbing along his shoulders, like anything like she can do to just like have her hands on him and just like keeping him like calm and like, you know, relaxed. And then like upon like hearing this, she's not doing as much. She's like holding on to him like, yeah, and then what? Kind of like very invested in the story. So Aiko, you know, without giving big stuff away, says like they may know something about her family, and then, you know, someone mentioned that, or Sorrel actually mentioned to bring it up with him and Oriana. And then she's like, well, we'll come back to that. And she's like, we then went to Nice and we went to the Shadow Monastery, and it was like, whoa, we almost died, and we had to face our inner fears, and we're still kind of afraid, but we handled it. I don't have nightmares anymore. And then like, you know, kind of going along and be like, he has golden hooves now. And like little like big chunks of story, and then like a little nugget. Like big chunks of story and then a little nugget.
Love it.
She leaves out obviously like knowing about the little princess right now.
Yeah.
But like she like that's also not their, like, sounds awful, but that's not like their forefront of their mind problem, because they know that answer. It's just going to be like, okay, well then how do we handle it?
Yeah. Now that we have the information, what do we do with it? Like,
yeah. So it's pretty much, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're good. I was gonna say, as you're telling the story, have you guys ever seen like when a kid is excitedly telling like, I got breakfast, and then I got dressed, and then I went to this, like, and then I did this, and eventually, like, the adult that they're telling it to just has that glazed over look of, I am watching you, but I am not listening to you. Mm-hmm. I am sorry, Aiko, but that is the look that Alaric has on his face.
Oh yeah, no worries.
Yeah, as he's, as he's, like, the more that he's listening, like, Journey and Arcadia especially could probably tell, because they're not storytelling it and everything, but he's just, he much like he said that you guys used to look very upbeat and chipper, he does not look quite like himself from when you last saw him. He was grumpy last time. This is new level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Aiko, upon like telling him like this stuff, as she sees it, she's trying to like really fast forward and just drop out the nuggets. Like it's just like, we went to Kokore, we got this, we solved some murders, there's some weird stuff going on in the realm. Like a kid summoning demons, then we went to Ikioya, we dealt with the Triangle Store, we got some stuff, we're gonna come back to that, and then like, you know, kind of thing. And then she's like, and then we came here, because we had some questions for you guys, and hoping that you might be able to help.
He just kind of sighs and takes a sip of his tea. We would be happy to help, Lady Aiko. What questions do you have for us? It's our honor to be able to help envoys, especially, and he kind of looks back at Oriana, as we have a former envoy among us.
And she's like nodding, and she's like, honestly, and she kind of giggles a little bit. She's like, this sounds about par for the course. She's like, you should have seen it when we had to deal with, goodness, which one was it? And she's like trying to think for a second. But then she kind of like shakes her head, and she's like, anyways, what were your questions?
So you guys have Alaric and Oriana in front of you. What questions do you guys have for them?
I do have questions, but I'm gonna let the other stuff go first.
Aiko's first one would be about...
Can you give me your blessing for your brother?
Yes. We need this.
Do you happen to be ordained by chance?
I was gonna say, Aiko would be asking about the coin. So she's gonna bring out the coin, and then that's when she's gonna kind of like briefly say like, my family are the Conicos, and we found out that if we go past Foyer's altar, we might be able to break the curse.
Do you hand him the coin?
Yeah, I mean, she'd put out both coins, because Sorrel was the one who was said to go to him about it. And then she also showed him at the very beginning when they first came to the Court of Fall. And he said, find me in Yohaizu.
But you have both coins now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not just Aiko's coin anymore. As you hand him the 2 coins, at first he kind of looks at like Aiko's and is like, right. And then looks at the second. He actually turns and looks up to Oriana.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need to talk about this?
She would be very confused and kind of look down at the coin itself. I'm gonna roll her a history check. That is a nat 20. God damn it, she remembers.
Journey in Arcadia, you guys can absolutely tell, like, when he looks back and has the, like, do we need to talk about this? It's very much the, we're going to talk about this. It's do we do it, are we doing this now or later kind of thing.
If you remember correctly, she's just gonna, like, you see her tail kind of, like, swiping back and forth, and she's, like running her finger on his arm, and she's like, later. She knows she's in trouble. Oh, god damn it. She remembered. Of all the times, she remembers something.
So for kind of above table context and everything, for anyone who didn't get to see the Court of Fall one-shot almost a year ago, in the Court of Fall one-shot, the Fall Envoys, Oriana included, along with Sorrel, Metzli, and Mulgroki, whom you guys have met kind of along the way, had to assist the newly instated leader of Yohaizu, aka Alaric, with a couple of tasks. And one of them was to uncover thieves and who was stealing things in the city. They did, in fact, uncover who it was, and it turned out to be a family of Kitsune who all had gold coins that said Kaneko on it. And they apprehended all 3 of them, and then while Alaric was going, or not all 3 of them, my bad, they apprehended 2 of them. The third, who was a pink kitsune who was pregnant, she bolted. She was able to escape. The other 2 kitsune, Akari included among them. It was Akari and Masaru were the other 2. Akari you met with the Kanekos, but they got apprehended by the envoys, and Alaric told them, wait here, I'm gonna go try to investigate and see if I can find any trace of where she went. And while he was gone, the envoys heard out the request or the plea from the 2 kitsune of, hey, if you just let us go, we promise we'll never come back. We promise we'll never be here. Like, we just, like, that was, Masaru even said, like, no, that was my wife. She's pregnant. That's our, please, like, kind of asking and pleading and saying, like, hey, you can even keep my coins, or any coins that you find in here, but just this once kind of thing. And the envoys actually decided that they were gonna basically, whoops, oh no, they got away, gosh darn it, and chose not to tell Alaric about it.
Well, so. Ori did mention to him, like, later, because I think we had that whole thing, but I mean, like, it was like the truth, not the full truth.
Yeah, it wasn't the full truth of what happened.
Yeah.
And everything. So that's part of why Alaric, on seeing the coin, is a little bit less than pleased.
Yeah.
But not because of anything that the current envoys have done, more so because of past situations. Yeah. So, but yeah. So on seeing the coin, he kind of looks back to you, and Aiko just asks, how old are you?
and she's kind of like thinking about it for a second because she remembers that she is now Kitsune, so it's yeah, she's 35. And she now realizes that she can live a lot longer than she thought she could. So age is but a number.
Well, good, because you don't know how old Rin is. Yeah, so, so as you, Aiko, as you mentioned that, he just kind of nods and, my apologies, I just wasn't sure if you were, anyway. Those coins belong to some thieves that were here years ago. 150 years ago. We haven't seen or heard anything from them since.
It might be because they've been being hunted down by, we think, a vengeful spirit, and there's not many of them left. And we're trying to stop that from happening.
And what's your plan for trying to stop that from happening?
So from what we gathered from a book and from talking to / fighting a wind elemental, we think we have to go to a resting ground past Moira's altar in the mountains. It's said to where some of the royal family were being kept at rest, and she's like reaching into her bag and like pulling out the the notes that she took from the book. And it is, yep, she's gonna say the rulers of Cortafall buried near Moira's altar. And then there was a bunch of wind howling. So it was very difficult for people to get up there, and it actually knocked Metzley, one of the envoys, off.
You see the name Metzley, like Alaric just like face just drops into just sheer exhaustion. Just, of course it was Metzley.
Songbird. And like Ori's just like, trying to rub his shoulders, like calm him a little bit, like give him a little kiss on his horn.
Journey, make me a dexterity saving throw.
Gotcha. 1 second. I don't know what my dexterity is.
My guess would be good because rogue.
Yeah.
just a guess.
Well, I got a 15.
Is that with your modifiers?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Journey, you feel something hit the back of your legs as you're standing, with kind of a good amount of force, but you're able to like kind of catch and steady yourself enough that you don't go knocking or falling over from it. As you see a little ball kind of roll past you. As it kind of like rolls around and then pops up by your feet, you see that it kind of like opens up, and you are looking at a pangolin that has bright orange eyes as it is looking up at you. And it just like kind of tilts its head. What do you do?
I do. Okay. I would personally like freak out and be like, it's so cute, but I feel like Journey would probably like maybe crouch down and take a look at it, and she'd be like, interesting, I've never seen an animal like this before. What is it?
Alaric just looks over and just pangolin, named Weaver. You can pick him up if you would like. Normally Weaver doesn't come out when we have guests around, but it would seem that Weaver has taken a liking to you.
Okay, I guess she'll
Ori's
pick him
trying.
up, give him a little pet.
I'll just say, Ori's giggling, and Aiko is like trying to like see like what is it?
Arcadia is so excited.
Clayton's just like, a pango what? As you guys are
Mandolin.
as you guys are as Journeys, you kind of give Weaver a pet. You can kind of like feel it like wiggles a little bit underneath your hand, and then like nudges at your hand a little bit. And Alaric looks over and just the nudging means Weaver wants you to hold him.
Aiko's
course
full
I
on
will
like
hold him.
squealing.
She'll look to Arcadia and be like, "You can hold him next if you want."
Okay.
she knows that Arcadia's probably freaking out on the inside, so
Yeah.
she'll hand him over.
Aiko would be like, I'm after her, like, you know, just.
Arcadia would like try, like, see if it's okay with being held, like, cradled like a little baby. Give it a little
Oh,
head rub.
would absolutely love it. Absolutely.
That's what she's doing.
Weaver loves it. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
she is holding that thing. She is so excited. Oh my god.
Aiko is like petting its like under chin and like belly as Arcadia's holding it, and she is like
Weaver's little
baby
legs are just
talking.
like. Weaver's
Oh
little
my
legs
god,
are
yeah,
just,
she's like
swelling
grabbing the
over.
legs and like giving
Wait,
little
I'm sorry, let me
kisses.
give a better
Like,
visual.
oh my god.
Weaver's
Yes!
little legs are just.
Oh my god, yeah. Aiko's just like, you're the one who makes all the dresses, you little weaver. You're the one who makes all the dresses. You do all the hard work. Like, you know, just, yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, the more affection that you guys show Weaver, the happier Weaver seems to be. And like, like the
Me.
happier Weaver is, the more that tail is going, that the feet are kicking, like just like happy little like wiggles and everything.
Layton, come here.
Layton comes over and just, how do I just pet it? Do I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hand. Puts it on belly. Like this.
It's like when someone tries to pet a cat for the first time and they're just like, what do I do? I just like,
Where do I pet it?
where do I pet? How do I?
How do you pet a cat? Oh. It's like you pet them like this.
I love seeing Dursa just go, mother.
Thank you for the demonstration.
Exactly like that, exactly. Yeah, so you guys are, so, as you guys are all, like, cooing over Weaver, Alaric just actually chuckles for a second, and then just looks back to Oriana. They completely forgot that we were in a conversation, didn't they?
Oriana's gonna make a joke and just go, oh, I'm sorry, did you say something? And then she's immediately gonna be like giggling.
He just...
But yeah.
Yeah, he just sighs and just... I'll wait. And is
Yeah,
just gonna
she,
wait until everyone is done cooing over Weaver.
Yeah, when he sighs and shakes his head, she's gonna tilt his chin up and she's gonna give him a kiss and just say like, it's fine, Songbird, like, they've been through a lot.
Haven't we all? If you guys keep playing with Weaver for long enough, Alaric kind of clears his throat. Like, children.
At this point, I would imagine by this point Aiko has Weaver like on someone's lap, but we have put a little outfit on Weaver. Like her moon scarf is like a little like wrap around it, and she's
Little
like,
jewels
"You're a
on
little
it."
model. You're a little model. You're like the mannequins outside,
It's
aren't you?"
bejeweled.
Like, oh my god! And she's put like Leighton's tail over like his head, so it looks like a hair. I mean, like they're having a fucking blast with this pangolin.
This is the best day of Arcadia's life.
This is the first time we've met like a pet, really. So,
New
it's
wild shape
exciting.
unlocked.
True.
Pangolin.
You met a pangolin. You
She's
can
a
now wild
pain
shape
in
into a
pangolin.
pangolin. So see, anytime
Love
you
it.
want to be a little model.
Be like, she's
Let's
too
go!
sexy for this catwalk. Too sexy for this catwalk. Like, like rolling down the aisle. So, anywho, yeah. If Alaric clears his throat, Aiko's immediately gonna stop and be like, like, leave the scarf wrapped around and like kind of put Weaver in either her lap or Arcadia's lap, and just be like, sorry. Just go back to business.
That's all right. Weaver certainly enjoys attention. So, you wanted to... I apologize if I can't provide any more information necessarily on... Back then, actually... Yeah, no, dude is focused on the here and now. He just kind of sighs, and I do apologize, Lady Aiko, that I do not recall quite as much information as I used to be able to about that far back. As
Ori would
Lady
chime in
Oriana
and
says,
say,
we've all been through a lot.
yeah. Ori would chime in and say, like, I do. I remember. Because she rolled a fucking nat 20, so you want to know what color outfit he was wearing, she knows. Yeah, I mean, Aiko would kind of, like, exactly what to ask. Especially because, like, you know, she asked Sorrel, and Sorrel didn't know.
Yeah, I would say Ori can describe, like, the three, like, and can kind of explain, since we talked about it earlier, but can explain the 3 kitsune that she met, and can talk about that there was a pink one who was pregnant. There was a white-haired one, and I would say she gives enough of a description of Akari that you can recognize that it's her. You can recognize that it's Akari from 150 years ago. And then describes another kind of like white-haired fox kitsune who had a lot of booze on him. Was one of the things that stuck out quite a bit. Was he had a lot of drinks, a lot, and was very, you know, good-natured, but also, honestly, Ori could probably be able to compare it best to, he was a bit like Rin in the way he was just very playful.
Cavalier.
Yeah, very playful, very cavalier, even when the stakes were very high.
Yeah. Yeah. Ori would kind of, like, offer, like a soft smile, too. Like, you know, they seemed like nice people, just in an unfortunate situation. And Aiko's, like, actually really excited to hear all this, because she's like, that's my family. That was my dad. That was my aunt. That was my mom. And they seemed okay the last time you saw them. And Ori just kind of, like, smiles again, just like, last time I saw them.
Alaric, like, as he's sipping his tea, just, they seemed like they were supposed to be getting arrested last I saw them. And is, like, very grumbly about it.
She's like, oh, Songbird, it was a troubling situation and we handled it. They never came back.
He just looks to Aiko. I can confirm that they never came back. I had the guard on the lookout for them after that day. They never came back to Yohaizu.
Aiko would mention that they've still not seen her mom and dad. They've run into Akari and some of her other family members, her siblings, but they said that there's not very many left after this spirit's been hunting them down. So that's why they really need to go to Voira's altar and either ask Voira for help or try
What kind
something.
of help do you plan on asking from Voira? You know that it's a great task to ask an Archfey anything.
Yeah, we met the Archfey at the Court of Stars, actually, and I gave up an aspiration of mine, so I understand, but I just want to see if there's anything that they can do to just... I'm not asking if they can break the curse. If they can, great, but I know that would be a big ask. So if there's anything that they can help us with on how... These people have been hunted down for so long. It's not... I can't sit by while my family just dies off.
As Aiko says that, anyone who would like to, as you guys are all kind of like watching and listening on this conversation, can make an insight check on Alaric.
Ooh, nat 20.
Mind if I do? Let's
Oh.
go!
All right!
Okay,
With
this dice is in
my
dice jail. That was like the
Modifier added. That is
Good
a
thing.
30.
Jesus.
Fuck.
Insight, that's a 16 for me.
10.
Arcadia, what was it?
10.
Oh.
I rolled a 2. Let's
Oh.
go.
She's got Weaver on her lap, that's why.
Yeah, Arcadia's a little distracted at the
She's
moment.
preoccupied.
She's honestly, she would still be like petting him, like rubbing his little tummy, like grabbing his little paws. She's like trying to listen, but like, oh my god, this is so cute.
Nice change of pace.
Yeah.
Aiko, what was your number again? Remind me.
16.
Okay. Aiko, you can tell for a second that Alaric like pauses and just stares at you. Like there's something you can tell there's something that you said that caught his attention. But you're kind of having a hard time figuring out like what exactly that is. But you can definitely tell that what you said caught his attention and he's listening more than he was before. Journey.
I can read his mind.
With the fucking 30, you know that as a child, his biggest childhood trauma was not. Journey, you can see that at the exact moment when his expression changes. He's very much like, has kind of had a stone kind of like poker face on the whole time. So for you, it's almost like catching like the micro expression behind it, behind the subtle change that happens pretty quick. It's as Aiko says that her family's dying off. That for a split second, Journey, it's not that you see empathy across his face or sympathy or anything like that. It's not that. You just see pain. You just see pain with like a flash of fear. And it doesn't, especially from earlier with hearing how he was, mentioning to Oriana, we'll talk about this later, and like what has been making these comments about Aiko's family, you get the sense that that pain is not on Aiko's behalf, as she says that. You can see that he kind of tries to recover it as best he can, but Journey, you can tell that rattled him. What do you do?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you say anything about it, or do you keep it quiet, or what do you want to do? Because you do know that part of his family is Emil.
Yes, and I've been purposely waiting to bring my questions up because I'm not sure how it's going to affect his mood. So I wanted everybody else to get their questions out of the way.
We're gonna start like hurling fireballs at you guys.
But yes, like it is noted, and it might be something she brings up when she asks her question. Yeah, that's it. Mm-hmm.
I didn't know we were playing a Telltale game in D&D.
Right? Yeah, so, as Aiko, as you say that about, like, the family dying off and everything, like, Aller kind of has that moment and then recovers, and just, you hear him very quietly, do not ask things from the Archfey lightly. There is always a consequence, and there is always something that Archfey want in return. Do you hear me?
I understand. This is something that's bigger than me.
And he kind of reaches back and actually reaches up for Oriana's hand, and just holds onto her hand. I understand. If I can recall anything else that will help with your family, I will be sure to let you know, Lady Aiko.
Thank you.
Is there anything else we can help you all with?
Everybody finished?
Arcadia doesn't have anything.
Arcadia's over here like, can I keep the pangolin?
How much for the armory?
You know what she really wants to ask. Can I ask an above table question?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, because I was trying to go through my notes, but I have a lot of them, and I didn't want to stop paying attention to what was going on. But it's been a while.
Yeah.
When I spoke to Emil about what he wanted me to talk to Alaric about, was it regarding Merrick or Naveen?
Yes. It was, so Merrick is Emil's older, Alaric's younger brother. He's the brother in the middle of them.
Okay.
Merrick, you know from the fall ball, or I'll kind of remind you that at the fall ball when you met him, he's one of the courtiers at the court of fall. Like he is in the capital, basically doing the job that Aiko did with Nicola, where Huh?
We accused him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Awkward.
You did. You also accused him of being
We accused him of being someone who he's
not what he said he was.
being not who he said he was.
Yes.
Like,
which was the task that you later found out Reyna and Sayuri had done to kind of see and suss out, like, could you figure out who among them was not telling the truth about who they were? And the answer actually was that Reyna was not who she said she was. She was actually Sayuri in disguise. That it was kind of they mentioned that, it was their way of kind of testing things on that. So you accused Merrick of not being who he said he was when he in fact was. Emil had mentioned to you not to trust Merrick and not to trust Naveen, and to speak with Alaric when you could about it, and let Alaric know that Emil sent you. So back in the capital, you let Alaric know that Emil sends his regards, or Emil sent us, and that's what prompted Alaric to say, when you come to Yohaizu, like, you're welcome to visit me, and we can talk further.
Yeah. Which one?
Naveen
Which one? Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I was just explaining. Like, yeah, Naveen is there. I don't think Emil really got into it too much on who exactly Naveen was, aside from just.
Okay, because he was I remember him saying he was concerned about the practices. Like, I think it was whoever is in charge of the dance,
Yep,
the
Naveen.
nightclub.
Naveen is the one in charge of the club. Yes.
Okay.
And I could
that's what I was.
reiterate that with me beforehand.
Okay.
Yep.
And I have spoken to both Aiko and Arcadia about this, so just a refresher.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted that refresher before I asked.
Yeah.
But
no worries.
Yeah, as long as everybody has their questions out of the way. Journey would probably preface this by she would say, I really appreciate all the help that you've done for us thus far, and this might be an uncomfortable topic for you, but I've spoken with Emil about some things, and on our way here, on our trip here, he had some concerns regarding Merrick and Naveen, and he was he told me he was concerned what Naveen might be up to, and possibly about how he's running the nightclub.
Euphoria?
He wanted me to talk to you. Yes, he wanted me to talk with you about it because he trusts you.
So talk.
Well, he wants to make sure nobody is in trouble or getting hurt by anything Naveen might be doing. He just seemed really extremely concerned. It looked like it was bothering him quite a bit. So he kind of sent me as a messenger, just to ask if you were aware of anything that could be, you had any hunches or so.
You see that he looks over actually to Weaver on Arcadia's lap and just says, lock the door. And Arcadia, you see Weaver kind of rocks and rolls up, and then hops down and scurries over to the door. You notice that on the side of the door, there's actually a little cord that ties from the handle, and Weaver reaches up and pulls it down to pull the handle down and open the door.
Love Weaver.
And just rolls out through the shop. A couple minutes later, Weaver rolls back, and as Weaver rolls back, you see that Alaric kind of waves his hand, and there's a spectral hand that appears and just shuts that door again and everything. If Emil sent you, it means Emil trusts you. And that speaks volumes to me. Alec looks up to Oriana. Besides, we don't have much of a choice, do we?
Any help would help.
I'm willing to help with whatever.
How far are you willing to go to help? And he's looking to all of you on that question.
My friends, they can decide on their own, but I'm willing to do what you need. I want to help you guys.
What if I need you to kill someone?
Are they a bad person? I
Depends who
prefer
you
to only
ask.
kill bad people.
It depends who you ask, unfortunately.
Because like,
Understandable.
wait a second. I think we need some context here. We trust Emil. We trust you all. And I trust Journey, but I kind of agree with Journey there. I can't. And she's like, this is the Captain Nola's thing all over again.
We're above table, Lil's like, fucking do it! And then
Yeah, like fucking ass is grass. Like, who do we need to wax? Below table, it's like Aiko's like, why does everyone on the phone want to kill people? But yeah, so Aiko would say like, we'll do everything that we can, and she's gonna look to Oriana and be like, as an envoy, make the best judgment call that we can to help. And if someone like you all are asking for help, I'd assume that it's monumental.
Lady Aiko, you spoke of your family dying off. I fear mine is doing the same. So, from one person whose family might be dying to the other, would you kill a man?
If it was for the greater good,
If it meant protecting
I
your
had
family?
to. And do you see that she's like pondering real hard on this? Because if it were like, you have to kill this one innocent person, like, it would be very hard for her. But it's that moment where she realizes, like, if it's for the greater good, then yeah, like, he's like, it would come down to a split decision, but if I had to, then yes.
Lady Arcadia?
She's also like kind of conflicted because part of her wants to say like, no, I'd never like kill somebody, but like at the mention of like protecting your family, it's like, oh shit, you know what? And on second thought, if someone was coming after my father, yeah, I'd pop him.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
There's,
I'd
like,
pop him.
I mean, if not, like, that's what, like, that the funny thing too is that, like, it just depends on the situation. Because, like, I could be like, I'd pop him. Fucking, if I hear, like, a guttural, like, choking up blood, like, Cupcake, and they're about to kill him, yeah, she's no hesitation killing the other
why
person.
did you say that to me?
This is how my brain works. I'm sorry.
That's the nice side of how Lil's brain works.
I just took real life psychic damage from that. That hurt.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, hearing that and putting that in perspective, yeah.
Yeah.
He would look up to, and Journey already said that yes, she would, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
He would look up to Leighton and just, Lord Leighton, and without hesitation, yes. And then there's a moment, and he's, well, okay, if it's like an innocent person, like, it's almost like he realizes how bad it sounds.
Leighton.
Arcadia's gonna like slowly turn and like look up at him like, oh my god.
That was fast.
As Arcadia slowly
Shadow
turns to
Temple
look,
changed him.
Leighton looks down to Arcadia and just, my Nona's all I have.
I get
And
it.
Polymnia, but my Nona is.
Oh, it's okay, you know.
Like, no, it's fine. It's just Nona now.
maybe we kill Polymnia. Like, maybe to save Nona. Then it's a win-win. Like, it just.
That would be perfect.
Although she's thinking like, I'm gonna face this moral dilemma. And Aiko's just like sharpening a knife. Like, excuse me, what?
Honestly? Really and truly, honestly? If it came down to, like, let's say it was like how it was in Trial of Shadows and everything, where it was like, you just gotta do it, and everything, or if it came down to Nona or Polymnia, and neither of them could say anything, because I know what Nona would say. If neither of them could say anything and he just had to choose, he would be very sad, but he would kill Polymnia before he killed Nona.
Oh, woo! Woo! Okay, sorry.
I would
good
hope
answer.
so.
Good answer.
Yeah.
We're awful over here.
If they got to speak before their demise, Nona would say to kill her and save Polymnia, because she sees it as she's lived a long life. So she would see it from that aspect.
Boo.
So, and then Leighton would honor what Nona said, and yeah, he already. I mean,
We can't let them talk.
I hate to say this, he already had to kill Nona once.
What's the second time? No.
Oh yeah. For a second I was like, wait,
It's not
what?
gonna get easier.
Yeah, he already had to kill Nona once, so he's not looking to repeat that performance.
Yeah.
Because, followed immediately by killing his shadow self. Yeah, no, he's not really in the mood for anyone messing with family. So, that was a really dark moral dilemma moment. Good lord. As you guys all give the confirmation that you absolutely would for family, Alec seems to kind of like, it's not that he like decompresses like, now I'm relaxed and I'm happy and everything, but it's almost like you're getting to see the weight of exhaustion on him.
Yeah.
As he's just kind of drops back in his chair, and Naveen is the man who raised us. Emil, myself, Merrick, and our other siblings. He kind of chuckles. I am one of many. Our mother used to work for Naveen. If that's all right with you, that's all I really want to speak on that. Naveen himself is not our biological father, but he is the man who raised us all. And raised us in Euphoria, the club. It took me quite a long time to realize it, but Naveen is not a good person. Self-centered, focused on whatever makes Euphoria and himself better and more important in everyone's eyes, no matter the cost. I was able to convince Emil to leave. And then I left. Unfortunately, my other siblings are still there. He looks back to Oriana. In more recent years, he kind of just waves. Emil left 200 years ago, when he left the club. He left 200 years ago, I left shortly after, but it's been more recently that we've had some more pressing matters come to our attention. And we're finally in a position where Euphoria needs to be dealt with. It can't just be that it's a unpleasant childhood home anymore. However, due to my position in Yohaizu, I can't exactly open fire on a prominent businessman in the city. Naveen's been here the longest out of most shopkeepers. He's as much part of Yohaizu as a tree in the center of the square, as the pixie shops, and he just kind of like shrugs, as much of more part of Yohaizu even than I am. But he needs to be stopped. And that's hopefully where you all come in. Aiko.
Does the court know about this?
The court is complicated. My younger brother, Merrick, actually has the position that I was being trained to take, which is to be in the capital to handle anything that may arise, any complaints, any problems. And I can assure you, Naveen is careful enough that when there is a complaint, not only does Merrick handle it on his end at the court, but the person who made it isn't around for long.
I see. Hey. Does anybody else know?
Emil? There are other people who are aware of some of the practices that go on in Euphoria. Naveen is good at both getting in people's heads and also, if you disagree with him, he's not afraid to get violent. He thrives in that area. In terms of other people who know, myself, Lady Oriana, my brother Emil. Outside of the club, there's another in particular who would know. But we've already drawn enough of his anger, and he is not a friend of ours. He's a friend of Naveen's.
Are the people who do know safe right now?
Well, Emil is at sea. And he, looks up to Journey. Emil is still at sea.
Yes.
Emil is still at sea, and that's part of why he went to sea. It's harder to track someone down and drag them back if you can't pinpoint where they are. As for myself, I was considered to be the bad apple of the bunch when I encouraged Emil to leave. I caught the eye of the court for my skills, and because I had the court's attention, Naveen couldn't just drag me back. So, it's a bit of hiding in plain sight for myself and staying hidden for Emil.
As he says the dragging back comment, Ori kind of arms over his shoulder, snuggles her head kind of against him. I wouldn't let them. And just gives him a small kiss and just kind of stays there, cuddles him for a little bit.
He reaches up and it's the first sign of more affection that he's shown as he's kind of actually getting this off his chest a bit, as he reaches up and just, I know, Morning Dove.
Yeah, Aiko would kind of look to the rest of the group and just say, how can we help? And how soon must we help? If this has been something that you've noticed for almost 200 years, I can't imagine it's getting any better.
If anything, it's getting worse. Two of my siblings who are still there, Scanio and Phoebe. Phoebe, I believe you had the pleasure of meeting at the fall ball. They're aware of what Naveen is doing, and that everyone at Euphoria is aware of what's going on. It's more recognizing that it shouldn't be going on is the problem. Scanio and Phoebe recognize that it shouldn't be going on. However, according to Lady Oriana, it seems that something's wrong with the two of them. Something's different. I'm worried for them. Unfortunately, my knowledge of Euphoria ends about 200 years ago. Naveen is a stickler for the way that he likes things to be, but he's not one to stick with things just because it's the way he's always done it. The information that I have on Euphoria might be accurate, but there's quite a bit that might not be. So, in terms of how soon you want to get started, and in terms of what we can what we would like to ask you to do. Envoys, do you have plans tonight?
And she's gonna look to them and be like, we did get invited. It wouldn't be unheard of for us to show up tonight.
Yeah, it would actually be the perfect situation because we were invited there.
Yeah. And Aiko would also add, like, I don't know about you guys, but what's a nightclub? Like, she doesn't know what a nightclub is. She's just imagining, like, oh, it's like Suds, but nighttime downstairs? Like,
Close enough.
yeah,
like yes.
Yeah. Like, she's like, there's gonna be music, there's gonna be drinks, there's gonna be people. Do we have to have, like, a code?
Yeah, I would say if Aiko says that out loud and everything of, like, the what's a nightclub, Alaric sighs a little bit and just... but it just... And then just kind of shakes his head and... Beggars can't be choosers. And there, like, it kind of starts to explain that Euphoria in particular is known for, kind of a combination of, they're known for a few things, right? They put on an incredible show every night of dancers, performers, everything from belly dance to burlesque to pole dancing to aerial acrobatics. Like, they have their tagline or their idea is that anything that makes you happy, you can find at Euphoria. That their goal is to provide the ultimate experience for you. So Alaric also tries to explain that not only do they have all the performers there, but the performers are all different tastes for people. And that there are different upgrades that you can make to your experience at Euphoria, including paying extra to have a specific performer serve you, or paying extra for Ascanio, who is known for how good he is at drinks, at food. Like, he is known for it. You can pay extra for him to make a drink custom for you. You can also pay extra for an overnight experience with one of the performers. And Alaric looks to all of you and just, you can fill in the blanks. Maybe except
Aiko's
Aiko.
taking a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aiko's taking a second. She's like...
Aiko, Leighton leans down by your ear and just whispers to you, like, what that means. To kind of help.
Yeah, she like shoots up and she's just like, I could do the drink one. Yeah.
And he just kind of Alaric just chuckles and just a little bit at that and calm down, Lady Aiko. I'm not suggesting that any of you have to do any of that. But you wanted an idea of what Euphoria was about. It's about Naveen being able to make as much money and notoriety for himself as he can. As far as he considers it, Euphoria is... Depending on the night, he'll either start the speech saying it's his kingdom or his playground. Depends on his mood.
Aiko would kind of get up from her seat and kind of like pacing behind the seats. And then she's going to ask, so what exactly do you need us to do?
As much as I wish we could just storm in there and burn the place down, we can't. And unfortunately, if anything were to happen to Naveen currently, I have to side with him. It's part of the politics of my position.
What do you mean?
The guild leader of Yohaizu can't go against one of our own merchants without proper cause and evidence. And
what would be proper cause and evidence? Yeah, and like Aiko like kind of like is like holding onto the back of Arcadia's seat. Like, what would be proper cause and evidence? stroking Arcadia's
Improper
hair.
business practice. Improper business practices would be the easiest one, but we have additional family politic issues. I know Naveen well enough that if anything were to happen to him, he will have a failsafe to make sure that other people go down too. Or to make sure that whoever came after him doesn't live to see another day. Remember what I said about the complaints in the court and how they tend to disappear? Do you think he's above doing that with us? And he looks back to Lady Oriana and just, I'm not risking her.
And Ori kind of like shrugs a little bit to them, like, honestly, as much information as you can glean from the club, anything would be helpful, but we really want to know how Ascanio are doing, but also being treated. If there's any whispers that you might hear, anything would be helpful.
Anything would help, and if we're to stop Naveen, it can't be through the normal channels. He's been around long enough that he's been around long enough that he knows how to get out of any situation with that. And again, he has, unfortunately, some friends in high places. Higher than me.
Make sure we don't do anything rash.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Priorities, I agree with Lady Oriana. If you can find anything about Ascanio and Phoebe, how they're doing, or Ascanio and I didn't end on the best of terms last we saw each other. If you can find out if he's even still willing to help.
Oriana would kind of, rub his shoulder and say, no fault of songbirds, but if you can find a way to possibly mention someone to him, it might help. Her name is Thea.
Thea.
Thank you.
And she goes by either Thea or Amalthea, but they also used to call each other, and she's like trying to remember, and like it's the first time that she's like let go of Alric to try to remember.
As she lets go, he just grabs her hand and kind of pulls her back. Dolce and Moloko? I don't know what it means, but...
And yeah, Ori's like, yes, Moloko. It's what she used to call him.
Moloko, Moloko. And then
yeah, I
Dolce,
got it right.
Dolce, Dulce.
Here we go.
If you can find a way to mention that to him and let him know that we're still willing to help. But be sure to be careful. We don't know who all is still willing to help us or is interested in helping at all. And if you can find a way to speak with Ascanio or Phoebe privately, and he kind of looks back over to Aiko, that is also part of why I mentioned the overnight experience. For Phoebe in particular, that's usually the only way you can speak with her alone.
You hear Aiko go, oh, like I've got an idea. And yeah, it's like all coming together. And she's like, okay, so, and she's like back to pacing. She's like, we go there. I've never been to a nightclub. We can say that we're looking for the ultimate nightclub experience. And one of us could spend the night with me, not in that way, but like our sleepovers, but then that way they can have one-on-one time with Phoebe. And then another one of us could have Ascanio make them a drink and food, and they could maybe drop the name Dolce and Molokos. That's how they want their cocktail. And she's just like going through this whole thing, like fucking Mission Impossible playing in her head. Like tails are swooshing.
I wish
like,
I had that music that I just put on in the background while she explains it.
dun, 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 and she's like, okay,
Right?
so here's how it's gonna go. She is just like, yeah, okay, this could work. Obviously, 2 people can't go in a room because that's well, I don't know. That's just weird. And she's just like, you know, yeah, pacing. Yeah, and then she'd honestly look to the rest of the group, especially Journey though, and be like, what are your thoughts?
I think that's a good start for how to gather intel from them. We should definitely try to get them alone, and see if we can speak with them and get them to reveal some information or get an idea of what their thoughts are on the matter.
Mm-hmm.
We should take it one step at a time because it's a complicated situation and we don't want to, you know, take any steps too far at first. But we'll do our best.
And Alec kind of chimes in. I will say that according to the rules of hospitality, Naveen should have no reason to harm any of you, since you are guests in his home, so long as you give him no reason to take offense. And unfortunately, Naveen takes many things as an offense. So if you can gather the information without really alerting him that something is wrong or that you have a different motivation than just having the time of your lives in Euphoria, you could stand a shot.
Okay.
Yeah. Aiko's just trying to consider, like, what would be a subtle thing that could upset him that I might not pick up on.
I'm giggling because I'm thinking about Aiko being brand new to the nightclub scene in general.
It's gonna be an experience. I'm not excited.
Insulting or in any way indicating that you are, in any way indicating that his experience is subpar tends to be a trigger for him.
Alright.
Naveen is very much a narcissist, for lack of a better way to say it.
So we'll feed into his narcissism.
Okay. Yeah, Aiko's like, the good news is, since it'll be my first time, I think everything's gonna seem pretty top tier to me. I could be one of the people in the front.
I will say that he will at least recognize you all as envoys. You have made a bit of a name for yourself in the Court of Fall.
He recognized us with our masks on.
You've met him?
And Aiko's gonna briefly kind of explain on how they bumped into each other in Kakure. So she's spoken with him, so she's good to interact with him.
Yeah, then he just... Did you tell him your name?
He knew my name already.
Just be careful. And the other thing I would say too is that if, in terms of things to avoid, it's fairly clear where you are and are not allowed to go as a guest in Euphoria. If you are caught where you're not supposed to be, that will lead to problems. You kind of notice Alec didn't say you can't go to places you're not allowed, but just if you're caught, it's a problem.
So Journey.
And he just...
It's okay, I'm not scared.
Alec kind of pauses and just very, very quietly. I would be. So, are there, Alaric offers that if there are any other questions about, Euphoria that you guys have that he can answer, he's happy to. He does also mention the good news is that you all already have dresses that you can wear for the evening. So that is, that means I only have to make an outfit for a centaur.
So, about that, okay, you have full right to be upset, but this was for a family thing.
So, and like trying her best to like soften the blow while still honest of being like, we had to help save a family because they were about to like pretty much fall off the map without a family heirloom that they had. And it was the only way that they could get this heirloom back.
I love seeing Case doing
and
this,
she's
like, for Arcadia, like, in the back, I'm like, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, I would honestly, like, Aiko would feel really bad. Like, she's not crying, but like, she's already been on an emotional roller coaster in the last 48 hours, so like, she's definitely like tearing up. Like,
Make
these
a
dresses were
persuasion.
really special to
Make a
us.
persuasion
We're so
check.
sorry. Oh god.
As
I
you
believe
tell
in you.
Alaric that you gave his dresses away to a family that he does not like giving things to because they borrow
it's a
too
six-
much.
It's a 16.
He sighs heavily.
Oriana's rubbing his shoulders like, at least they're in a museum.
They're in a triangle store. My dresses are in a triangle store.
But they're safe.
I have spent 150 years stopping those cats from putting a triangle store in this city, and you gave them my dresses.
Maybe it'll help keep them out of your hives even longer. But I know, we're really sorry. It's not like we're happy to do it. It's just, we had to help this family, and we're really sorry.
We will discuss how you'll be paying me back for those dresses after you help with this. We'll see how you do with this first. Yeah, and he's just like very clearly like, it doesn't irritate him as much as like the talking about like Euphoria did and things like that, but he is very clearly like, this is not the thing he needed to hear today.
Yeah.
He just gets up. and
Aiko's
is-
like staring at her feet.
He just gets up and your measurements are all still the same as he's like pulling off like the tape measure and like walking out to the front area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aiko's literally doing like butt, waist, butt, tails, shake, shake, shake. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you guys can have a second to kind of think about it and describe it. But Alaric is going to design the outfit that you wear for Euphoria tonight. So
All right,
he is
chat.
going to he is going to design it. I'm gonna let, but like, so because here's the thing, right? Is that the first time that he made outfits for you guys, he had to make them. I like how everyone's like Googling.
I have something for this.
Oh, perfect.
I think.
But since last time that you guys met Alaric and he had the dresses, he basically had to go off of Rin's descriptions of you all. And so this time around, he can actually, sorry, Aiko. So this time around, he can actually design something that you want and get your input on it. So, you holler and let me know what you want to wear.
We're going cocktail dresses, right? Like, not to the floor, or are we doing... How are we doing this? What do we want to do, gang?
Yeah.
I would say cocktail dress.
All right. Oh, Jesus. So on the spot. I need chat's help. Chat!
Lil,
Udemy, what's up?
Aiko Vegas dress?
Oh, yeah, that, would we count that as going to the floor or not?
Your sleeve was long, but your dress itself was not.
Hold on, I'll pull it up for chat then real quick. Yeah, no, I support that. And then Case and Brass can see it.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, if Chad has ideas on what they want Leighton to wear, holler. Because Leighton needs to get dressed somehow.
This was...
Yeah,
the
that was the
Yes.
Aiko Vegas dress.
Yeah. So yes. Yeah, that'll be the...
Yeah, I was gonna say, because that was the first thing that came to mind to me for Aiko.
Yeah. Yeah!
I figured. So Aiko has the little red number.
A little red number. I told you that my friend was like, I loved every single one of those videos. It got me through the week.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. Chat, if you also have any good dress links for editors, please drop them in the chat. I will open them up and make sure that we all see them. Otherwise, I'm going to be hunting for you guys now.
Please
I was
help.
gonna say, if you have ideas for Leighton as well.
Why am I looking at my
Chad
phone?
was
I have a
asking if
giant
Leighton's eyes are brown. I think so.
I think they're hazel, technically,
Sure.
but not that I stare into them all the time.
I love the idea that his eyes are hazel, but Polymnia once said, "Oh my God, your brown eyes are so cute," and so now he says they're brown.
Journey.
What?
Oh, Journey, what kind of vibe were you going for?
I was looking up like gothic cocktail dresses.
Because here's the thing, I found one that looks like Shattered Mirror.
Oh yeah.
And hold on. How do I fudge? Okay, I'm sending the link in the chat. In what's it called? Meow.
Yeah, that's it.
Meow. That in here. This thing. Bajinga. Right here. Roll 20. I can't think of words. That's an option.
Oh, that's crazy. I do like that. That's definitely not what like anything like I was looking at, but I like it.
Well, and I like it too because if you look at the back end of it, it's open back, or it's black. So we could make it so it's like kind of like supposed to be like it could come at like a taper on the legs, if you didn't want it that short. That's super cute. Oh my god. All right, Case, you're up next. I got you.
Oh
Yeah.
God.
Journey,
I thought
are
I
you going
had
with
something, but I
Journey, are you going with
can't
that dress?
find it.
What?
Are you going with that dress, Journey?
Yeah, that works. I like
Okay.
it a lot.
Cool. I just posted in my chat.
All right, Arcadia, what you feeling, boo thing? What you want?
Well, she's in her autumn form, so something
Good to
like
know.
fall colored, like, you know, a dark orange kind of deal. I thought I had something like this saved, but apparently I do not.
Do you want it tight fitting? You want it kind of loose? What you?
Not like super tight. Like, I like just like a typical, you know, kind of tighter up on the top and then it kind of flows out a little bit.
Okay.
I feel like that's kind of her style.
But not like a flaring kind of skirt.
No, just
Okay.
not like tight all the way down. If that makes sense.
You want it to be tight all the way down or not?
No.
No, okay.
Okay, so bear with me here. I have an idea on this. No. It'll make sense. I promise. Okay. So obviously it's where you see the bow cinches. I imagine it not being like a champagne flute or like a mermaid cut, but instead where the bow kind of goes, instead it's like a straight A line. What do you think of that? It's the DH gate one that I just sent. So, and like it would kind of cut off like above the knees.
Whoa.
I will never be
I'm kinda
offended
here
too.
for this.
Whoa.
I know, right?
Are you in your fall Eladrin form, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
You like it?
I do. I had a
I'm
different.
setting my girls up.
I like her
I
both. Like we
like
had
it.
different ideas, but actually we like
Yeah,
this.
actually, I like yours better.
I think it's super pretty. It would be really flattering on Arcadia. I like the shape of it. And then I can pull it up for chat too. So here, hold on one second. Let me not be a creep. Okay, gang. Yep, confirming. Okay, so chat, I think you all can see this okay. This is the one that we kind of, I love it. It's like, as you can see from the neckline down through the bodice, this is going to be the dress that we are going to be having a journey in. And it's going to taper a little bit more off towards the side. As you can see, it has the shattered mirror approach, very similar to a hand mirror from her mother. That is going to be Arcadia's outfit. Onwards to, or not Arcadia, Journey's outfit.
Here you can see for Arcadia we have a cross neckline, very nice satin material. It cinches down at the waist with a nice bow to cover midriff, but then also accentuate the small waistline. And then instead of trumpeting down into a mermaid cut, it's going to then flare out here a little bit more like a line, just almost like a cut of a pencil skirt right above the knee. As you can see, it's going to complement her hair color in the form of autumn. Not that face though. That is an awful face. Okay, going back to this one. Okay, but yeah. Okay. My girls are looking great for tonight. And then let me see if I have the Ico dress that's just like not on someone. What? What are you doing?
What is happening?
Finding
We've
Leighton
been
stuff?
talking in chat about would Leighton wear pants, which led me to Googling how would Centaur wear pants, which led to a lot of really funny images of horses in pants. Oh, goodness.
I have to find. Give me 2 shakes.
Oh my goodness. This has been an adventure. So, chat was asking about chat was saying that they like the idea of okay, so kind of 2 things. One that I am totally on board for, the other we're still workshopping. They like the idea of, based on Leighton's coloring, with having like the dark brown hair and the gray Appaloosa kind of like horse part, of him being in a dark purple jacket with like kind of ghosty silver stars across it and silver accents. And then that's also where we were talking about if he would wear pants or not, or would he wear a kilt, because they liked the idea of him being in a matching kilt, potentially. Or T offered too that he could be in moss green to complement the green in his eyes.
I think the moss green would look really good with him.
Ooh, yeah.
Especially with an Appaloosa gray, it's gonna be really pretty. Wearing a purple out, you have to be really stylish to do. Not saying like Leighton's not stylish, but like pulling a purple suit jacket is gonna be rough.
That's a he has to work his way up to that. Like Alaric looks at him and is like, you would look good in purple, but you have to work your way up to that. We'll start with green. And then he starts deciding with that. Yeah, no, I don't know if he'd do pants or kilt or not anything, or I don't think
he. I can't picture it. I wouldn't take him seriously if I did.
Yeah, no, it's hard to imagine, especially because he hasn't done any of that so far.
It's also, guys, it's also just gonna only cover from the front. You can just stand behind him and be like, yeah, like, unless it was like a full skirt, and then that's just weird.
Kill the vibe.
Yeah.
It would look like if it was like wrapped all the way around, it would just look like a bed skirt.
Yeah. I will say, Beef Puff asked, does he have the confidence to pull off purple? And I can tell you right now, no, he does not. He does not have the confidence. Yeah, that's why, like, I imagine Alaric, like, puts a purple jacket on him at first, and, like, sees he's uncomfortable, and is just, no. Especially since part of Alaric's talent is that he is really good at reading when people feel really good about themselves in clothes, and that's kind of part of what he feeds off of as an interest in his way.
I also have all the dresses officially pulled up. If anybody ever needs them to be clickety-clicked, I put them also in our group chat.
Cool.
I'm always ready to look up cocktail dresses for any of my friends. Just let me know.
Alright, so we have Aiko in the like kind of tight-fitting red dress with the long flowy sleeve that kind of imitates her tails. What?
It's not a long flowy sleeve, it's a tight sleeve, it's the long flowy side piece. It was just wrapped around my arm because I had to walk with it.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. That piece.
Yep.
And then we have Journey in kind of the like holographic dress that like reflects off and everything, and works really well with like the dark skin, dark hair, and horns and everything. Just looks I like it. I like the idea that it almost looks like it's like all your daggers and knives and things like that. Like it's just very reminiscent of it. And then Arcadia matching her fall vibes in her dark orange or burnt orange dress that highlights her shape very nicely. Your evening gowns were magical when Alaric made them. However, he's having to make 4 new outfits in the span of not even a day. Project Runway wouldn't even make you do that. And so he isn't going to be able to imbue them with magic right now. After things are said and done, or after at least tonight's over, he can find ways to kind of work it in retroactively, like, or kind of like work it in like as an addition or as an alteration. But he won't be able to do that for tonight. Also because it will be very obvious where you got these dresses if they're magical when you go there, and you'd rather have some distance.
Yeah.
And then Leighton is just gonna have the suit jacket then, the moss green suit jacket, and everything, as well, and like shirt on underneath and tie, but looks as fancy as he can for
Fancy lad.
for being a little country boy.
I was like, oh, look at you, and Ori's like coming over and like straightening it, like everything, and like pressing it, being like, you look great. Everyone looks great in Songbird's clothing.
Thank you, Lady Oriana. Since he's heard Alaric say Lady Oriana so much, he's kind of started adapting of just
Yeah,
Oriana.
she just kind of like giggles a little bit, and she's like, Oriana's just fine. For the girls, and she's like the girl. Oriana's energy is the girl when you go out to the club or the bars, that is the girl giving out compliments, genuine compliments in the bathroom. That is Oriana's energy.
Oh.
So like you all are in your dresses, and she's like, oh my gosh, like, no, this is perfect. And she's like, kind of like what Mallory was just saying, like, you know, like it's like your daggers, it's, you know, it goes so well with your skin tone. And she's just like, oh my gosh, Arcadia, like last time I saw you, you were in spring. This is breathtaking. And she's like, the leaves would fall for you, and just, you know, just little things like that.
Oh my goodness.
Oriana's a succubus. She knows her way with words.
And other things.
Alaric is just like, look,
she like winks at Songbird, like, oh goodness. She like tears her dress, like, you should work on this. But yeah, no. So she's just dishing out compliments, telling everyone that they look good. But then also just telling them, like, you know, if you feel like at any point tonight that you're in danger, just like he said, we can't risk you all, you know, getting hurt and in turn Naveen hurting other people. So just be careful. And
we will
try to have fun.
As Oriana says that, Alaric very quietly, like, reaches for her hand and then tells the group, Naveen is the reason Lady Oriana couldn't come home for 75 years. Naveen is the reason that my brother is on the run. Naveen is the reason that I had to flee. Be careful.
We will be.
If he has reason to take offense with you tonight, or should it come to fighting tonight, again, I cannot step in on your behalf. I cannot help you. I cannot say that I was the one who sent you there.
We understand.
You understand?
We're gonna try our best.
Thank you, Lady Journey.
Hopefully this is one step in the right direction.
So
hopefully many more after that.
And he kind of gives a little bow to the 4 of you. And then like kind of like watches like and waits for you to head out the door. And as soon as you guys leave, he just hugs Oriana. You guys are gonna make your way over to Euphoria. In the process of you guys being there, Alaric gives you directions, so you don't have to be like, excuse me, we're going to the club, where is it? Like, it's not that.
Club, bitches? Where is it?
Now, there is a sign for that, no. So he gives you directions, so you're able to find your way there. It is not on the main thoroughfare, the way the other shops were and everything. It is a little bit tucked further back into the city itself. As Alaric even kind of like rolls his eyes at one point, like as he's like hemming Arcadia's dress and like rolls his eyes, he's like, that's part of the appeal. So says Naveen, you feel like you have to find it. People flock for it. Keeps going. But you eventually come to Euphoria nightclub. Alaric had to work on your guys' dresses pretty much like all through the day to get them done, because again, it was a very shortened time frame and he worked as fast as he could. I will say for my folks who are in love with Weaver, Weaver actually helps him sew, and will bring over fabrics, and will has like a little basket that he'll balance to try to like roll it over and you know, help bring things to him.
I would like to give Weaver a nibble of just a nibble of my orange cake. Just, you know, just the tip, just to see how it tastes.
You played a succubus for too long tonight. Good lord.
I cannot believe you said that. Like, I'm in shock.
Didn't we make that reference yesterday? We just made that reference in
You did! Oh my god.
Oh my god.
This is gonna be even, yep, I'll still tell you what happens. You see that, Weaver has bright orange eyes, which is weird for a pangolin. That is not normal. Aiko, you see that they, like, flash gold for a second at having the orange cake. And Weaver is zooming around the shop.
Oh god.
Zooming.
No regrets.
To the point where you hear Alaric at one point go, "Who gave Weaver sugar?"
Orionna's immediately pointing to Aiko, and Aiko's just like,
stepping out.
Here's back. Like, I'm really sorry.
But yeah, you guys arrive at Euphoria nightclub, which, as you walk up to it, you can see that it's a stone building that has two floors. And outside the front is like a bright sign that, like, in script reads Euphoria. Like, kind of think like those like old like bright red like neon signs kind of thing. But it's like very much meant to be showy and draw attention to it. There are lights that are focused on the golden doors that lead on the way in. As you reach Euphoria.
In my note, Weaver gets zoomies, aka pangolin rollies, when has sugar.
Welcome to Euphoria.
Oh my god.
Yes.
This is a vibe.
So, once again, shout out to Vorpal Lance Music for, I'll turn it up a little.
Yeah.
Okay, a little less there. But shout out to Vorpal Lance Music, who did this song custom for Euphoria. The track itself is called A Night of Euphoria.
This is great.
And it is, yeah, no, super, super, super great. So welcome to the club, y'all. So let me kind of explain a little bit too of what you, I'm gonna explain above table kind of what you're seeing. Yeah, we're gonna rebel for a second, Matt.
You got chills.
So as you guys are taking a look at everything, this is above table explaining to you, like, what are the red dots? If you see anyone with a red dot, that is someone who works at the club.
Okay.
So kind of an easy way to distinguish between workers and patrons. I got
Bless you.
Yeah, because I knew it was going to be
sweet yam.
yeah, I knew it was going to be a ton of people to meet. And so you played Orianna too much tonight.
No, this is so helpful. Like, oh my god, it's so helpful. Okay.
So, sorry, I'm excited about music. So as you're looking at it, if you see anyone who has a red dot on their token, that means they work there. So anyone who does not is obviously a patron. red dot people, I can explain to you too, like more what they look like and everything. But part of the reason why I just went ahead and did the red dot is it's going to be fairly obvious. Like they'll be dressed in uniforms based on their job, or for the performers, they're dressed in like costume, or they're dressed in like nice outfits. You know, meant to make people want to spend money. And so you walk into, or I guess walk up to, I should say first, Euphoria. As you walk up to Euphoria, you find that there are two kind of big golden doors and underneath you can see that there's like light that's like spilling out from underneath the inside. You guys do know that based on when Alaric said the show would start, you are running pretty close to show start time. Because again, 4 outfits being made in one day. Like, he basically worked as hard as he could to get you there in time. So as you guys are walking up, are you guys just heading on in?
Above table,
Yeah.
did we want to establish real quick when we go in there what the game plan was for, like, who does what? So
Well,
that way we're not all
if you guys-
fumbling.
Yeah, if you guys want to go ahead and do that
Yeah.
real quick, go for it.
I didn't know if people wanted to, like, like, if something speaks to you, like, if you're like, oh yeah, this is what I want to do, go ahead and let me know. Otherwise, I had ideas.
You did?
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
go for it. Go for it.
And always feel free to shoot down. Or like modify or whatever. Aiko, honestly, because she heard how Hibiki went with Arcadia, she might suggest that Arcadia's the one that's with Phoebe. Because Arcadia has a really calming presence. Arcadia is just fantastic. And also Arcadia was like just like awestruck with Phoebe's dance. And so was Karu when we saw it, but Karu's not here. So she would suggest like maybe Arcadia is the one that can do that. And also Arcadia has the Helm of Telepathy. So she might be able to kind of glean things a little bit better with Phoebe, if the in private thing isn't going as much. And then Aiko was going to suggest that Journey, if she wanted to, could use her ghost step to kind of explore unknown areas. Otherwise, if we felt like that was too risky, she could just kind of be running, like, this is where I'd kind of leave it up to Journey, because this is what Journey does, is like infiltration. So she could kind of be like getting a sweep of the land, whereas Aiko was going to do the cocktail and like hang out at the bar, because like she doesn't really know much. She's gonna, and like the other thing too is that way she can be like the person that's there, like king. And if Naveen is like, you know, coming by and stuff like that, she can be the one being like, oh my god, this is amazing, like constantly kind of like fluffing that up, because like to a degree it would be genuine for her, but also it's because she hasn't seen anything like this before. So like, you know, she doesn't have to worry about like lying, because like it really will be a show to her.
I will also give you a head. I will give you a heads up that since you're talking about wearing the Helm of Telepathy, this is just kind of like making it clear. The Helm of Telepathy looks like a helmet, like a battle helmet. So if you are donning that, just as a heads up, that
It's more
So you're
draw
into
a
that
little
kind of stuff.
suspicion.
Yeah, I feel like that's your kink.
So just as a
I eat plants and I wear helmets when I do stuff.
That's the helmet.
Siren has a lot of questions now.
Oh my goodness.
It's been nice
she gonna
dating you.
Helmet stays.
Oh my god.
But yeah, so that's just as a heads up. It's like just to make sure it's clear that like the Helm of Telepathy doesn't look like a cute little hat. It is like a helmet. Yeah.
But yeah,
Casey's
yeah,
just
and then
gonna dive
Leighton,
in.
depending on what Leighton felt comfortable with, Leighton could also be at the bar with Aiko, or Leighton could be having a seat in the crowd. The goal would pretty much just be that like no one's always looking for Journey. Like it would be like, you know, if they can't find her, it'd be like, well, where is she? Like I want Journey to get to know like where she's allowed to be, where she's not allowed to be. If she did have to ghost step, that way they're like, well, where were you? She'd be like, I was in the bathroom, like sorry, kind of thing. But yeah. What do you guys want to do though?
I like your idea. I'm just thinking like in my head right now, like gears turning on how I'm gonna get a lay of the land and stuff. But I do like your idea for Journey. I think she should be the one to try to sneak around while you guys talk to the two subjects.
Yeah, so talking to Phoebe is that just like making sure like they're safe, like making sure they're being treated all right? Or am I forgetting a thing?
I think it was seeing if she was still willing to help, if she's being treated all right, what's been happening over the last couple years, you know, what's going on with Naveen, what's going on with Ascanio, and like really like I would leave that up to you since you were, you know, master detective with Corvus. Like let those like inherent skills come out.
Yeah. You did have experience with working with a private investigator.
Yeah, so that's why I think that
True.
that would be another reason why you were very gifted for that. Get out of my rifle. Hey. Sorry, not you. I'm talking to my cat.
I want to put this song in my playlist.
It's so good, right?
So good.
I was listening to it on repeat earlier while I was getting ready for this.
Nice.
But and I will say too, above table, keep in mind you guys also don't know what's going on in Euphoria at the moment. So you could walk into a completely different scene than what you're expecting, or you could walk into plans needing to change and things like that. Just happens, you know? So just as a heads up on that too. Okay, you ready? Oh, and Leighton, by the way, if you're offering that he can go chill at the bar with you and everything, he's happy to do that. Or if people are kind of wandering about, he would be happy with... And I love it because it's the guy going out to the club with his girlfriends, like female friends, and he's happy to sit at the table and hold the table while you guys go do the fun things.
Yeah, what a hero. The real hero, Sirumel.
I'll hold your coats. He is that guy.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick.
Yeah.
Before I get into this.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, if
Understandable.
everyone wants to take a quick bio break and everything, totally feel free before we dive into this. This is a good spot to pause. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I should pee too. Come on, Bubble.
Yeah.
I'll pee.
Okay.
Come on.
Pee now, so I don't have to pee when I'm doing important stuff.
Come on, you're going with me. Let's go.
Oh, yeah, big bear.
Sorry, chat. I am going through and adjusting a couple things on the DM side. This song makes me so happy, though. Yay. Good. We did do shoutouts for music. Good. Cool. Excited. Oh no, Leighton's in the friend zone. It's okay, I'll hold the coats. Yeah. Will recommend we do an album called Sounds of the Stars. Horrible, I love that. Dude, I'd be down. I know that we've talked about, I want more music and everything, and we are closing in on, I think I know what court would be next. I think it would be, if I had to guess, I think it would be spring. Well, stars and spring. That would be next for them. I like it. Sounds of Stars. Ooh, I like it. And Bree, go to bed. We'll be here. It'll be fine. It'll be good. You can check things out after.
Win.
Oh, good timing. Y'all are both back at the same time.
Don't go after it. It's cheating, Bubble.
I won by like half a second.
Do that.
Okay, everybody
There we go.
pause. Oh, that's not you.
Yes. Yeah, Vorpal, we definitely did hit you up to find out if we could put all these songs on a CD.
I would say Vorpal already mentioned to me the Sounds of Stars idea for the album and everything.
Yes.
Definitely down. I know that our next court that I'll probably be getting music for is Court of Stars. Since you guys are gonna head back there most likely after Court of Fall. Unless you guys are like, we're gonna keep going. Like, sure. But yeah, so probably that, or I think I know the court that if I had to place money, the next court that you guys are probably gonna go to.
Okay.
Just knowing you guys.
For me, it just makes sense because, like, I know we're going back to Court of Stars, but like, I could be like, yeah, let's just go around.
Let's go in a circle.
Yeah, because like we would learn from fall about spring because they're neighbors, and then so we go to spring, and then after spring we'd be like, other than fall, what do you know? And they'd be like, oh, we're really close to winter. And then kind of go from there.
Yeah. You guys have, I know you guys have a couple leads in a couple courts, because Winter, oh, this is a throwback. Winter, you know that Sebastian was headed there to try to get Marina back. So you do know that. You know that in Court of Summer there is the tournament that Owen was talking to Aiko about. You know that in Court of Stories there was mention of a glassmaker who might have made Journey's Mirror. So yeah, so you guys got a couple different leads on different locations and everything. All right, heading on in.
Yes.
All right, walking up in the club. Leighton is going to be a gentleman, and he holds the door open for all of you as you walk in. Whereas outside, it's been getting darker and everything. As soon as Leighton opens that door, you guys are just bathed in gold light. As you walk in, you walk into a kind of a foyer. Where there is this beautiful, like, red and gold ornate rug that's on the ground. There's red and gold tiling, as well as you see that there's a grand staircase covered in red carpet that leads up to a balcony that shows the second floor. So you see it like it's like one of the kind of like a Romeo and Juliet style balcony, like where it's not the whole second floor is open like it was in Morning Dove, Songbird and Morning Dove. But you can see like the entryway or the landing up there.
Like our wedding landing.
It's almost like I based it off of that. It's almost 100% like that is what I had in mind. I just changed it to red and gold. So you also see that there are two really ornate and elaborate chandeliers that are hanging above you guys. It is absolutely like the epitome of luxury. It is warm, it is inviting. It is, you can tell even just from the foyer that you are in for a night that you will not forget. You see that on the sides of the stairs there are two doorways, one here and one here, like basically both behind the pretty large half-orc men who are in black suits. Like really nicely fitted, like, you know, black suits and everything. But they are standing in front of both doors based on posture and everything. I would say Journey definitely can tell that they are security who are working here. Aiko might not be able to tell. Arcadia, what's your clubbing experience?
None.
Alright. Yeah, Journey, you can tell these are guards. And if nothing else, even if not from Journey's clubbing experience, from Journey's experience with trying to get into places where you're not supposed to be, and everything.
Like, are they on the stairwell or at the bottom of the stairwell?
No, it's like you would walk around. It's like you would walk like around to get into the doors and everything. It's not, they're not on the stairwell. They're like, it's like you have the stairs, and then beyond, like behind the stairs, are the doorways going back.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
okay.
Those are not doorways going up to the second floor. They are doorways going back into the rest of Euphoria.
Okay. Oh God, Aiko bless. Honestly, because unless would Journey have kind of like debriefed them on the way in, like, hey, they're likely gonna have bouncers, they're gonna have security, like things like that?
Probably, considering you guys don't know anything. Yeah.
Let me ask you this right now, Journey. You tell us, what are the things that Journey would let Aiko and Arcadia know about clubs and how they work? Before we get into Euphoria, and then, because I just don't want it to be that we get into Euphoria and then it's like, well, they probably would know about that because Journey said it and everything. You tell me, what are the things that Journey would make sure that they knew, like the things they need to know as they are heading into the club?
Okay. Well, she would let them know about the bouncers and their jobs. What else?
Like, think any ways that they should behave, any rules for like how you act, how you carry yourself, things you do or do not do.
Yeah, she would probably tell them to, try to be charming and very social with people, because that'll get them to, talk more and possibly give information. Of course, like, you have a goal, but any information we can get from anybody is always a good thing. And in a nightclub setting, people are kind of like, trying to, like flirt and have a good time and stuff. So just try to fit in with that kind of vibe. Look like you're there for that purpose instead of like, investigating or anything to your best ability.
Aiko's gonna accidentally be good at that, and then also crash and burn at the same time. Great. Yeah, the reason I ask is because she was honestly getting ready to go back to this guy and be like, "You waiting on the bathroom? Like, are you okay?" Like, kind of thing. So that's why I was like, "Oh, please tell me that we debriefed her."
Yeah, that's partly why I wanted to make sure that we established too what Journey did say, so that way, Aiko and Arcadia, you know how you're operating on like what new knowledge you guys have and how you would be handling that and everything. So, yeah. Handsome did also offer that you should never send the guy to go get drinks because it'll take 45 minutes.
Depends on who the bartender is. Depends on the type
of bar.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Journey, anything else that you would kind of alert them to or let them know? Because it's also Leighton's first time in a club. Basically, Journey, they are your ducklings and you are Mother Duck. They have no idea what they're doing. Tonight is a night of Journey.
Yeah, she would probably just remind them to try to fit in with the vibe. Like, everybody's there to, like, a lot of people are going to be drinking. There might be some drunk people. Don't let them, like, pull them away from your goal. But sometimes you can get information out of drunk people more easily than you can a sober person, or a lot of the time. So, but just be careful with your words, too.
Are there any drinks that I should avoid? Because Aiko doesn't drink. And so she will obviously drink for this mission, but obviously she's not going to be drinking a lot. But, like, for example, like, if you send someone who doesn't drink, you're not going to be like, you should get a Long Island iced tea. You should be like, cranberry vodka. Let's just start you slow.
Or Locos.
You could always tell the bartender, like, you have a low tolerance for alcohol. Could I please have a drink? Like, I don't know if you'd want to say, like, non-alcoholic, because, like, people might judge you for that. I don't know.
Yeah, no,
like,
that's why Aiko is like, okay, well, how do I be cool? Be cool.
Yeah, you kind of want to fit in. So, like, but just say that you have a low tolerance for alcohol or something like that, and it will upset your stomach or something. So, like, ask for, like, a recommendation or something based on that.
Because she's pretty much going to act like how she did in court, where, like, she's going to, like, drink socially, but it's not going to be, like, by choice.
Yeah, and just take sips of it, small sips of it, like, while you're talking to people. It doesn't have to be, like, huge sips or anything. Just sort of, like, nurse it.
Yeah. Is there anything that, like, she should be checking for, or, like, any of them should be checking for, like, this is how you know if someone spikes your drink, like, kind of
never let your drink out of your sight. So watch while it's, like, being made, but more importantly, when you don't set it down somewhere and go back to it, like, without, if you took your eyes off the drink, don't go back to it.
What if someone sends you a drink?
If somebody sends you a drink, as long as, like, you see them, like, asking the bartender, like, to make it, and you see that happening, I would accept it, and that might be a good branching into a conversation with somebody.
Leighton also kind of leans in. If nothing else, I can purify food and drink.
So if we're all at a table, then, we can have him, hand out the glasses to everyone, kind of, like, purify food and drink as he does that.
Because as long as you're within a 5-foot radius of him, or 5-foot radius sphere of him, you can make it so that they're all. I mean, and here's the fun part. It would not only get rid of any, like, potential, like, poisons or drugs or things like that. It would make it non-alcoholic.
There you go. And then you could even, like, you could even pretend to be a little bit tipsy and see if that could, like, help you with anything.
So Aiko's like, okay, on a scale of 0 to berries that one time, I'm gonna be at, like, a 4. That was a hot mess. Okay, yeah. Aiko would feel good getting that debrief as they're, like, getting dresses fitted and stuff.
All right. Okay, so you guys walk in to the main room. You can hear on the other side of the doorways where the works are guarding. You can hear on the other side the sound of, drinking, talking, like people like kind of milling about, some music playing and things like that. You can't see into there yet. And I did not hide spots on this map, so I am DM to players. Pretend you see nothing for some of these spots, Otherwise I had to mess with rectangles and stuff. You guys can hear all of that on the other side of the door, but you can't see any of it yet. You are faced with the orc guards. What you doing? Yeah.
Oh.
You walk up to the guard. He just looks down at you both. Names.
Aiko Takamaki.
Journey, nice to meet you.
Likewise. You're not on the list for tonight. Do you have a reservation?
We did not, but Naveen invited us to come visit when we saw him in Kokore.
Sorry, we weren't aware we needed reservations. We were invited privately.
Where are you? And you see, because underneath the stairs, you can see across and everything. So the stairs go up, you can see across under there. You see that he looks over to the other half-orc. Urs, go get the boss. And you see that he just heads out.
I
Into
go
the room.
call thank you. Thank you!
Is there anything you want to do before he comes back?
I could be trying to...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I could just be trying to make small talk with him.
Just in general. About,
oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Just in general about how your day's going and everything, or
Just
are you
mention
asking
we're
about
not
the
from
club?
here, and that's why we
Yeah,
don't know about
I
the
could
rules.
be I'm sorry, I didn't realize that we were supposed to have a reservation. It's my first time being to a nightclub, and Naveen invited us and said if we'd have the time of our lives here, and we figured this would be a stop in Yohaizu.
He just kind of nods. He nods and gives a little smile.
Yeah.
Euphoria
shoot,
is
ask what's
easily the best night you could possibly have in Yohaizu.
Should ask what's his favorite part about Euphoria.
Favorite part?
Mhm.
Raja. Seeing Raja perform. She does a sword dance. It's always very exciting.
That sounds really cool.
She actually
Aiko's tails are
he
swishing.
actually as he has his list in hand, he's she balances it on her head and then continues dancing. I've yet to see her drop it.
Is she still gonna perform tonight?
She is. All of the acts perform every night. Naveen, Lord Naveen likes to make sure that everyone is able to see all of their acts when they come to Euphoria. So you'll see everyone.
Yeah. Aiko is tail swishing. Do you want us to tell her you said hi if we get a chance to see her?
That's all right. It's fine. And he kind of goes back to his list and then points over to Arcadia. What was your name?
Arcadia to Salafar.
And then he points back to Layton and asks his name. Layton. He's spelling it for him. Soon enough, you see the half-orc come back. And in tow, in tow, shortly behind him, you see Aiko. His frame looks familiar, but you didn't see his face last time.
Mm-hmm.
You see a very tall, kind of tanned man who walks out from the doorway. Shorter, black with a little bit of silver hair. Bright, bright eyes that he has as well. I'm double checking the color. I want to say his were gold. Because it's Naveen, and of course it's gold. No, he's got blue, just kidding. So he has the bright blue eyes. You saw Alaric earlier, where he had blue eyes. Naveen's are like electric blue. You've actually seen this kind of look probably the most out of anyone. As you've seen this with Emil. That it's the same, like, whereas Emil's would kind of flicker here and there though, or would sometimes be there, but usually not. Naveen's are just bright colored. As he walks out, he is dressed in a very, very sharp kind of burgundy suit, and is adjusting one of the rings on his finger as he walks out and looks up. The envoys of the Court of Stars as I live and breathe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I am honored to actually see you here.
Well, thank you so much for inviting us.
Yeah, Aiko's gonna giggle and be like, sorry it took us a while, but we made it. We heard that we were supposed to have a reservation. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that was the case.
You see he looks over to the guard behind you. You told them they need a reservation. Do you have any idea who they are? They are the envoys. The current envoys from the Court of Stars. They're not only guests in Euphoria, they're guests in our home here at the Court of Fall. Please. They're the last people who need a reservation for tonight. My apologies for Octavian's rudeness. I assure you we will handle it later.
Oh. No, he was fine. We didn't tell him we were envoys.
Above table, I love how fast all of you went, no.
Yeah, and yeah, I could mention, like, we usually try not to tell people because we just want to, we don't.
Of course. We have plenty of clientele who come in on the hush hush, who just want to have a nice, relaxing night without being bothered by the masses. I assure you, we can make sure that happens for you here. Was there anything in particular you're hoping to see tonight, or were you looking for a little taste of everything?
A little taste of everything. He recommended for us to see Raja perform, and I'd love to see Phoebe again, and we've heard great things about the food and drink and just everything. And it's a lot of our first time being at a nightclub, so we figured this would be the place to start.
Well, it's not only a place to start, it's a place to end. You won't find another one that's any better. Now, may I show you to a table? I want to make sure that you don't miss a second of the show, and we are starting soon, so I want to make sure you're able to get any food, any drinks, able to, and he kind of like winks at Leighton, able to see any faces that you'd like to see a little more of. May I show you the way to your table?
Of course, thank you so much. We're really excited to see what this place is like.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Aiko's just like, thank you.
Absolutely. Anything that you need here in Euphoria, we are here to please. And he leads the way back. He actually moves past, like, Octavian steps to the side, who's the guard you were talking to. Octavian steps to the side, and you did hear that the other one was called Urs. So, Octavian spelled the way you think it is. Urs is U-R-S.
Okay. I can't spell.
I also just need to point out that Handsome already likes Naveen.
Handsome!
That tracks.
Can you? Yeah, I mean.
Here's the thing. If we even didn't talk to Alaric and Oriana beforehand, if he was like, "Oh, I like Naveen," I'd be like, "He's a bad guy. He's a bad guy. Like, we need to handle this situation." And they'd be like, "Why?" And then I'm gonna roll for handsome senses and be like, "Yeah, my gut."
Handsome did also suggest that you should have tried using the orc that you learned on the ship.
Oh, yeah, here's the thing. We don't want to embarrass ourselves. Because I don't want to walk up and be like, oh my god, it's my first time at a nightclub. I like ponies. Like, and then he'd be like, oh. You'd really like the second act then. And then she'd be like, oh, like,
you do have a centaur in the mix. Or he'd look at Leighton and be like, I can tell.
Yeah, and she thinks she's saying, like, it's nice to meet you. Like, and it's just...
Yeah, so Naveen is gonna lead the way kind of further back. So he comes over. You see that the room is already pretty packed. In terms of just sheer number of people. Every table is full. Every table has someone at it. You get the sense that Euphoria isn't a place that has vacancies. If anything, it's people are making these reservations quite a while in advance just to be here. But you see there's a variety of people who are sitting at the tables, different races, different genders. Like it's not like it's all guys or it's all girls. It's different genders, different races. Some people are with friends. Some people are here by themselves. Some are already talking to performers, while others are talking to the people that they came with. But as you guys go to take your seat, and I'll move Leighton over there. Naveen actually snaps over Ruslan. And snaps over to the guy over here, who, as he walks up, Ruslan has a similar kind of incubus features and everything with the horns, the small wings and the tail, which I should say Naveen also has those three things. But he comes up and Naveen just quickly, a fourth chair. Now you see Ruslan kind of heads back and comes back over with a chair for you all, and then as Naveen takes a look at Leighton and Ruslan comes back, he kind of pauses. The Chase Lounge, bring that instead. And just, thank you. People normally don't consider, and Naveen just smiles. We consider everything for our guests here. Now, ladies, your seats.
Thank you.
And Naveen makes a point of for as many as he can pulling out the chairs for you all and everything. For the ones that he himself can't get to, there's actually an invisible force that seems to pull your chair back, and then helps scoop you in and everything. As you take a seat and kind of get to take a look around, you can see that much like that foyer is so ornate, so is the interior here. The stage is easily the biggest feature. You see that there's instruments that are set up along the side. You can see that there is a curtain that right now the curtain would be drawn instead of open like that. You can see that every table is set up so that no one has their back to the stage. Everyone is all facing the stage. That at the club, this is really what people come here for, is for the show, for the entertainment. Excuse me. Over to the left, you can see that there is a white-haired incubus who is working on mixing drinks and serving them to the folks who are both at the bar, and then you see he'll actually place them on a tray, and the tray itself starts to move, again, seemingly by itself, over to different tables. You can also tell from here that there are a couple of entryways, namely here, and Arcadia and Journey would probably be able to see the one over here, where you also see that there is another guard that looks similarly to the other half-orcs outside, half-orc, black suit, standing and he's doing the bouncer swivel of watching and making sure that there are no problems. The others who have the red dots are performers who are all kind of currently engaged with customers on just chatting them up or asking them about things that are going on. Some of them are serving drinks. Others are kind of working the room. As you take your seat and as Ruslan brings back that Chase Lounge and Leighton kind of sits and just, this is nice. It's very relaxing. You see Naveen kind of waves off Ruslan and he goes back to chatting with one of the customers.
Yeah. I would call out thank you again.
Oh, Rustlin would like spin on his heels and looks at you and just, anytime. And you see that his eyes are also that bright electric blue as he spins and turns back and heads over. And you see that he sits by kind of a young like elf man who's by himself and just sits and lounges and is just chatting away with them. Naveen looks to the four of you. My friends, is there anything that I can do for you this evening ahead of our show starting tonight?
And she's like, group, like, I'm just so excited. Like, like,
Do you have any recommendations for anything, drinks, what we could do while we're here? I know there's many different things.
There are a number of things that you can do while you're here. And he gives kind of a similar explanation, like very much more, you know, has that like positive spin on it than what Alaric had, but explains like, you know, we have a number of upgrades you can have to your experience here in Euphoria to really maximize your time here. You can have service in general. You can request a specific server or performer. Our bartender, Ascanio, can make you a specific drink or specific meal. Of course, all of these upgrades come with an upgraded cost, but we are merchants in Yohaizu. I don't know what else people would expect. We have to make a living too, after all. It's not cheap to put this on every night.
Of course, it's very grand.
It is, and what's even more grand is the experience you can have after the show, where you can enjoy an overnight experience with any of our performers, depending on your taste.
Awesome. Thank you so much for explaining to us.
Of course, and Envoys, if there's anything I can do for you at all, please. I will be just a stone's throw away.
All right.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
And you see that he heads off, and is kind of starting to like. He's gonna be kind of stationed over there right now, but you would notice Naveen is like going over and speaking with different performers when they're not talking to customers and things like that. Yeah. So you guys are at your table. Here's how this is gonna work. I'm gonna give you guys each an opportunity to do something before the show starts. Once the show starts, there's gonna be a new mechanic that is added into it that may allow you to do the thing you want to do, or that show may just be so good that you can't help but watch. And so we're gonna be going through and doing that. So to kind of kick things off, I would say you have probably 5 to 10 minutes before the show is going to start. Naveen is aware of your presence here. And so it may be very obvious if everybody is, you know, off in areas they shouldn't be and things like that, or anything like that. So Naveen is aware of you right now. At any point, too, if you want to get an idea of kind of where he is or what he's up to, I will probably have you roll for that. As
Okay.
At Euphoria, they really strive for you to, very much like Disney, they strive for you to not see the behind the scenes while you're here.
Yep.
They just want you to focus on having a good time, my friends. So, each of you get a thing you can do before the show starts, and then you'll be asked to take your seats. What do you want to do?
I would, because Aiko has observant, so she can see. As long as she can see people's mouths moving, and if they speak her language, then she can see what they're talking about.
Aiko, remind me what languages you know, just because that'll help me out with this.
Yes, I know Undercommon, Elvish, Sylvan, and Learning Orc.
Undercommon, okay. Elvish, Sylvan, and Learning
and Common,
obviously,
right, but
obviously.
yeah, I figured that's a given, but just say it.
Orc Duolingo, got it.
Yes.
So perfect. Yeah. So you have your observant. Do you want to try to get a read on people in the room, like, and see what people are
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
I'll give you, because there's quite a few people. If you give me, I'll say you can give me 3 groups that you want to know what they're saying. And even if it's like, God love Aiko. I can imagine her just like whipping around in her chair to see people, or trying to like subtly look.
I mean, honestly, she would pass it off as like she's just kind of like looking around.
Yeah.
And
Perfect.
like looking up, and
Yeah.
then like sometimes looking at people. And if they catch eyes with her, she's not gonna be like, oh, and look away. She's just be like, and like still, because like, yeah.
Yeah. Then I would
Right.
say if you want to give me 3 people who you're trying to see their conversation, if they're speaking the languages that you know, I will let you know what they're talking about. Like, because
Okay.
and I'm gonna give you the 3 because there's just so many. And then
Okay.
that way too,
Yeah, that's fine.
and that way too, like you're not having to roll for it or anything like that because observant is badass.
Yeah. So let's see here. I'm imagining someone's going up to the bar to get drinks, so I'm not gonna worry too much about this area right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna go for this table for sure.
Okay.
And then.
I can let you know what they're saying before you do the other 2 if you want.
Oh yeah, perfect. That'd be
Um,
great.
Yeah, so as you take a look and are looking around, you see that the 2 dark-haired guys are like raising glasses in cheers to the kind of blonder one, and they're just toast to your last night being single, man. And then they're just like
A
slamming
bachelor
it
party. We can
down
work
the
that. Okay.
and then you see that they're like they're like start trying like to wave over, like, we need more drinks over here. Like they are as you're kind of reading their conversation, it's very much the boys' night out, last night out as a free man, because marriage is when you die. Like they are that attitude about it and everything. They are the bachelor party that every bride fears is going to happen.
Yeah. Yep.
And you can see that the groom to be and everything is in the middle and is like going along with his friends, but is also like, maybe we don't shout that so loud, like, and it's just like, okay, like trying to behave. But as they shout for like, hey, we need another drink, where's our drinks? You see that a blue-haired woman, who is pretty tall and slender, goes over, and she's wearing like very fluid, like not fluid, flowy, a very flowy garment that's like almost see-through. And she walks over to them and is, kind of their conversation is just asking like, what else are you boys having? And that's kind of the gist of their conversation that you pick up is that it's a bachelor party, and she's kind of starting to tend to them and make sure that they're taken care of.
I'm gonna go to Ruslin's table next. Because
Okay.
I assume is Merrick, or not Merrick, is Naveen no longer here? I assume.
Naveen's kind of working around the room.
Okay,
so
that's
so
what I
he's gonna
figured.
kind of be watching. He's basically the manager, right? So he's kind of watching everything. So as you look back at Ruslin's table, you see that Ruslin is like leaning into the guy and just, so guess you're gonna get picked tonight, huh? You think you're gonna get dropped? And the guy just, what? No, I'm not. No, he would never do that. He doesn't. No, he would never drop me. No, that's ridiculous. You know better. Anyway, can I get another drink? And just don't be surprised when whoops. And Ruslin just kind of is chuckling and heads back over toward like toward the bar area and everything to get another drink for him.
I'm honestly like, I kind of want to go somewhere that has an employee. So I'm thinking either here or up here.
There is not an employee at that table.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Like that's so I was thinking about doing this one or this one originally,
Oh, okay.
but then it's gonna be easier for Aiko to come here. Like this way she'd have to like completely turn around. This one, kind of got in her periphery. But yeah, so the only other thing is like if I can if there are conversations with employees, then that might help. But also maybe hearing from clientele, and this is above table. Like, what do you think? I think we're gonna get more information from non-clientele when I'm doing observant and can't guide the conversation. Thoughts?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So you were saying you think you're gonna get more information from non-clientele?
Yeah, because I can't guide the conversation.
Mhm.
So like if I was at this table, I could be like, oh, so like what are your thoughts on Euphoria kind of thing. But like they might be like having marital issues, or like they might be like, you know, talking about like, oh yeah, fucking Mondays, like, or something.
Kind of like
whereas
bachelor
as an
party friends
employee-
up top.
Yeah.
Like, they were talking about their bachelor party, not so much talking about like Euphoria itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
Okay. And then so I could do either of these two then, but I figure if someone goes to the bar, they go to here, they can overhear this conversation easier than this one. So that's why I'm gonna go with this one, I think. Alright,
Okay.
so we're going to the purple-haired.
Okay. You look over and see, so as you look over too, you see that the purple-haired girl is not a succubus. In fact, her skin looks really tough. Like, hard. And you can see that there are actually cracks in her skin. Where there is, as she moves, you see that there's like shine and shimmer that kind of shows from inside it, much like a geode. And she's like leaning into the guy who's talking, and the guy who's talking is a very much like nervous, like older guy who's just, and you see she's just asking, like as you like are reading lips, she's just asking him about, you know, oh, so tell me more about your wife, was it? You want to tell me more about that? And you just, oh, yeah, well, it's just, Gemma, you know, you know, I've been coming here long enough that, I don't know, just seeing dancers reminds me of her a little bit, but, and he's actually like, Aiko, I would say with how close you're watching folks do, and since I haven't had you roll perception for it, I'll just let you know. He's actually like twisting a wedding ring on his finger. It's lonely anymore nowadays, no? And you see that Gemma, Gemma, is just, Marcel, I know, and it's okay. Nothing wrong with a little conversation. As she takes another drink, and they're just kind of chatting with each other. As they keep talking, you see that he's kind of talking about just even things like, how's your day going? How was work? You know, how was work the other day? Like, it's, you get the sense, Aiko, that
It's the companionship. Yeah.
that's what he's here for. You do, I will say, you notice though, unlike the blue-haired woman who was at another table and then came over, or Rustlin, who's been moving around, she seems to be pretty focused on him. Like, she's not getting up and going to other tables. She and
Gotcha.
Marcel are talking. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Journey or Arcadia, before the show gets started, what's something you want to do?
Journey was gonna offer to go get the drinks for everybody, and she's gonna try to talk to the bartender a bit up there. Do you guys have drinks that you would like to order specifically?
Nothing too strong for Arcadia.
Aiko's wondering if she can already go ahead and drop the hint and be like, oh, you know, I'd like something sweet, you know, kind of dulce. Or like dolce.
Oh, you want Journey to go ahead and drop the hint?
Yeah, like, and, you know, if, yeah.
Okay.
Because, like, and you can be like, oh, yeah, no, like, my friend, you know, over there, she likes sweet drinks. Like, if you need to.
And that could be like a dolce something.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that works.
Because that way we can, like, kind of get a feel.
Okay. And Arcadia, you said just something like low alcohol, that's what Ica is getting to,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
no specific ideas. I can always just
No.
ask what what they have. Okay.
Leighton does also remind you guys that if you want it, and if you want to make sure you don't have to worry about alcohol, he can cast the Purify Food and Drink for you guys. So that
Okay,
way you
yeah.
don't have to worry about any of that.
Okay, so yeah, I won't need to worry about. Okay. So that makes that pretty easy then. All right. Oh, did Leighton have something he wanted specifically?
He kind of just chuckles and not what we had in the tavern on Arcadia's birthday.
Not that. Okay.
Not that.
Yeah.
Those are cakes. You're avoiding cakes.
We will avoid cakes.
I
Yes.
thought they did food and drink here.
Just don't get dream cakes.
No dream cakes.
No dream cakes.
If they
whatever
offer me
the-
dream cakes, I will say no.
They said this is a really, really good bartender and chef, right?
Yet.
I want him to surprise me. And you get the sense
Okay.
that, like, Leighton's kind of
A
throwing
challenge.
down a challenge. He doesn't like that someone else might be a better chef and a better, like...
I would ask,
feeling
like,
it.
wait, are we ordering food too? Like,
I wasn't planning to, but if anybody's hungry,
she's gonna wait.
Okay.
Yeah, she's gonna wait till like the individualized meal. Like, that's what she's gonna wait for.
Okay, but Leighton does want food, so I can ask for an appetizer or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, Leighton's gonna... Leighton's gonna say that he wants... Like, he's gonna be that person just for the sake of being a dick. He's gonna say he wants something that has a good mouthfeel. That makes
Oh.
him think...
You went there. You went
I
there.
did!
Oh my god. He wants the Batman burger, please. With a side of spicy
No.
nuggies and a Frosty to dip it in. And then while you're at it, don't ever get a ramen with some goldfish. And I'd like a pickle on the side with some milk, thanks.
Yeah.
That's the energy we're rolling up with. This
He's-
I
fucking
made it here.
mouthfeel.
Yeah. No, it's... Leighton is... If someone's gonna... He's determined that he wants to be the best he can be. And if there's someone out there who's better, then he's not the best. This is Leighton's flaw, along with Polymnia. Yeah, so he's gonna kind of issue, he's gonna give a description of, like, I want something that has a kind of like a spice and has the right mouthfeel for being at a club on a night not already in the middle of a party, but on the edge of being in a party.
Like on the edge of being in or out of the party.
In the party. I was trying to just something to match the moment, you know?
Match the moment. Okay.
Bless it.
I hope
I
this
could
poor
hold it
He
up.
doesn't
bartender.
have the know-how either to, like, really back up his shit. This is what kills me. Oh god, I love him. Alright. Cool. So Journey, you're approaching the bar?
I am indeed. Is he busy looking right now?
Yeah, I mean, he's getting, like, drinks together and everything for people. You
Okay,
notice...
she'll wait until he. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good, you're okay. I was just gonna say, you notice that, he... he's working, but he seems like it's just... It's nothing for him. Like, it's the equivalent of if I told one of you guys to just, like, go punch holes in paper for an hour. Like, this is not, like, this is kind of
what he
their
does.
routine.
Yeah.
That's what he does. And so, as he serves up another drink, over to, the succubus at the end of the bar, she just kind of, calls out, "Thanks, Ascanio," and turns and, heads out to go, deliver, a drink. You see that the white-haired incubus, like, he looks to you, Ascanio, and just, like, deadpan face. "Welcome to Euphoria, where you'll have the night of your life. How may I help
Yeah.
you?"
Nice to meet you. My name's Journey. Me and my friends, this is our first time here. So, I was gonna ask you, I want to order some drinks and maybe an appetizer. We really don't know any of the dishes or drinks here. So
That's
we were
because I can
wondering
make
if,
anything. What do you want?
what do you say? You can make anything?
Mhm.
Well, and let me know if this is annoying, but we were wondering if you could maybe surprise us or serve us some, like, Euphoria drinks Euphoria is known for. This is our first night here, so we want to kind of get the best taste of everything. she points back to the table. She's and says, "It's me and 3 friends. We were thinking of a drink for each of us and an appetizer."
You want me to just surprise you?
Yeah, whatever you think is best. We've heard that the food and drinks here are remarkable, so we're sure anything would be good, and we're kind of in the mood for a surprise.
The food and drink is absolutely remarkable, and it is indeed surprising.
Would she remember to order the dolce?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Like dolce kind of drink?
My friend does have one thing that she wanted to specifically ask for.
Oh, good. One request in the middle of a surprise. What is it?
I'm sorry. Yes, she likes sweeter drinks. Maybe a dolce kind of drink, something along those lines.
Journey, make me an insight check.
Hell yeah! Okay. I can never forget what or never remember what my insight is. So that would be a 26.
Fuck yeah. So she pulls apart his skin and looks into a hole.
Or
No, she doesn't.
Oh, damn it.
You barely beat him. Barely.
what was he? A 25?
He was a 24.
Woo.
Yeah, it was close. Journey, as you say that about the dolce, you see that like as he's like, you know, been listening to the order and everything, is putting like a glass away. As you say dolce, the glass in his hand breaks. And you see he looks down and sees like the cuts like on his hand from like the glass and everything, and just looks up, still very deadpan. Just, my apologies.
Oh no, it's fine. I'm sorry if I upset you.
It didn't. Everything's fine. And like offers literally like that kind of like kind of smile. And you see that he touches his hand and the wounds are already starting to heal up. And everything. And like you can see there maybe like there are like his hands definitely have like scars and marks on them and everything. Like this is not the first time he's cut his hand. But he's able to start healing that one up and everything, and just with another kind of like wave of his hand, you see that again, similar to the drinks going places and everything, there's a broom that starts to move and starts to like work on sweeping up the glass. One moment. Let me get your food started and your drinks. There might be a little bit of a wait, but I assure you everything in Euphoria is worth the wait.
Of course, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I know it's kind of a annoying order, so I'm sorry about that. Could I ask where the bathroom is?
That's why I designed my maps.
I was wondering, I was like, there are no toilets.
There are, because I never designed it like that. Because I don't know, it's just the one thing that I'm like, there's bathrooms
She's just
somewhere.
trying to
Just outside.
know where she can go to be, you know, stealthy if she needs to.
I would say that, like,
Getting
honestly,
porn.
like, if there are going to be bathrooms, it's not going to be on the map itself, and everything. They would probably have it set so that the bathrooms were, like, off in the corner over here. They're not going to have it close to, essentially they're not going to have it close to the employee areas.
Okay, so you were pointing, like down.
Yeah.
down.
Like, it'd be closer around there. They're just not going to have it close to the employee areas. Again, it's that they're trying to keep backstage very separate from anything that the guests would see.
Yeah.
So they're not likely to have it close by there.
Yeah, okay, that's all I need to know. So if I wanna make Journey go to the bathroom, I just head over here and say I'm going to the bathroom.
Yeah, and Journey, as you start to, or as he starts to head out, he does look back and just, I apologize. I will not be able to do quite the drink that you are asking for, but I will do everything in my power to make it so it is just as good of an experience for you tonight.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, no worries. It was just a suggestion, but we don't expect it to be, you know, anything like super specific. We appreciate it a lot.
And he kind of gives you another, like, odd look. And then he heads back into the kitchen itself. So Ascani's gonna be working back there. Journey, you do notice that there are no other bartenders that are coming to the bar or anything like that. And as he walks away, the guy who's sitting next to you just sighs. It's gonna take forever for any of us to get a drink now. As he kind of like indicates that Ascani is the only bartender and the only chef. And it's certainly not for lack of Euphoria's funding. But as he kind of just briefly explains, like, it's Ascanio has high enough standards and Naveen respects those standards. Ascanio doesn't let anyone else cook or make the drinks or anything. It is just him, because no one else can do it as well.
Wow, must be a really heavy workload.
Mm-hmm. But, I mean, you see that the guy does raise his glass, and the drinks are worth it. At least he can, you know, put his money where his mouth is. He starts to go back to take a big drink and then, like, small sip. As he realizes it's going to be a second before Ascani is back.
Smart man.
So Journey, Ascani is going to be working on making the food during this, like, the first part of the show. So he'll bring it over to you guys when it's ready. But because there's the food and multiple drinks, he's at least going to be getting food started, and we'll have drinks to you guys soon. Arcadia, what are you doing before the show starts?
I think she would probably just be kind of like what Aiko's doing, except not reading lips because she can't. But more just like watching the workers, focusing like in on them and like watching them like, you know, move about and stuff. And if any of them are like, you know, coming and going out of different entrances, like she'd be taking note of those, because she has to try to figure out how she's gonna get Phoebe alone, and then also explain that to Siren next time she sees her. So but she's mostly just like watching the workers, seeing them interact with the customers, and
yeah, I would say are you trying to watch like specific workers, or are you just trying to kind of do more general sweep of the room and everything?
A more general sweep, like paying particular attention to ones that are like moving around.
What I'll have you do then is give me a perception check for the general room, because you were saying like going in and out of entrances and exits, things like that. And then I'll ask you to do insight for the workers in general to see if you can pick up like any particular patterns, the way that they're handling things like that. So the perception will focus more on like the room and like the layout itself, whereas the insight will focus on like what the workers are doing. Sound
Okay.
good?
Yep.
Cool. So give me perception first.
Perception is... Oh, God. Yes, okay, so perception is going to be 17.
Okay. So you do notice that there are a couple of different entrances and exits. There's the one by the kitchen that Scania went through. You notice that the work guard has not left that doorway that is over to the right of the stage. As you're watching, you can also see too, they haven't been moving around, but you would see that like some of the workers like go back behind the curtain, and then will come out. Some will go back there for a little bit, others will come back a little bit later, things like that. I will say with that high perception too, you notice that Phoebe is not among them. Phoebe is not one of the workers who is milling about during this. The others, even the ones who you guys can kind of see are off in the wings, like they would even kind of be like making the rounds and coming out every now and then and everything. So you would see like, you would see that there is I just dropped it down by you guys. There's a Tiefling who is dressed in like belly dance gear and has a sword at her side, who is walking through.
I could literally whispers, Raja.
You see that there is a white-haired succubus who walks with her and is also dressed in belly dance gear. There is an Azamar who actually walks out, and he is barely fitting in the shirt he's wearing, as he is pretty muscle-bound. You also see that there is another red-haired succubus as well. who is there? So they would all be ones who are coming in and out. You would see, dropping it down to the room, the pink-haired elf, who is kind of very much carrying herself with, kind of like that ballerina-like poise as she's walking through the room, and taking stock of everything. So she would be walking through as well, but again, no Phoebe. Phoebe is not among them. I'm gonna move them back to their spaces where they were, but just to give you an idea who was walking through. Do you want to make your insight check still for workers, for seeing if you can notice anything in particular with them?
Sure.
Cool, up to you.
I will do that. Oh my lord! That'll be a 25.
Shit, alright. Okay, girl,
Go.
damn. Get it with that 25. 25s and 26s around here tonight, man. Alright,
Rolling
so,
like fire.
Arcadia, as you do your insight check on the workers, you notice that all of them are very much in sales mode without being sales, if that makes sense. Like, it's not like used car salesman of, hey, you wanna buy this car over here? Like, it's not that. But it's very much like, you notice things like as Rustlin goes to check on a table, not Layton. Layton's always the one who gets hit on, apparently. As Rustlin goes to check on a table, he's reaching down and like running his hand across the back of the customer. As like you see that, Padmavati, the blue-haired girl at the top, as she is tending to the bachelor party, she's being very flirtatious and playful of, no, I only sing privately for a price, you know. Like, it's very much that of they're constantly upselling. They're constantly trying to upsell people. Even your own table, as you guys have people come through, since you guys did not request a specific server, everyone is serving you in Euphoria. So it's as Rustlin walks by, it's, leaning in on the table and just, hey, gorgeous people, anything else you need? As you see that some of the succubi walk by, they're leaning over to Layton, just, we don't get many centaur in here, and they're like kind of cozying up to him like on the chase lounge, and he's just like, I've never been here much either, like very awkward because it's late. But you see that everyone is very much in that mode of everything is very much, it's about
Giggling.
are you willing to pay kind of thing. So
Now, does Euphoria function the same way as the rest of Yohaizu, where it's like not just traded in gold, or is this like
it does. You wouldn't have seen so far the transactions necessarily.
Yeah, that's why Aiko would want to double check.
Yeah. So as one of the workers comes by, you are welcome to ask them about like, well, hey, how much does it cost for this and things like that. So you are absolutely welcome to ask it.
Yeah.
If that's something that you're interested in.
Yeah, she would honestly ask me, like, since it's our first time here, like, Naveen had mentioned these things, but I just want to double check too on like pricing.
We're gonna say Noxley is the one who catches you. That is Nazli is her name. You can tell she has those, again, same electric blue eyes. She seems to be another one of the siblings. But as she kind of like takes a seat with you guys for a second, and offers, well, we do have other experiences you can upgrade to. As you ask about pricing, she chuckles and, well, you can always pay in gold, which is fine. But Lord Naveen is also rather interested in secrets. Things that you might not want people to know about you. So you're always welcome to trade a secret, and it could be as innocent as, oh, I stole from my parents when I was a teenager, or it could be something bigger. And she like glances over at Layton, just, the size does matter sometimes. And like her eyes.
You should have worn the kilt.
Layton's like, ah! Layton's just dying.
Oh my god.
Aiko just like gives him a pillow, like, here, sir. Hurt yourself.
Just, yeah. But she like kind of chuckles, and you can always pay in gold, or Naveen is a fan of information, secrets, stories, favors as well. That's what got him to where he is today. Is there anything I can interest you folks in?
Not at the moment. We're really excited to see the shows, but thank you.
Of course. If you need anything, and she actually reaches over to Arcadia, and Arcadia, she runs her fingers down your forearm, and you can actually feel, I think you experienced it with Emil, because I think he did it to folks at one point to just kind of calm them down, but you feel like a sense of like warmth and like peace and just like, oh. It's like when you get like a massage and everything and you just like relax into it and you feel good about it. It's like you kind of get that sensation as she runs her finger down your arm. And she just kind of winks. If you need anything, I'll be around. And she heads out. Alright, so, Journey, Ascadio comes back and hands you the drinks, and lets you know it's just gonna take a little bit longer for food. It's currently cooking. Especially since I have such specific customers. But hands you the drinks, and just gestures. Enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Of course, I hope you have the time of your life here at Yohaizu. And Journey, you sat at the bar long enough to see both Natsuli and Gemma working. Ascanio does not have their same energy by any means. Like, he's saying it, but he doesn't. He's saying it, but he's not selling it.
Yeah, I feel like Journey could probably tell that for sure.
Yeah, cool. So, as you get your drinks, you guys see the lights kind of start to flash a little bit. And you hear Naveen call, "Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats as you prepare for the greatest show of all time." And so he kind of encourages everyone to head back to their seats. As he does, Naveen actually takes the stage himself. You notice that the moment that Naveen takes the stage, there's just a burst of applause. Like, it actually sounds louder than the number of people who are in here. But there is just thunderous applause as he takes the stage. Though everyone who works here is applauding and everything. You see that the people who have been here and drinking and everything are woo, Naveen, like just hollering and hooting, hollering up and everything. And as he takes the stage, just waves his hands off. Friends, welcome, honored guests into Euphoria. You're home away from home, and you see that like he looks over to the bachelor party as they're like chuckling. You see that he like leans over and just, you're home away from home. Your escape from the realities of the life you live outside. Here you can be whoever you want to be, do whatever you want to do, and of course, enjoy anything you would like to enjoy. As we start our show tonight, I would like to remind you not to take your eyes off the stage for even one moment. As I assure you, it is a sight you will not want to miss. I need all of you to make wisdom saving throws, please.
Oh no.
Okay.
I will say, I know Arcadia does. If any of you have something that helps you with advantage against being charmed.
I do.
Yeah, so if you have, I would say, I think Arcadia does from being an elf. I don't know if Journey does.
So.
Journey does,
do.
but
Yeah.
you rolled well, so.
Mine's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20 as well!
Nice.
Oh, dirty 20 buddies. The only person who can charm me is Rin. Uh-oh.
How'd you do, buddy?
Arcadia.
Not very good, even with advantage. 12.
Okay. Oh boy. Late might be right there with you. Yeah. Okay. Leighton I don't think made it either, for what it's worth. Oh, wait, no, he might have met it. No, he failed it. Okay, yeah, so, Journey and Aiko, you hear him say this and you're like, cool, like, excited. Aiko's probably like, like, excited because of the show. Arcadia, as he tells you, don't take your eyes off the stage for even a moment because you don't want to risk, like, missing a single moment of the show. You hear him, and you realize what a magical place you're in. And that this really is a land of... You really can't look away. You would miss something if you looked away! So, you are not going to be able to look away from the performance until you succeed on a saving throw to end it. So, Journey and Aiko, you would notice that... and Arcadia, for you, you feel like you really want to watch the show. Like, you're following that and everything, but you sense that there's something magical about being here. Layton, also leaning in, heavily interested and watching the show. Like, you guys are like, oh, like, I'm ready for it. Alright. So, here's how this is gonna work. For each performer who takes the stage, you are going to make, a wisdom saving throw to see if you have to watch the performance or if you can do something else in between. You can choose to just watch the performance, but if you want to do something else, for example, if you want to look around the room and like try to read a conversation, if you want to go back up to the bar, if you want to try to sneak away anywhere, you will need to first do that wisdom saving throw to see if you can even tear your eyes away from the performance. Arcadia, Buddy, and Layton. For this first performance, will not be able to, and your wisdom saving throw is going to be against Naveen's DC to see if you can even break his suggestion that you should just sit back and watch the show. If you can succeed on the charisma saving throw, it's against the performer's DC, and if you succeed on it, you can do whatever it was that you wanted to do. Bear in mind, if you say, I'm going to stand up and throw an arrow at somebody, right, there are still consequences for that.
Really?
Shocker. Or if you're like, I'm gonna punch Naveen in his face, like, there's a consequence for that. So it doesn't mean that you're free from consequences, but it means that you're free to do what you want. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And I said to you that you can choose to fail you can choose to say, no, I'm just gonna watch the show. If you do, you may also, depending on how the performer does, you can notice how well or not well they do. And anything in particular about the way that they perform, any of their abilities, things like that. So just because you have to watch the show doesn't mean you don't get any information. It just means you're gonna be very focused on a particular kind of information.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So ultimately, it's gonna be up to you guys. So for this first act, sorry, go ahead, Aiko.
No, you're good. I was gonna say, so after the acts, is there then time before the club closes for us to then do like
after the full show? There's a little bit of time that's left. That time is primarily, and I'll say that when you were talking to Natsuki, she would tell you this. That time is primarily used for like kindly ending the night for the people who are not sticking around, and then escorting the folks who are sticking around upstairs.
Okay. So if Aiko wanted to do the custom food and drink thing, she should do that before that time, correct?
She can do that before that time. You can also order at any point because the people who are not performing on stage are still working the room and like tending to people. So think of it like there's someone who's up on stage who is being the highlight and being the focus, but other people are still going around making sure everyone has their drinks, has their food, is taken care. Are you sure you didn't want to spend the night with us tonight? Like all of that. And everything. So they're still working the room. It's just that whoever's performing at the time will be up on stage, and that gives you a chance to see like what they do and everything. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that before we dive in? Great.
How many acts are there? Sorry.
In total, we will check. There are 10, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. So there are about 10 of them. Oh, no, just kidding, there are not, because I did something dumb and I wrote a name twice. 9. There are 9.
Cool. Okay.
Cool. Thank you for asking about that, because I wanted to realize that there was 2 names on there twice.
No worries. I just assumed he would have like been like, oh yeah, like tonight's act, like kind of thing. Yeah, okay.
He would be like, yeah. So Naveen, for his part, as part of kind of his opening to the show, not only suggests the keep your eyes on the stage, but makes a point of saying, kind of introducing each of their acts a little bit, or kind of like teasing at what they can do. That you'll see acrobatics, you'll see dance, you'll see more than you bargained for, and kind of chuckles a little bit and everything, and just, I know. But I promise we always deliver here at Euphoria. And if there's something that you are missing, if at any point in your night you are not satisfied, please, just ask for me. And I will make sure that we fulfill what you are looking for. So he does also make that promise to everybody. As he kind of steps aside and then says, now, to start things off, the beautiful Natsulie. And you see that the succubus who spoke with you guys and was kind of giving you the heads up starts to perform. Aiko and Journey, go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw to see if you are watching the performance or not.
Even though we just did that for...
That was to avoid what Naveen was doing.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, that was to avoid what Naveen was doing. Each act, by the way, is going to be a couple of minutes. So you'll have kind of like a couple of minutes in between and everything. Or a couple of minutes like to do the things that you're looking to do and things like that. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Cool.
Yeah. So if I wanted to watch the show,
yeah, if you want to watch it, you don't have to worry about rolling. Yeah.
Like so if I want to watch the show to see how they're doing, if I can glean any information from their performance and their,
Yeah, you don't even have to roll. You can just watch it.
Okay.
Yeah, Journey, do you want to watch the show, or do you want to do something else?
Well, I rolled a 23, so I'm gonna sit here, but I'm gonna say that I'm not fully paying attention to the show just in case I want to look at anything else. If that makes sense.
Kind of. Are you watching the show, or are you trying to look for something in particular? Like, are you trying to look for something?
I was thinking of like, I kind of want to like scope the area out, like where the like maybe how to get upstairs, or just trying to figure out like where I might want to go once I'm trying to like sort of move around. So I was gonna like roll perception or something.
I would say if you're trying to look around, but you're trying to be like hide that you are, you can roll me perception, but I'd say at disadvantage, because you're also trying to like watch the show, but you're trying to look around kind of thing. So you're splitting your attention basically. Is what you're doing. So I'd say you can go ahead and roll that for me at disadvantage.
Okay.
So you let me know what you roll on that, and I will let you know what you see.
Oh man. Well, I could roll lower than that. Let's make sure. Okay.
23 or...
That would be a 10.
Oh.
Okay. You notice that it's pretty dark in here. They've definitely turned down the lights. They have the focus on the stage now, rather than like, all the lights being up. It's kind of like being at a theater. Instead of all the lights being up all around, they've brought it down. As you're taking a look around the room, you can kind of tell that the people who are moving around the room now, like the workers and everything, are trying to be quieter, or they're like leaning down by tables more, like trying not to block views for anybody, things like that. That's probably the extent of what you can notice from that. Meanwhile, up on stage, you guys, as you are watching Natsulie perform, she comes out and she is she comes out and you actually see that Rustlin comes out with her and like sets up a pole, and she pole dances. And as she does, you see that she is like spinning, like she's spinning through and spinning around, and is pretty acrobatic with it. And is able to do some moves that require quite a bit of strength, more than you would initially think from kind of her smaller frame.
That's pole for you, baby.
Yeah, she does an exceptional job with it. Like, it is impressive. Like, the kinds of moves she's doing, that she's holding on with one hand. At one point, she's not holding on with any hands. Like, she's just like, seems to be swinging around like it is nothing. And the room is like erupting into applause, and is enjoying it.
Aiko would be right there with it.
Yeah,
with the applause.
Aiko, as you're applauding too, Natsu swings around the pole and looks down at you and just like blows a kiss to you.
Oh, she turns back to her friends. Look at me.
She comes to the end of her performance. Arcadia, go ahead and see if you can break out of your suggestion to watch the show.
You can
At advantage. At advantage.
What is that again?
So it's a wisdom saving throw, and it's at advantage because it is being charmed.
Oh my god. Sorry, couldn't get to my tab.
You are A-okay.
No way. Okay.
Oh,
21.
Yeah.
Good job.
There she
All
is.
right. Yeah, so Arcadia, as that dance comes to an end, you see the kiss blown, you're like, oh, Siren would not like me watching. Siren would not like me watching this. Oh god. And you like break your eyes
Siren's
away.
gonna be so pissed.
You like break your eyes away, and you're like, oh god, I can't look at this, because like, Natsu's also not completely dressed either. And so you are able now to do the same thing that everyone else is. Leighton, however, is still fascinated by the show and has to keep watching. He did not roll well.
My favorite part is that, like, so was she like naked, like up top? Was she like burlesque style? Like what?
More burlesque style. And
Okay,
everything.
cool. Aiko
Yeah.
would have been shocked at first, but like she is appreciating it for its craft.
Yeah.
Like she is like,
It's
oh my gosh, like as somebody who just swirls and kicks, this is incredible.
That's as impressive. Aiko, you trained to be a monk your whole life. You get the impression she trained to dance her whole life.
Yeah. Because a lot of this is going to be Aiko appreciating like the craft, but also she's trying to look and see like, okay, like is anyone dancing under pressure? Like is anyone like, you know, breaking any like, you know,
Yep.
like stage form or anything like that?
Yeah.
Those are things that she'd be looking for because she's not a spy like Journey. So
All right. Next up, coming up to the stage, and in between each act, you see like Naveen comes out and does the whole like, wasn't she fantastic, folks? Like he's very much master of ceremonies in between, which is
Yeah.
also partly why if people are not in their seats, you know, between shows, he's really gonna notice it because he's right up front. Yeah. So he introduces. Next up, he's no stranger to many of our ladies and gentlemen here. We have Rustlin coming up on stage. And you see that as Naveen's introducing it, they take the pull down and they actually bring in kind of a different setup. They bring in a bathtub.
I knew it.
They bring in a bathtub, and you see that coming down from the ceiling are actually aerial ropes, like silks and everything, I guess, to you know, to perform with. You guys are watching for a second, and since all three of you are able to, you can choose to watch a performance, or you can try to roll to see if you are able to do something else. What do you want to do?
Aiko would kind of like mention like, I'm gonna be watching the performances and I'm gonna try to remember everything I can. So that way, in case someone did overhear it, sounds perfectly normal. Yeah.
Arcadian Journey? Are you guys gonna watch performance or try to do something different? Arcadia, what are you doing?
Well, who are you talking to?
Both of you, but whoever, if anyone knows what they want to do.
The daunting silence always bodes well.
That's why I was like, yeah. Arcadia, what do you want to do? Do you want to watch the show or do you want to try to do something different?
She would. I don't really know what else she would do at this point.
Okay.
So she'd probably do the same kind of thing as Aiko, like watch to make sure that they're enjoying themselves, hopefully, and not on the verge of tears or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I assume Natsulie looked like she was, she obviously blew a kiss and she was, thriving in her element, it seems like.
Yeah, she was definitely thriving. She was happy as could be up there.
Alright, because for example, I'm key notes of routine, pole dancing, Natsulie, happy.
Yeah.
Things like that. So.
Yeah, she seems to be doing well. yeah, she's doing well. She was happy, enjoying it. Yeah. All right. Journey, are you doing anything in particular, or are you watching the show?
Try to do something different. Did you say it was bad if we get up during a show, like Naveen would notice?
It's more so if you're not back in your seat when the show ends and like he comes up to do his like I was just saying like you notice that between the acts he gets up in front and talks to people. So again, he's going to be looking out at the crowd and addressing the crowd and everything. So that's going to be a chance that he could notice that you're not there.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna watch the show this time.
Okay. All of you decide to watch the show. Leighton is still sitting there like, oh, I can't wait. I'm so excited. Like he is still fully entranced in everything. Arcadia, make me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Why? Oh no! Oh no! 4.
Great.
No.
As you guys are all watching up on stage and waiting to see like BAFTA, silks, what? Arcadia, you're watching the stage and you're confused, and then all of a sudden you feel a on your cheek. And as you turn, Rustlin is right there, and it's just, what the fuck? This one's for you. And just keeps moving forward. You notice Rustlin is shirtless. And he heads up, and you see that for his performance, he actually starts doing aerial work with the silks and dipping into the bathtub, and actually is, as he's spinning and turning and everything, spraying out water even, and kind of kicking up the water and incorporating the water into his routine as well.
Echo's trying to modestly look away while also trying to watch the show. Like ugh. What?
Oh no. Alright. Oh no. Okay. You guys notice that as he's kind of playing around and goofing around and everything, at one point, as he's climbing up into the silks, like wrapping himself up in it and everything, and then like moving so that he's just holding on like with his hands, or he's moving so that he is kind of showing off a little bit. He actually at one point bends back so that he can look down to you guys, and like again does the little wink. You notice that he slips. And as he slips, like there's a sound from the entire crowd as they go, "Oh my!" Like some people are like jumping, reacting. Like he loses his grip for a second on. He loses his grip on one of the silks and starts to kind of fall down.
Does he look like he's scrambling?
He doesn't look like he's scrambling, but it's definitely like you can tell this was not planned. As he probably gets down like about 5 feet. And everything from where he was, like, up top, and catches himself again. You notice he kind of swings, and it is not graceful the way that he swings, but he swings around and tries to, like, play it off as, ha-ha, like, ta-da, made it.
Yeah. Aiko would have been, like, getting out of her seat, but then would have, like, sat down, realizing he is okay.
Yeah, so he is able to catch himself, but it definitely, it's not a perfect performance. It was he screwed up, and as his show, like as he kind of recovers and everything, he finishes out his routine, and then gives like a bow to everyone. Anyone who would like to make me an insight check.
Oh yeah.
I am on that.
Not today. That's an 11.
17.
Just want to make sure he's okay.
14.
Aiko, you see that as you're kind of like, you good? Are you okay? Russell sees you and just like gives a little nod, like, I'm good. Like, it's all good. It's fine. Journey and Arcadia, you can see that after he does that to Aiko and kind of keeps moving, there's just a look of, oh shit, on his face for a second. And as he walks past Naveen, he kind of glances up to Naveen, and Naveen looks pissed. And then it's just for a split second, and then he puts a smile on his face and takes the stage. Wasn't he fantastic? Gave us all a scare right there, didn't he? What can I say? You never know what to expect here at Euphoria. And kind of plays it off and keeps going. But it's clear to you guys too that this was not part of the show. All right. Naveen introduces that the next act will have you walking into water for her. After all, who could resist a siren call? As he introduces Padmavati next. She was the blue-haired woman that you guys saw tending to the bachelors. And actually, as he introduces her, she kind of like pulls herself away from them a little bit and heads backstage. Ruslan heads out, and he actually is going to be backstage for a second. As they're taking down Ruslan's setup, Ascanio comes over to your guys' table. And you see he just like sets down a plate in front, or sets down a plate in front of you guys. And with very like gritted, strained voice, like gritted teeth, strained voice, your appetizer is served. And then,
Thank you.
of course, everything's my pleasure here at Euphoria. The appetizer that he brought you is actually a plate of bread. And it's a plate of bread with like a small like sweeter dipping sauce in the center. As you start to pull it apart, it is milk bread that he brought you. Leighton looks down at it and just, it's not what I asked for at all.
Aiko's just gonna kind of look at him and like give him like a smack, like, Leighton, don't be rude.
He's supposed to be the best. This is the best.
Have you eaten it yet?
Ugh. He like pops a piece in his mouth. Okay, but it doesn't feel like it's a party that's about to start. He just goes back and takes a second piece. And takes
It's
a
not
second
about the party, it's about the experience. I am so sorry.
The Scotty is just. I have a special as well of pumpkin soup if you'd like.
That actually sounds really comforting. Yes, please? Only one, it's easy for you, though. I see that you're the only one working at the bar and kitchen.
He just... It's my pleasure to serve everyone here at here at Euphoria. Truly, my absolute pleasure.
Aiko would turn to them and say, like, I can sit the bar and wait for that if it's easier, so you don't have to move around as much.
I don't know if that would be much easier. Were you the one who asked for the drink?
Yes. And she's, like, making it a point to, like, directly look at him.
Well, I am so delighted to tell all of you that if you would like me to make you a private meal, that is an upgraded experience we have here at Euphoria.
Yes. I would very much like that. Is there a good time or a good act to do that, or at the end of the night?
That would be at the end of the night, so that I can best serve all the customers here at Euphoria. However, everything is for sale here at Euphoria, so you are welcome to pay extra for me to stop what I'm doing in the middle of everything to go and make you something private. Because of course, how could I say no to a guest at Euphoria?
I can wait till the end. And then I'll... Yes.
Enjoy the show. And he just heads back over to, he'll go head back over to get food started for that pumpkin soup. But yeah, you guys have milk bread in front of you. It is delicious milk bread. Like, soft, fluffy, perfection. Ugh.
Yeah.
And if we've had any, like, time to talk since Journey came back from the bar, she would have relayed to Aiko his reaction to saying the Dulce name.
Yeah.
Dolce.
Yeah. Aiko's gonna take a bite of the milk bread and it's, oh my god, it's fucking fluffy as hell and it's great. And then she's going to say that she might watch the next show from the bar. So she can also get a better look on people as well. But then also kind of just like observe him at the bar.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, go from there. And then she can also use observant and like as she's like looking out, kind of like, you know, oopsie, in not that button. If she's like looking out in like kind of like this direction, then she can kind of get a view on other people too. And then she can also look to see where Naveen is.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so Aiko, you're going to go sit over at the bar. I'm just going to look to see if Leighton can break out of his. Hey, he did. His experience with Ascanio was enough to break him out of having to watch the show.
Yay!
Yay! So as you see that there is a single microphone that it. Well, actually, she probably doesn't need. She doesn't need a microphone. There is nothing on the stage as Pavlovati takes the stage, except the spotlights on her. Who all is watching the show?
I'm gonna roll.
Okay.
She'd be watching the show, but she also wants to see what his reactions are specifically.
Sure.
Because
Yeah,
his
I'm
was
gonna
the conversation that was like being dropped.
Yeah. Sure. Cool. Is anyone else rolling, or is everyone else watching the show?
Rolling.
Journey's rolling. Okay. Cool.
Yep. What are we rolling?
Wisdom saving throw. It's against. It's basically against being charmed into watching the show. So you are allowed to do your advantage if you have something that gives you advantage.
Oh, okay. Well, my first one's a 22.
I was wondering what this dance was.
I got a 19.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see here.
What a
And then, Arcadia, are you just watching the show?
Yeah, she'll watch since Aiko and Journey are doing the thing.
Leighton leans over to you, Arcadia, and is just, this bread's not really that good.
Oh.
He is
What a
about
sock in it,
You don't
Leighton.
have to do insight. He's lying. It's really delicious. He's never tasted anything better. It actually makes him mad that he can't figure out what makes it so good. But he's like, it's
Arcadia
it's terrible.
would.
Real terrible.
She would like also be, you know, eating it, but she'd be like, "No, yeah, this is awful. Like you make
So bad.
your stuff is so much better."
So much better. So much. And
Enabling.
he takes a whole big chunk of bread, and it's so much better.
Aiko's like looking back at them like, save some for the rest of us.
Aiko and Journey, you are able to do whatever you would like.
Yeah, she's watching the show, but then also kind of watching his reactions. Or really seeing if there's anyone who like has suspicious reactions or actions, but
okay.
yeah, but mainly him. And then is Naveen here during the show?
Yeah, so Naveen, so real quick, Journey, what are you doing real quick before I explain what's going on during the show?
Oh man, I had an idea, but now I'm like, should I do this or should I save this?
Talk it out.
I was gonna say, because if it helps, I was gonna use observant to see what he's talking about, and then otherwise I'm also looking to see his reactions.
Yeah, because I will say, Aiko, Naveen is there talking to that man right now. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
So like just above like table for my idea, since he's out of the bar right now, I was going to go to the bathroom and try to use my invisibility to check for like evidence, like any possible evidence around here, but I only have one use of it per long rest. And I want to use
How long
it at
does
the
your invisibility last?
Good question.
Because if it's just
I might
a
save
spell,
it for the end of the night.
If it's just a spell, I think it's just a minute that it lasts. So that would be enough time for you to be behind the bar when Ascanio comes back and sees you behind his bar.
Okay.
Because what you could do is if let's say if Arcadia or myself or both of us went back with someone for the overnight experience, you could come with us invisible. You could round and then you could exit the club before your time ran out.
That's already what I was kind of thinking, and I have some other
Yeah, that's a
possible
great
ideas
idea.
too. Okay, so yeah, that's what actually is going to be my plan. So I guess I will be watching the show, but
Okay,
it's my
cool.
choice. this
It's
time.
my choice. Haha.
I'm doing it because I want to, not because you
wanna
said
do
so.
All right. I'm gonna explain what the show is first, and then Aiko, I'll tell you what you see with Naveen. You see that she walks forward on stage, and it's a very simple setup. It's just Padmavati up there. And as she looks up, she just kind of has a grin on her face for a second, and then she starts to sing. And when Naveen said it's a siren's call, he called it that for a reason. As Padmavati is a siren, and she is singing a siren song. I don't know how many of you guys have heard it, but her voice sounds like Amy Lee singing Sally's song from Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yes.
That's what her voice sounds like. Is that it sounds very much like Amy Lee Sally's song, like where it's pure but haunting.
Mm-hmm.
And as she's singing a song of two lovers who want to be together but can't be. And as she starts to sing, you see that she kind of starts off just to her, and then she starts to sing and starts to move her hands. And as she does, she's conjuring illusions. And you can see that there's an image of like a young maiden from the shore and an image of a sailor who's going to sea. She starts to, as she's kind of conjuring and everything, her images. They're nice. They're beautiful. Really, the key part here is her music, and there's maybe a time or two where she goes to make an illusion, but it's like a little bit after what she's saying, or like a little bit before it. It's not perfect, but her singing is. Her singing is beautiful. You actually, I would say, there's even a couple of whispers, I would say, actually, Aiko, since you're where you're sitting, you see that the bachelor party is like, this is fine, but it could have been better. Like, she'd be better if it was just us and her, like, kind of making those kinds of comments and jokes and everything.
Okay,
like,
guys.
yeah. But it's clear, like, there's not as much of a warm reception to her sad song about lovers being apart. Aiko, as you're looking at Naveen, you see that he like walks over to the man who's there and shakes his hand and just, Lord Emmanuel, one of our favorites. So it's an honor to get to see you again tonight, and I assure you, I have made Phoebe very aware that she is to spend the evening with you tonight. Of course, that is reserved for what? You've just a little bit now, right? And he looks up at Naveen and just, I've had this reserved for 4 months. I wasn't gonna miss this for anything. You see that Naveen chuckles and, well, I promise you, it's not too late if you want to upgrade your experience, so Phoebe performs only for you tonight. And you see that the guy shakes his head, just, that's far too high a price for my liking. But I am looking forward to seeing her tonight. And he just, yeah, of course, she is your favorite after all. I'll make sure that she is sent up to her room right after the show. So you get the sense from the conversation that that man is the one who has a different kind of reservation for the night.
Okay.
And in particular,
And then
Phoebe,
and then how does Elfman look past him?
Elfman past him, sitting watching the show, looks pretty interested. Overall, but like for Padmavati's show, it's a little bit of like the nice, like okay, like kind of surface level. He's watching to be polite kind of thing. Just this show, this act is not really his thing. Okay.
Yeah, and then above table,
Yep.
Since Alric knew we were going to the club, did he give us any like kind of stipend or anything like that? Like any money ahead of time, or did he like warn us how expensive things would be?
I'd say
Yeah.
reason being is because like
I see what you mean.
below table, Aiko's never been to a club. She wouldn't realize that there are things that you have to pay for.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if like when she says what's a nightclub, he's like, okay, well you'd have to pay for these kinds of services. Because then she'd be like, we only have $85.
Yeah, I was
like,
gonna say he did say like he would have told like he did tell you guys like the kinds of things that they sell there or they like upgrade there and everything.
right.
Lil, I'm stealing a page out of your DM book. Roll me a D100. How does it feel to be stolen from you?
That feels great. That's
Right?
nice.
It's always like a nice little compliment of like, aw.
94. Whoa, we're rolling in the dough.
I'm gonna say here's the trade-off: is that if it had been we asked about it at like in the moment there, and everything, like instead of this is kind of retroactively, I'd have everybody do it. But Aiko, you have 94 extra gold.
Nice.
Hold on.
Courtesy of Alaric, who, yeah, no, had you rolled low, it would have 100% been the reason of Alaric would just look at you and go, "Where's my dress?" Yeah. So you do have that extra money to kind of use and spend as needed and things like
Got
that.
179 gold, guys, with 5 silver.
Hey. All right. For the yeah. For the next act, it is Aura who is taking the stage. You see Padmavati heads out. Naveen heads back up to the stage to introduce Aura, who is the red-haired succubus.
How do you spell her name?
Aura, A-U-R-A. And she's getting ready to take the stage. It looks like she is gearing up for another pole dance. Who's watching? Who's trying to do something different?
Watching.
Watching?
I'm gonna try to roll.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna be trying to then get a sight on these two to see what they're talking about during.
Okay.
And then she's also kind of like, she's not like looking at him anymore, but like she's planning on, after Ascanio comes in here and like she's able to like kind of talk with him for a little bit, she's gonna plan on going to sit with him to see if she can talk with him.
Okay, cool. Arcadia, are you rolling or are you watching?
I'll roll. I want to try to see if any of the workers that are like still kind of milling about have like if their demeanor has changed now that, you know, the lights are down, like if they're looking a little more, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I got you.
Looking different.
Okay, 11 wisdom saving throws, so I'm not sure whether I like it or not.
You are like, I am here for it. Cool. Alright, so Aiko's watching the show, Journey's watching the show. Arcadia?
Roll to 22.
22.
Job.
Hell yeah, girl.
Yeah. That is gonna do it. Yeah, so you are free to do whatever you would like, Arcadia.
Since Journey was watching the last show, what was the emotion at the end of
When she finished,
yeah.
Padmavati, when she finished, it was like okay applause. As she kind of left the stage, as she left the stage, I'm not even gonna make you roll insight because she just rolled low on deception. She looks disappointed, and a little bit frustrated, with herself. She kind of glances over to Naveen, and then you see that after she glances over and like gets off stage, basically like sees Naveen, she heads back over to the bachelor table. And Aiko, you can hear them saying like, "See, it's better if you just party with us." And she's just, thanks.
Aiko would make it a point to say, for what it's worth, I really loved the song.
Thank you.
Because she did. It's a sad song.
I'll be happy to sing for you anytime you'd like.
Oh. Oh, did not
See,
think
I
of my
got
ass.
accidentally flirting, man. Yeah, alright, so, Aura gets ready to take the stage. Arcadia, you're free to do what you want. What do you want to do? You want to get you said you want to get the read on the other workers, like how they changed.
Yeah.
Roll me
Yeah.
insight, please.
Oh, Jesus. 26.
Nice.
You can tell that there's one point where Ruslan and Naveen are speaking, and it doesn't look good. It's a moment where, like, you see that the two of them are talking, and while you can't hear what they're saying, you can tell that Naveen has, like, the strained smile on his face, and Ruslan is just explaining, and, like, you see him kind of gesturing, like, you know, the rope, and, like, kind of, like, showing, like, bending back, like, it looks like he's trying to explain himself to Naveen. As Naveen kind of glances up and sees you looking, he just puts a hand on Ruslan's shoulder and kind of says something to him quietly, and then heads off. Like, they just stop the conversation. As you're watching the other performers too, Natsley is perfectly fine. She's happy. She's bouncing around. You see that she's kind of checking actually on the workers, rather than she's checking on the guests too, but she's also checking in with the workers. Like, hey, do you need anything? Do you need drinks for your client? Like, it looks like part of her job in the club is to make sure everyone has what they need, like a little mini manager. As for everyone else, they're doing pretty well. Padmavati seems still a little bit like she's putting on the customer service smile for the guys, but everyone else seems to be doing pretty well overall. And actually, Azamar Buddy would have been walking out. Azamar Buddy, you notice, doesn't really go around to people too much. He kind of goes through, but he's very much more strong, silent type. Is that kind of flavoring. Alright, for folks who are watching the show, another outstanding performance on the pole dancing from Aura. She does a pretty damn good job with it, and not only does she do a pretty good job, but at one point during her dance, she creates a double of herself.
Oh, dope.
She creates a double of herself, and it actually looks like she kind of plays it off like the two of them are like peeking around the pole at each other.
Cute.
And they actually start climbing the pole at the same time and mirroring the moves that they do. So like they do like a walk down that perfectly mirrors it all the way down as they go. It is an outstanding performance. Really, really well done from her. And as she finishes, eyes are blazing blue as she kind of curtsies. But she's definitely very dexterous, very strong, and has the double that seems to both move with her and move independently of her. Like, she does, like, they don't have to be mirroring the same things that they do, which makes it even better that when they get the mirroring down. So, yeah. Alright. Aura heads out. Aiko, you actually see from the bar. You see, actually, you see from the bar that the Earth Genasi, kind of like, puts her hand on the man's shoulder and just, wish me luck. And she, and he just, luck. As she heads up to the stage, and Naveen announces for everyone to make sure that you prepare yourselves for the world-shattering event that is Gemma. So, who's watching the show? What are you doing?
Is Ascanio back with the pumpkin soup?
He's been back and like kind of working a little bit while it's cooking. It's taken a second for it to cook and everything. Since like really the shows are a couple minutes in between. He does let you know that your soup should be ready by the next act.
No worries. If he says that, she would just ask if he knows what the elven man is drinking down here.
What he's drinking?
Mm-hmm.
Water.
Perfect. Yeah, and she's gonna be like, I'll be right back.
Right. Perfect. Water when you could have any drink because I'm that good. But sure, water. Absolutely. Anything you want here in Euphoria. And like you can tell Eiko, he is getting testier the more the night goes on. And he just like heads back to the kitchen. Like ignores the man at the bar who's saying, "Hey, could I get another drink?" Just goes straight back to the kitchen.
Yeah. She's gonna kind of like, as like not sneakily, but like as like subtly she can, kind of like come up and like,
I couldn't help but notice you were sitting by yourself. Is this seat taken?
No, by all means, go ahead and have a seat. Are you I didn't know they had Kitsune here.
I haven't seen any other ones, but ta-da!
Welcome to Euphoria, I suppose. It's nice to
Thank you.
see you, I guess. My friends didn't tell me that there were Kitsune. Not that there's anything wrong with Kitsune. Kitsune are perfectly fine and everything. It's nothing wrong with that. You are beautiful.
Thank you. It's my first time. Didn't have a reservation, and just
why would
figured
you
I would
reserve? Do you not work here?
Oh gosh,
Oh
no!
my gosh,
And she's
I
like,
am. Oh gosh, I am. Wow. I thought you worked. You're beautiful enough to work here, so I just assumed that. Pretty girl coming up to my
she's like sipping her drink, like, oh my god.
I assumed that a beautiful girl coming up to a table was. Wow.
no, you're
yikes.
fine. You know what?
Okay.
Let's
And she's like actually like giggling because she's so awkward. She's like, you know what? Don't worry about it. Let's start over.
Right.
Hi.
Right.
I'm Aiko. I don't work here. I saw you were sitting over here, and I figured I would come over and sit with you.
Yeah.
She's like, holy fuck, I'm off with this. Where's Journey?
Sorry, it's my first time here. It's my first time
too.
here. Yeah, I didn't know. I don't do this kind of thing normally. I just was told it's an experience to never forget, like the kind of thing. Wow, can I buy you a drink? I am so sorry.
No, you're fine. I still have one. I see you're drinking water.
Yes, I was intimidated by the bartender.
I could see that.
Yeah.
So
He's a scared
who
guy.
recommended Euphoria to you?
Oh, a couple of my friends from work. I thought that it would be nice to try, but I didn't want to come with work friends because what if I screwed something up and then they
Then it's
saw.
awkward.
Yeah, it's
and-
awkward, and then I have to, or if like, oh god, what if they just saw that? What if they just saw that? And then I would have been the guy at work who thought that the cute girl coming up to our table was a worker.
I thought you meant the show. What do you do for work?
I work. I work on trading things. Trading things.
But not the Triangle Store trading things.
No, I've never been to a Triangle store.
Oh, they're unique.
Good. Cool.
I'd say make it a point to go. But
That's actually
And
that's
she's
actually
like-
kind of funny. No, I was
She's like sipping her drink.
I was told that there was just a lot of interesting people here, and I was told there was someone who was my type here, and yep.
Like tailors are switching. Like, well, who's your type? Like, you gotta tell me now. I'm kind of a wing fox among my group of friends.
Ironic. He apparently has wings.
She's gonna kind of like perk up a little bit because like she saw that he was behind them, and she's just gonna kind of like leaning close to the table, like, he's at your knock. Don't panic. Don't look. But
me a heads up. What can I do to help?
It's nothing. It's just he's just you know. Yep. It's fine. I was told he was worth watching, and so I'm here. Yay! Dying inside.
She's just gonna kind of like giggle a little bit and be like, "Don't worry, it's okay to be nervous. I'm nervous too, in general, but also excited. This is."
Yeah. You set people up often?
And she's like nodding, like yes.
I mean, he probably doesn't even know that I exist. There are so many customers here. And like his voice is doing the cracking and everything.
Like, yeah. Yeah, Aiko would be like, okay, well, for starters, tell me your name. And she's like straightening out, like, you know, fixing his hair and stuff like that. And then she's like, no, actually, and like she like makes it a little bit more like it's like that messy, like I woke up like this, but you actually tried to make it look good.
Yeah. Julian. Julian is Julian. Wow, that sounded so dumb. That just said Julian is Julian. You know, this is not my. He's so much cooler than everything. I should. Yep.
That's fine. That's a-okay. You know, like opposites attract. Like, you know, like I have, you know, some kind of similar dynamic with like someone with me, and you know, it worked. And don't worry. It's okay. Hey,
not worried.
Look at me.
This is not a worried face.
Okay. And she's just like trying to like calm him down. And hold on, let me see if I have anything for this. Can we say that he's like violently anxious? Because I have Emissary of Peace.
Okay, I'll allow it. Yeah.
So I'm gonna do that. And then Tedley would be like, I have to make a charisma check to calm violent emotions. I have advantage on the roll, so I'm trying to use a charisma check to like be like,
sure.
hey, like,
yeah.
you're
see
okay.
if you
Like,
see if you can calm
like
him down.
you were here. Oh my gosh. Oh. That is an 18.
Okay, so you're calming him down, telling him like, be cool, be cool, be cool, and you see that Julian just goes, cool. I am cool.
Yeah, she's gonna clink her drink with his water.
Clink.
And
yeah.
And
I said clink out loud. It's fine. I'm cool.
Yeah, and she's like, you know what? A great icebreaker would be is maybe I flag him over and I say, hey, we're new here. What's your favorite drink? And he could give a drink recommendation. And then, you know, you could either say, oh my gosh, that's mine too. Or you could be like, that's a great idea. Like, what makes it your favorite drink? And then bam, Julian, you got a conversation starter.
Oh, that's a lot of conversation. Okay, yeah. Yep, yes. That's a lot of conversation. We can do this, we can do this, we can do this. Wing Fox.
You have all night.
Wing Fox.
All night. Yes. Wing Fox.
Winged elf wing. What is the person who's not the wing person? What are they called? Are they the body? Are they the beak? What are they?
That is a great question. Oh my god.
We never figured this out.
That's okay. You're the main elf.
Yeah.
You're the main elf.
I'm the main
like,
elf. The main man elf.
This is a dangerous combination. Yeah, so she's going to kind of be like, okay, remember, you got this. And maybe they'll find it endearing if you get nervous, but don't worry. Okay?
Yeah.
And so she's gonna like kind of like turn around and like kind of like try to catch his eye.
Whose eye?
She doesn't know if he's a waiter or not, so this is really gonna
Whose eye?
possibly crash and burn. The Asmar gentleman.
Yeah. So as you turn around and are like, and everything,
like
he's been kind of like standing back and is like watching for the most part, and then just.
If he doesn't make a move to come, Aiko would get up to go to him, if that helps.
No, if he sees you, he'll come over. It's just he's the person that gets beckoned to. He doesn't quite know about as much. So the Asmar comes over and just
Hi, I'm so sorry to bother you. This is both our first time here, and we've been kind of asking around, finding out what people recommend for drinks, and my friend Julian here and I were wondering what you might recommend as your favorite.
Whiskey.
Like a whiskey on the rocks, a whiskey drink.
Whiskey.
Julian, do you want me to go get you a whiskey drink?
I would love a whiskey drink.
Thank you so much, sir. Yep. And so she's like walking away, and she's like initially like walking like gracefully, and then she's gonna turn around and be like,
As you turn around and do that, you see that Julian goes, so whiskey.
oh, no.
You like it? Like it's that high pitch, like it, like it, like he's trying.
Yeah.
And you see that the Asmar like takes a seat at the table, but is still very much like sitting up straight, like is just focused. All right. So while you are getting the whiskey, Gemma is going to be doing the performance. Cool. And Aiko, that was what you were doing. Is that what you were doing while the performance was going on, or is that between?
In between.
In between. Perfect. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So then,
now she's gonna be.
Who would like to roll? Who wants to watch the show versus would like to do something else, basically.
I might roll. Can I ask a question? Is the Rustlin dude still like down around here where I could talk to him?
Yeah, like he's like kind of wandering about, and plus, like at any point, if you guys like indicate, like he's been wandering around. He went backstage for a little bit, so he's kind of wandering in and out between backstage, and like you notice that he's the one who's kind of helping break sets down, in between pieces and everything. But if you request Rustlin or if you ask for him, he'll be there for you to talk to.
Okay.
As he's kind of going in and out. Yeah.
Okay, that might be an in-between performance thing. Better for that, right?
Maybe.
Okay.
Katie, are you watching the show, or are you trying to do something different?
I'll watch.
All right, cool. So anyone who is rolling, go ahead and make your roll. Roly-poly-oly. I don't know why I said it like that.
I rolled a 12. I assume that's not going to count it, but that's great because she doesn't mind walking. This is like a win-win scenario for Aiko. This is great.
Well, that's kind of what I liked about it, was that even if you failed, you can still get information. And it's just information about who's performing and what their performance is. Also, yes, a 12 fails.
Yeah, I assumed as well.
Well, I rolled a 10, so...
Oh, that does.
Join me.
Cool. So everyone is watching the show, which is actually pretty
Yay!
perfect, because as Gemma takes the stage, all the lights go out.
Ooh.
You see it's just dark for a second. And then as like you are watching the stage, like trying to see where she is, suddenly you can start to see that there is like glowing cracks. And you can see that the lights come up just enough basically for you to get to see her. As you see like a glowing shine coming out of the cracks in her skin. Gemma starts to dance, and her dance is definitely where the others have been like very like acrobatic and like maybe kind of fluid and things like that. It's definitely more hard hitting. And it's still like sensual, but just in a different way, if that makes sense. As she's doing her dance, you notice that parts of the rocky part of her skin actually start to come off and reveal more and more of that like geode shine light coming through. Yeah, it's cool. She's good. Yeah, as she's performing and everything, it's a really dope performance. It's one of the more unique performances too at Euphoria, that Gemma can like make the skin crack through and shine and show all this light. So the more that she dances, the more light that you see, until the stage is shining bright, not from the stage lights, but from her. And as she's moving too, like you can see that the stage is even like bouncing a bit. Like there's some movement on the stage as like when she lands from jumps, it hits hard. Gemma has some power behind her, as well as some interesting things happening with that skin action. That sounds so weird to say, but let's say it. I know, it's a bad way to say it. But
Yeah.
the rock action. I don't know. But the performance is great. It's another one of the really good performances tonight. Right up there with Aura and Natsuli doing their pole dancing. But there's something that's a lot more like unbound, I guess, with the kind of dance that Gemma does. Again, sensual in just a very different way compared to like standards.
And she was satisfied with her performance.
Oh, she finishes, the lights come up, and she is just grinning. Like, her smile is as bright as the light shining through. She grins, and she actually, like, as Naveen comes to take the stage to introduce the next act, she kind of reaches out an arm over to him and calls out, "And of course, don't forget to thank our master of ceremonies himself." And she, like, hops off the stage, and again, you can hear kind of the thunk as she hits, and still shining bright, like, walks over to Marcel and just, "Tell me how great I was." But, like, she's, like, thrilled, and Marcel is happy to, you were great. You were great, Gemma. You were fantastic. You did a wonderful job, like, as always. And is just happy. Yeah. But, yeah, she is beaming, thrilled with herself. Alright. As they are literally cleaning up the rubble from her act, they announce that the next act that's going to come up is actually a two-parter. It is Ziba and Raja are going to be performing together.
Aiko gives like an audible yes, like, you know, just.
You see that as you do the audible yes, Naveen looks over at you and just grins. We know our Envoys taste, and ladies and gentlemen, how could I forget to introduce our guests of honor tonight?
Oh,
the
great.
Envoys
Sorry,
of the Court of Stars are with us tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for them continuing on this important tradition. And yeah, you know, applause.
Arcadia's glaring at Aiko right now. She's like,
Her ears are back, like, I'm so sorry.
You see that Naveen just grins, and of course, this is not our first run-in with Envoys. This is always a point. Oh, Envoys, as I'm sure you know. Coming to Euphoria is a point of excitement and pride for Yohaizu, and excitement, of course, for the Envoys themselves. And, ladies and gentlemen, let us not forget that here in Euphoria, we had one of the Envoys dancing for us at one point. From the Court of Fall, of course, not our Court of Stars friends tonight, unless, ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to take the stage, you are welcome to do so.
Ooh, no. Aiko's like, you know what? We already do that once before, and we are we've seen the dancers. This is fantastic. We'd rather.
You heard it from the Envoys themselves. They travel to all different courts and all around Sirumel, and our dancers are fantastic to them. The Envoys, ladies and gentlemen, and there's just another burst of applause as he's basically taken what you said and turned it into a good thing for Euphoria. But yeah, so he introduces that Ziba and Raja are going to be up next to perform. Go ahead.
Aiko's really quickly gonna like scurry out to the door, open it, and be like, "Octavian, Raja's about to perform. I'll let you know how it goes."
He just looks back and just, thank you, Lady Aiko. Is there anything else that you needed?
Nope. Do you want me to leave the door cracked so you can watch?
I can come watch. And he kind of comes out here as Urs, like, he looks over to Urs and just make sure that nobody enters into areas they're not supposed to. And so he is actually stationed now by the doors and is watching out. So the other orc is watching the other way, and he's kind of covering the other. So they're both on guard duty now inside. All right. Ascanio comes back with the pumpkin soup and sets it down in front of you, Aiko. And then you see that he kind of gestures over to another tray that brings over bowls of soup for everybody at the table. So for Journey, Arcadia, and Leighton. Ascanio just looks to you, Aiko, since you're at the bar, and just anything else I can get you to make your night truly magical here in Euphoria.
2 questions. One, do you mind sending just a small glass of whiskey to Julian at that table. I think he's just a little nervous talking to. I didn't get his name, but talking to that gentleman.
Zeph, for short,
Zeph.
around here.
Okay. And then I don't want you to take this in the wrong way. After I reserve some time with you for the specialized meal and the drink, are you able to spend more time with me? Or am I able to spend more time with you?
If you pay for it, everything is for sale here in Euphoria. We are all so happy to be of service to you. It's truly our pleasure. And like Aiko, you can tell it's actually almost pissing him off the more he has to say this.
Yeah. And she's just say like, okay, thank you. And she's gonna kind of just like settle down and get ready to eat the soup.
As Ziba and Raja are getting ready to come to the stage, who's watching? Who's trying to do other things?
As much as Aika would want to watch this, I think I'm gonna have her roll because she's eating the soup, and I want her to like be more focused on the soup than the show.
Sure. All right, Arcadia, what are you doing? You rolling or are you watching?
She's gonna watch.
Okay, Journey.
I think I might roll.
Okay, go for it.
Never mind.
23 for me, or sorry, 21 for me.
Okay.
12. So I'm watching.
Yes, you are. Yeah, I'm not even gonna. We're just gonna. Yes, you are indeed watching. All right. Yeah. So, as. Why is that? Weird. Okay. Weird. Anyway. So as you guys are going to watch. Aiko, you rolled a 20 what?
21.
21, yeah, so you're good. You're able to focus on what you want to focus on. So you can focus on the soup. Is there anything in particular you're focusing on about it? Or anything that, like...
Investigate the soup.
No, she, I'm trying to think of like how I want it to come across. Because like she still wants me watching the show because like she was like hyping this show up, and she is very excited not only for Octavian and Raja, but like also like, you know, watching the other show. But I also want her to like just be quiet. Like she eats the soup and it's a homey soup. Like it's not something imagine eating at a bar or a nightclub. And like, you know, like Leighton was saying, like, oh, he can make all these different fancy dishes, and it's like actually this like really simple meal. And I mean, like, to her, it would kind of, like, be like, oh, this is almost like the sisters cooking. Like, just obviously way better. Nothing against Sister Isabel.
It's
but anyway.
definitely, like, it's definitely more, like...
It hits
Aiko,
home.
you've never been to a nightclub, but, like you said, this is not what you would have imagined eating at one. And it is definitely, like, even as you look around and see, like, other meals that people have, like, they definitely have more of, like, the fancy, over-the-top food and things like that. And you were told, like, he was told, surprise us and give us something that would make us feel like we're at a party. He didn't do that.
He gave us this.
Yeah, so you can kind of tell as you're eating and everything. Like, I'll give you that, but like, yes, you can tell as you're eating that he did not follow what Leighton asked for, even with like this. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's like in all the other shows, she's been like excited, she's been clapping, she's been cheering. Like this show, the only difference would be is that she's quiet.
Okay.
Like she is literally just like, you know.
Cool.
Yeah.
Alright, let me see. Ooh, okay. Yikes. That's not great. That's really not great. Yikes, okay.
Shoot, girls.
Super
So it's
not
Raja
good.
and what's the other girl's name?
Ziba? Ziba, as she comes out, she's white-haired, but she has that same electric blue eyes. So by now you guys have met all the siblings that I can tell you. Ziba Ziba, Ziba, Aura, Rustlin, Natzli, which is Nazli. And then obviously like Phoebe and Ascanio are Alaric's siblings. Like you can tell like that there's enough similarity between Alaric and Neil and then these siblings that those are the siblings. Everyone else doesn't seem to be related. Alright. Yikes.
And then what was the name of the Aasimar? I'm sorry.
Zeph. Zeph. That's his nickname. His full name is Zephrinius. Which is Zephyrinius. That's why they just call him Zeph for short. Makes it a lot easier. Also because half the guests can't pronounce Zephrinius.
Julian will learn it by the end of the night. Better.
I am holding back all comments.
Poor thing.
Alright. So, Raja and Ziva take the stage. And as they take the stage, Ziva kind of starts at first, as like Raja's still like off in the wing. And she starts belly dancing, and she is really good at hitting isolations, at moving her body as she like needs to, really flowing and hitting the time and kind of the steps of the dance. She is a very well practiced dancer. As she's dancing, she actually even incorporates fans into her dance. You guys have seen this with Sayuri. You recognize not all of the dance, but some of the moves as being moves that you saw with Sayuri when she was dancing with fans. It's just in a kind of a different way, but still a similar style, if that makes sense. Like Ziva's own flair, similar style. It's like watching two different people do swing dancing. They might have their different takes on it, but they're the same kind of steps. And then as she's dancing, she kind of spins out of the way, and you see Raja takes the stage. Raja, our little budding tiefling here, she comes out and has two scimitars in hand, and is like twirling and spinning them all around her as she's dancing. At one point, you see she drops one of the scimitars. And yeah, she manages to kind of like hops out of the way of it before it, stabs her foot. She manages to hop out of the way of it and everything, and kind of swirls around and tries to make it look like it's part of the show, but very similar to Rustlin, just not as bad. You can tell that is not part of the act. And it kind of takes you out of the moment for a second. Ziba comes over and actually puts a blindfold on Raja, and like kicks away the other sword, but puts a blindfold on Raja, and Raja starts dancing with the sword while blindfolded. And like is moving the sword like down along her body, and then actually balances it on her head and starts dancing, and like even getting down on the floor and like bending backwards and things like that with it. It's still a good show, but again, that mistake of dropping that sword, it is not professional. It wasn't a good look. It kind of took a lot of people out of the moment, and like as you're kind of hearing the crowd, like they're impressed with the other stuff, but with Raja didn't live up to quite the same hype that had been mentioned. Both of them finish, kind of take their bows and everything, head off stage. Ziba looks happy. Ziba looks good. Raja is also smiling and looks good, and is just kind of smiling and is a-okay. They would kind of be working the room a little bit too, like as it goes and everything. As they finish, you see that Naveen again takes the stage and just says, we have only just a few acts left for tonight. We have, of course, our dancer from the land of winter, and our man of the skies himself, who is so magical, ladies and gentlemen. He can help you fly too. And then, of course, who could forget, last but never least, our beautiful veiled rose, hidden until just the end, when you think you've seen it all, you see nothing like her. So he introduces that next up is going to be the dancer from Winter, which is Elysia.
How do you spell that?
Elysia.
Okay.
Yeah. Never mind. I was gonna say something different. Never mind. Cool. Alright. Who's watching? Who's trying to do something different? You guys know that you have Elysia, you have the Man of the Sky, and you have Phoebe left for your night.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's gonna be the end of the night and people are gonna be heading out and heading home.
Aiko, is just taking him with the soup, and it's just like, it's amazing. And she's gonna probably like finally, Anio, like, what made you make this?
I could make me a persuasion check.
Oh, that's nothing. Persuasion. That is an 8. Great.
Alright, you ask Ascanio what made him make it, and he just grits his teeth and shakes his head. Doesn't say anything.
She's just gonna like smile sadly, up at him and just, I take it someone might really like this.
As you say that, he looks up at you and there is just fury in his eyes. Like, straight up fury, anger, frustration. He just looks at you and just very quietly. She always did. As he says that, as he says that, you see what looks like just like he just immediately cringes and like grabs his head, and is just like kind of even like backtracks a bit, at like almost knocking into the bar. Just,
Yeah.
and it's just
I could kind of like lean forward to go like help him, like, are you okay?
as you lean forward, there he is. As you lean forward, very quickly, Naveen is there and just has his arm around Ascanio's shoulders and, oh, are you getting another migraine? I thought we took care of that. Then he just looks up to you and smiles and just, oh, Lady Aiko, please. It's just been a long day for Ascanio. He works himself to the bone and gives himself these headaches sometimes. We'll make sure that he's taken care of. Don't you worry about that. He'll be back out shortly.
Yeah, Aiko would, offer like, I can help.
No, please. This is all about your enjoyment, and we can take care of our own. It's no worries. We'll just be back in a moment. And Ascanio is still, like, holding his head in his hands as Naveen, like, guides him back into the kitchen. Alyssa's about to take the stage. Who's doing what? What we doing? We rolling or are we watching?
I'll watch for this one.
Okay. Journey's watching. Arcadia?
I'll watch.
Okay. Aiko?
She's gonna try to, where is, Raja going? And then...
She's kind of milling about the room, and everything. It's again similar to the others where it's working the room. Like if you haven't been specifically, you kind of noticed by now that if you haven't been specifically requested by someone, your expectation is you are still working. You are not just like sitting back and everything.
Yeah. She's honestly, her attention would be split. Like she'd still be like watching the door to make sure that he's coming out okay.
Okay.
But then I think she'd be watching. So like I'll still roll.
Yeah.
Because
still
like
roll to
she'd
see
be
if you'll
like,
be able
you know,
to split your attention.
yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I wasn't gonna have her look at people, but like I.
Yeah. No, you're good.
Okay, that is a 19.
Okay. I think you're good. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, so you're able to split your attention between the two. So you can make a perception or investigation, either one, for like kind of keeping an eye on the door, seeing like what happens with it and everything. So yeah,
I think I'd do more perception because
probably.
like she's not like.
That's why I wasn't
what's
sure
behind
like
the
how
door?
intensely like are you trying to like listen or anything like that. Yeah, that works.
Well, I'm not proceeding dick with that roll.
What'd you roll?
That is 18.
What was it?
13.
Oh, I thought you said 18, and I was like, you would perceive stuff. You perceive
I
that that
perceive all
soup
of it.
is really good. You do also notice the moment that Naveen walks back out from the kitchen that Ascanio does not. Naveen is the only one who walks back out, and you see Naveen kind of like straightens his jacket and everything, and kind of like adjusts the ring on his hand and keeps going.
Is there enough time between then and the show that she can ask him something real quick?
Naveen?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be like as Elysia's starting up and everything.
Okay. Yeah. She'd pretty much be asking like, if he's okay. I was wondering if he might be someone I could spend the night with. I don't know what you call it exactly here.
Yeah, Naveen immediately just grins. You would like to have an upgraded experience, an overnight experience for us with Ascanio.
Yes.
We can arrange that. That would be 150 gold in order to arrange it, or if you have interesting information, I do also trade in that.
And she kind of like, haha, no, that's okay. I'm not that interesting, but I can definitely pay the gold.
Oh, I assure you, Lady Aiko, you are fascinating.
All my money.
Is
Will
it all
just
of it?
dies.
Oh, it's almost. I have 179. It's gonna be just 29 at the end of it. It's worth it. It's fine. It's saving.
Oh.
I just fucked up his day. It's the least I could do. Okay. Okay. Oh fuck. Oh, okay. Yeah. We'll handle. Yeah. And she's like, "Oh, you just let me know when I'd really like to."
Of course. At the end of the night, all you need to do is go to the guards at the staircase and let them know Ascanio's name. And they will guide you up to his room. Simple as that, really. You don't need to even worry about getting lost around here.
That's good, because Ryohaizu was very easy to get lost in.
Was indeed, wasn't it? I am so
gonna
glad
be-
that you were able to make your way down here, Aiko. Or sorry, Lady Aiko is what he would say. Very glad that you did.
Thank you for making room for us despite the last minute show up.
No worries at all. It's absolutely our pleasure.
Is he gonna be okay?
Oh, you know chefs, right? And he nods over to Layton. They get so busy with... Yeah, they get so focused on their work, they don't stop to eat or drink, and next thing you know, they're dehydrated and having terrible headaches. I assure you, he will be perfectly fine.
Okay. Thank you. Sir, thank you.
Of course. He just gives that bow. Up on stage, Elysius. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just want to roll an insight check when he said all the stuff about the migraines and everything.
Yeah, go for it.
Not great. That's a 16.
He's honest. It was a migraine. Yeah, he's pretty
Okay.
honest. Like Aiko believes it completely that it was a migraine, and it really
Okay.
was. Like you saw how hard Ascanio was working, and
Mhm.
it really, he was working himself pretty tough, and you know that he's the only person who does food, drink, all that stuff. So, yeah. All right. For Journey and Arcadia, Elysia starts to perform. She has a lot more. The other dancers had poise, but this is different. This is classically trained. And as she dances, she actually has different elements that get included in her dance. You all saw Oriana perform at the Fall Ball. Her dance style is strikingly similar to Oriana's. Whereas Ziba and Sayuri, it was like, oh, that's like two people doing swing dance. As you watch Elysia, this is more like, no, these are two people who like went to the same classes or were at the same school kind of feel. It's very, very reminiscent of Oriana in terms of the dance. Performance-wise, though, it doesn't hold a candle to her. It's still good and everything. Like, it's still really good. And if you hadn't seen Oriana perform, you'd probably think it was great. But you've seen Oriana do a similar kind of ballet and incorporate elements and make it something beautiful. So, again, beautiful. She's incredibly dexterous. She's incredibly charming. Just not as good. She'll never be the best, kind of thing. All right. As Naveen takes the stage, he introduces that next up is going to be Zephrinius, or Zeph, since no one can ever pronounce his name, as he jokes, and the crowd kind of laughs at that.
What was
Zephrinius is
Elise?
getting ready to
What
take
was
the stage? What?
Sorry, what was Alicia's facial expressions and satisfaction with her?
As she left, she did not look satisfied. Like, she's not, she
Okay.
doesn't even hide it. For her, she did not look satisfied with her performance. However, unlike some of the others who've kind of glanced over to Naveen or things like that, she's more so just like focused on herself. She's not really worried about Naveen, but she doesn't look
Okay.
happy with her performance.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Good enough.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no, appreciate you asking. All right.
Taking notes.
All right, next up is going to be Zephrinius. You notice that the acrobatic silks come back. No bathtub, but acrobatic silks. Who's watching? Who wants to do something else? You have this act, and then you have Phoebe herself, and then the night is over. Aiko has time with Ascanio. Phoebe is currently booked by Emmanuel, who is the guy who's sitting by himself, so you know that Phoebe is going to be busy after the show. What to do?
Yeah, one second. Aiko's gonna come sit with the table for a second and kind of fill people in, like, hey, like, I'm gonna be spending some time with Ascanio tonight. I overheard that Phoebe's gonna be with someone tonight, so we might be able to talk to her just for a second after her show. But just, be on the lookout, kind of thing. And then she asked them, kind of like, hint, hint, did you have any favorites? Kind of like, are you thinking about anyone? Kind of thing.
Well, person that I wanted is booked, so.
Journey would mention she was thinking about asking for Rustlin, but since she doesn't have the money, she was considering doing the information deal if it would work out.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to kind of like clarify with him is like, is it information that we offer or is it information that he takes? That'd be a good
Like meaning
a
that
good
you wouldn't have that
clarification.
information anymore. Gotta love the Fae, man.
Yeah. Well, also if we get to choose it,
Yeah.
like, or if he's just like, I'm gonna go peeking through your mind. That's a good one.
Don't
Like,
mind
you know,
me.
kind of take. Yeah. Yeah, and then Aiko would offer to give whatever gold and silver she has left over.
Arcadia, since you made the comment too about the reservations, Leighton kind of leans in and just, Arcadia, I don't know how much it applies here, but at my restaurant with Nona, if we ever had someone with reservations who didn't make it, their table was forfeit. So if we had a friend over here who couldn't make it to his reservation, I mean, we would always at least still book the table so that way there was money to be made that day. Just a thought.
Okay. The implications of that are terrifying, Leighton.
No, I'm not saying kill him. I'm not saying, this is not, and he like looks over, he looks between the three of you. This isn't the person we have to kill to protect families, right?
No.
No,
I think
no.
that was just like,
Oh, it's hypothetical.
you know,
Okay, go.
yeah.
But if he was busy and he missed going up those to the place or something, or we maybe have something better than he does.
Yeah, I was thinking about seeing if I could outbid. Probably not. But I was thinking of trying it.
What could it hurt, right?
Yeah.
I
guess.
just advise to be careful because it seems like they've been waiting for 4 months and they said that they wouldn't miss this for the world. So
yeah,
it
that's
might
what
be
I'm scared of.
it might be like a memory or information or something very valuable.
Just ask, right? Or something? I mean, or we just don't get to talk to Phoebe.
Kind of important, though.
We could also come back a different day.
We don't necessarily have to do everything tonight.
That's true. She's like trying to weigh the options. Because I feel like trying to barter with this man with a 4-month reservation won't go well.
Oh,
I have an
So-
idea.
okay.
I was gonna say, if we wanted to do it on a different day, one of the things that you could pitch to Naveen, because he likes trades, is that you being an Eladrin elf, and we saw her routine had like the butterflies and all the nature, you could offer and be like, hey, doesn't have to be like a stay over thing, it could just be like, I come in and like sit at the bar while she like has a meal or something, or like I could just like have like one-on-one time for like 15 minutes so I could like, you know, get to know her, because she's the Veiled Rose, like, you know, kind of thing. But then you could also like give her ways to advance her routine and make it better, and like make it like it's already the best because we want to keep like, you know, puffing his feathers up, but be like, you know, that way you can be like, you know, the Envoys worked with her, like, you know, kind of thing, and like give it that elevation of status, but also like that guarantees you some alone time with her, and then also like, I don't know, it might make her feel more relaxed. I have no idea because we haven't really hung out with Phoebe outside of the one time at the ball. That's a possibility.
Okay. My gears are turning.
So Zeph is about to perform. Who's trying to roll to do something else, and who's watching?
I'm gonna
Leighton's gonna
attempt
keep
to roll.
watching. Leighton's been watching every.
Oh, poor Leighton.
He's fine with it. He's just sitting there chomping on bread You notice the bread is basically gone, Aiko, by the time you come back. It's like Leighton is still picking up like crumbs, and is like just crumbs raw. It's really bad. It's really bad.
Oh yeah, bad
Yeah,
bread.
his soup is up here as he's eating it. Yeah.
Yeah, she would honestly come over and sit with Julian and be like, okay, like, you know, obviously the whiskey got to you, like...
I screwed that up, I think.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't know anything about whiskey. So
okay.
I don't think he likes me. I don't think
What
he
makes you say that?
He didn't really say anything.
Maybe he's a strong, silent type.
I do like that type a lot.
There you go. Okay,
Yeah.
now watch. Just watch.
Yeah, just watching. Just watching. Alright, who else watching the show?
I'll watch.
Okay.
Try to roll.
Aiko's... I'm gonna roll.
Okie dokie.
I don't think that's gonna work.
15.
14.
14 is probably not gonna do. By the way, I feel like my Oron High School Host Club fans will appreciate this. In Zeph's listing of his personality, I literally wrote Mori Senpai as an angel.
Yes! Yes!
That is his personality.
I could see it from the picture, too.
Yeah. I was like, it's Mori,
That's
but
great.
Aiko, you had 15?
Yes.
You both failed.
Alright,
you
no worries.
are entranced with watching the show. As you watch, you see that Zephrinius takes to the stage. And similar to Rustlin, he does... Yeah. Similar to Rustlin, he does the same kind of acrobatic tricks or similar kind. And they're good, but Rustlin had some showmanship at least. Like, Rustlin screwed up, but Rustlin had showmanship behind it. Zeph just seems very, kind of blank-faced about it. Like, his heart doesn't seem to be into it. And so it's good. It's technically good.
But he's not
But
selling it.
the passion isn't there, yeah. As he comes down from the ropes, or as he kind of gets tangled up in the ropes, you see that there are golden spectral wings that actually unfurl from his back. And that's the moment where he truly looks like an angel. As he slowly descends from the ropes and is sliding his arms down the silks, he actually looks out to the crowd, and then Aiko, you notice, and everyone sees it, but Aiko, you see that he points to your table, and he's pointing to Julian. And
Go.
Julian's just what? I'm sorry. And he's looking around who's behind me? Who's he doing that to?
Aiko's getting out of her chair and pulling his chair out, go!
Okay.
Go.
Okay. And you see Zeph comes over and helps him up onto the stage. And you guys watch as Zeph actually reaches out and places his hands on Julian's head. And there's golden sparks that slowly cascade over him. And then you see that he holds his hand out, and Julian just still, even though he's the one on stage and just had the golden sparks and everything, he's okay, and takes his hand. And as he does, you see that Zeph starts to climb up into the ropes. Julian has a look on his face of, I can't do that. And then you see that Zeph points to the other rope, to have him, the other silk to have him do it. He's just, I can't do that. I can't. Oh my god, I'm doing it. And you see that what's happening is that Julian's actually doing the same acrobatic tricks that Zeph is, and is mirroring it, and the two of them are actually starting to perform and dance together, and Julian kind of has this look on his face. It's just oh god, oh, I'm doing this, and oh, we're doing this.
Aiko is hooting and hollering. She is get. She's so excited.
You see that as they're spinning together, the two of them, their eyes lock, and it's a magical moment of, Julian actually forgets all about, like, seems to forget all about, like, his worries and his fear and the fact that he shouldn't be able to do this, but magic's letting him do this, and is just focused on Zeph.
I'm worried.
And and the two of them perform beautifully together. They perform really well. At the end of the number, Zeph actually lets go of the ropes completely and holds his arms out for Julian, and Julian's just like, okay, and like leaps off of the rope and catches around Zeph, and he guides him back down to the ground. Instead of bowing himself, Zephyrinus actually holds out a hand to Julian, and Julian just thanks. And with lots of applause, Julian heads back to his seat, and Zephyrinus heads off of the stage. As they finish their performance. Naveen announced. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, Aiko's just so jazzed for him and welcomes him back to the table.
I did that. I don't think I could ever do that again. But he is very much excited. Like, very much Jules felt like they had Julie felt like they had a moment.
It all started with whiskey.
It always starts with whiskey. It ends with jumping into a man's arms in midair. Naveen takes to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately we are coming to the end of our evening, but we have saved the best for last. I would like you to welcome Phoebe, the Veiled Rose, to our stage. And as he announces that, they are gearing up and getting ready for Phoebe's performance. Who's watching? Who's doing something different? This is the last performance of the night.
I'm gonna try to roll again.
I'm gonna try to roll, because what I want to do is I want to see how everyone else reacts to her. Like, if there's anyone who's like, ugh, Phoebe. Like,
okay. Arcadia,
that's
are you
a
rolling
nat
or are you
20.
watching? Hey! If you wanted to try to do anything with Naveen to try to interfere with the guy having the reservation for the night, now would be the time to do so. Or
I don't
even
think she would.
Okay, I was gonna say, or even to establish, like, if you were gonna go with the game plan of, like, hey, could I just talk with her after the show?
Yeah, I think that's probably better. I don't think... I want to kick the guy in the shins and be like, oh no, gotta go home. But
Go home. I got
think...
kicked in the shin.
I don't think Arcadia would be comfortable trying to insert herself, so I think instead she's just gonna talk to Phoebe afterwards, and then we'll go from there. We'll see what that does.
Okay. All right. So, by people who rolled, what did you roll?
18.
I got a nat 20.
Okay. Ooh. Good job, Journey. 18 meets it.
Oh, yay.
So 18 meets
Finally.
it, so you are able to do the thing that you want to do. Aiko, you are able to do the thing that you want to do. As you see Phoebe takes the stage, Phoebe's act is 1000% like classic burlesque. Like it is, as she takes the stage, she actually takes the stage with by coming down on a lyra hoop. Yeah, on like the big hoop. And she starts off by actually performing and doing acrobatics with the hoop. And as she does, she is also slowly kind of starting to be a little playful with it and having some fun with it. Kind of the hoop work, and then also some of the teasing flirtiness with it and everything. But this is the first time you guys have seen Phoebe tonight. And she looks thrilled to be on stage. Aiko and Journey, what do you want to do?
Journey wanted to talk to Naveen.
Okay, cool. As you kind of call for Naveen's attention, he heads on, there my guy is. He heads on over to you and just asks, what can I do for you?
So I was thinking, I've been really happy with everything tonight, and I think this place is amazing. And I've taken a liking to somebody and was thinking about doing the overnight experience. I
Oh.
don't I don't quite have the funds, but I heard that you also trade in information and was wondering how that worked.
I do indeed. It depends on what you have to offer.
Okay, what kinds of things do you look for? Does it have to be like
Well, the more unique the information, the better, of course. It's, it's no fun if everyone knows secrets, isn't it? So I would say it depends on what you know. Of course, if you're curious, I could always give you a lift in helping figure out what might be useful.
Sure, yeah, that would be great.
Perfect. Well, simply, I can ask you a few questions, and if you answer me honestly, then we can count that as fair trade.
Alright. Above table, do you guys think it's a bad idea to try to lie to him?
Probably.
Yeah.
Good deception. Let's see, my
That
deception
was so
is-
funny the way you asked. Do you think it's a bad idea?
I'm really scared right now, okay?
I personally wouldn't, like, instead of leaving it that open-ended, I would have offered, like, I might have some information. So that's personally what I would do, so that way you can kind of control the negotiation a little bit more.
I just don't know what kind of information.
Well, and you can ask, like, well, what kind of questions? Because being an envoy, I have to be particularly careful with what I divulge.
Yeah.
thing.
And like this is his whole shtick.
Spiel.
So
Yeah.
I feel like if you lie, one, he'll probably be able to tell no matter what.
And that might offend him.
And
Oh,
then
definitely
yeah,
will.
he'll get
Yeah.
pissed, and then we're all gonna die. So,
I-
do you want us to die, Journey?
I would possibly offer up some information that like may or may not really affect him from like the Court of Stars that like you did when you were like doing inquisitive stuff, like being like something along those lines, that where it's like it could be useful information. Like I don't know how useful it is to him, or it could be something like from your childhood, like how you were raised in the Feywilds, and
Thinking of that, I just didn't know if he would be like interested in that. I mean, it is interesting.
it's unique.
Like, it's a personal story. It doesn't really. It's not like any like juicy secrets or anything.
Yeah.
But I thought maybe that was the only real idea I had.
Yeah, it
I mean,
is still unique, and
Journey
he
wouldn't
likes
mind
that.
telling him that. She wouldn't have to lie about it. Honestly, she doesn't care if he knows.
What are you doing, Journey?
Okay. I think Journey would she would, before he starts asking her questions, she would offer him information about how she was raised. She would say, I'm not sure if you're interested in this information, but I was raised in a really unique way, and I guess I could I guess I could tell you my story, and maybe if you accept that as something that entertains you or you found amusing, that could be a trade.
It's hard to say until I know the story. Normally the information that I deal with is more, information, rather than entertaining childhood stories.
I understand that. I'm just...
I'd say what kind of information?
What kind
Like-
of information? Yeah, what kind of information would you be looking for?
must have seen a number of things as an envoy already, as a citizen of the Court of Stars. Naturally, as you can understand, Euphoria keeps me rather busy, and I am here more often than not. I do enjoy getting to hear about things from outside the Court of Fall.
Okay.
If I could just ask you a few questions about things that are going on in the outside world, it would mean a lot. And I suppose we can maybe consider it even, especially since you're not sure if I would be as intrigued with childhood stories and things of that nature.
Okay, I'm gonna go for it because
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't blame you. It's
If you said, so did just Journey agree to his terms, or agree to answering some of his questions?
mm-hmm.
Cool. Naveen smiles and just, I will know if you try to lie to me, as he casts a spell. And Journey, you are compelled to tell the truth unless you want to try to resist Zone of Truth.
Great.
So you
Okay.
can try to resist it, but he did also just ask you, please don't resist it.
Yeah, no, I don't think it'd be a good idea to try to resist it.
Okie dokie. Alright. He's just gonna ask a couple questions. What's something exciting that you've seen since becoming an envoy? And you don't have to sort of give like the in-character answer. You can also just tell me like, I would tell him about the time that we did this, or something.
You also didn't say how elaborate you had to be. You could literally just be like, we saw the Shadow Temple.
What?
Like,
Yeah.
you don't have to be like, we saw the Shadow Temple, and when we were in the 8th level, we experienced this.
Well, what's that place actually called?
Shadow Monastery?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would tell him about the Trial of Shadows. I mean, I wouldn't like.
Well,
How much information are you giving him? Are you just literally saying, we did the Trial of Shadows? Or are you explaining what happened?
I'm explaining
Okay.
what happened without like divulging anybody else's personal details. I'll divulge my own and like everything I went through, and
Okay.
yeah.
When you say everything, I'm just clarifying, when you say everything you went through, does that include the hags?
Yes.
Does that include Aiko?
Like in the end where I had to.
Yes. If you said it, because that's what I'm clarifying. If you're saying you're telling him what your experience was, are you telling him that part?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you telling him about what you did at the end? The very end of it. After I go.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Naveen leans in and he is just fascinated. As you mentioned the part about Aiko, he actually like looks over to Aiko and reaches out and like pats her hand like, I am so sorry, you poor thing.
she wouldn't be paying attention because she is getting ready to watch the show.
Mm-hmm.
So she's just kind of like alarmed when someone touches her, but then just kind of eases when it's him.
Also eases when it's him because you feel again that same like warmth. Whereas some of the others, like since you guys have interacted enough with Alaric and Emil, they hold it back. Naveen does not. Yeah. So as you tell him that story, he just nods. Interesting. What's something that would surprise me about the Court of Stars?
I got one.
What's your idea?
Well, Seleno is a big fucking star man. Like, quite literally.
Yeah. You think that would be okay to tell him about Seleno?
How many people have
It's
seen an
all up to you, girl.
Archfey? That's,
What'd you say, Mal?
It's up to you. It is.
Yeah.
He's asking you the question.
yeah.
Okay. I'll go for it. Fuck it.
He hears that and he just laughs and fascinated. Like he's fascinated by it as you're telling him this. Excellent. Have you spoken with Alaric and Oriana since you've arrived in Yohaizu?
Yeah.
Did you speak with them about coming here tonight?
Oh yeah, we did mention that we were coming over. Journey is doing her best at her like straightforward face. Like,
Did Alaric tell you to speak with Ascanio?
he didn't tell me to speak with Ascanio, no. You mean that who's Ascanio? Is he the bartender?
Ascanio's the bartender. Remember, Journey can't outright lie.
He didn't tell her to speak with Ascanio though. Right? I thought that
No.
might be a loophole.
Yeah.
Like, if I say no, I'm technically not lying because he didn't tell me to speak to him.
Ori was the one who said it.
Oh, that's a good point too.
Yeah.
I'll allow it. I'll say that, here's what I'm gonna say, because it's kind of meh. He gets a sense something's off, but also gets a sense that you're telling the truth. It's just that he has a feeling that something's off. Fair trade-off? Because Alaric was part of those discussions too, and everything that were happening. And Naveen just kind of nods and... Interesting. Well. Who was it you wanted to spend time with?
Is his name Rustlin?
Mm-hmm.
Rustlin? I was interested in Rustlin. I really liked his performance, and he seems really nice.
I will ensure that Rustlin is available at the end of the night.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you working with me on that.
I appreciate you working with me. And again, my condolences for your time in that, the Shadow trial.
Thanks. Yeah, it was an experience I'll never forget.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, I will let you all enjoy the last part of the show. And he gets up and heads out, and kind of heads back to working on things. You can choose one more time to roll as Phoebe's kind of finishing out like her performance, is doing that more burlesque side about the group. She kind of has like an extra song since she's the one in charge. What's up, bud?
Above table.
Yeah.
Fae take contracts very seriously, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
And if they break that said contract, that can be terms for consequences, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Brass, he said he was only going to ask questions about outside of the Court of Fall. He was going to ask questions about outside of the Court of Fall. Asking about Oriana and Alaric is technically inside Court of Fall.
True. I didn't catch it though. So, good point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, you wouldn't have to bring it up then, but, like, you could bring it up to, you know, Leader of Yohaizu if that was something that if we really needed a far-stretched technicality. But,
Yeah, something to keep in mind.
yeah. But, yeah. And then, like I was saying, during her performance, Aika's watching her performance and then just doing a general sweep of everyone's, I guess, reception of Phoebe.
Yeah.
To see if there's any, like, animosity or
give me
something
insight,
that's
bud.
not great. God, that's not great. That's a 10.
Okay. Everyone loves Phoebe. Everyone loves
actually, wait,
her,
hold on.
enjoys her.
No, sorry, because I have Kitsune Wisdom. That is, 16.
Okay. Everyone loves Phoebe. Everyone is enjoying the performance. Everyone's enjoying her. Whereas everyone else had great responses. You know, even when Rustlin and Ziva, or not Ziva, even Rustlin and Raja messed up, they still had great responses. Phoebe, however, is like an otherworldly moment as she is dancing. She is making the illusionary butterflies appear as she is doing her routine, which is actually why there are like all the butterflies on there and everything. As she makes butterflies appear in her routine and her work, she makes it look like she's standing in the middle of a nature scene, even though you guys know that she's on stage. Everyone seems to love her. She is like the crown jewel of Euphoria. She is the star attraction. She is the person who, even on her worst day, she's the best act, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and as she's performing, Arcadia, you're watching the show as well, correct?
Mhm.
Arcadia and Aiko, give me an insight check as you're watching Phoebe.
I almost just spilled my drink everywhere. That would have been catastrophic.
26.
Good save.
Oh my god, I almost fucking cried. You said insight, right?
Yep.
Okay, that'll be 15.
Okay. Cool. Arcadia, Phoebe is beyond happy. Is enjoying herself, is having the time of her life performing, is like sweet and cute, but like also very sexy, like when she needs to be, and like just strikes the perfect balance, and is happy and is enjoying herself. Smile on her face the whole time. Aiko, you notice at one point, in part because you recognize where she's looking, as she looks out into the audience and she sees Emmanuel, the person who has her reserve for the night, you see on stage as there's a moment where that smile cracks and falters for a split second before it's like back on her face, but it's clear that that smile's not reaching her eyes anymore when she sees him out there. You can also see that as the song ends and as the performance ends, everyone's like on their feet cheering for Phoebe. And as they're on their feet cheering for Phoebe and everything, she's giving like final curtsies and things like that, and you know, gesturing to the rest of the workers, gesturing over to the empty bar where Ascanio's not working right now because he's still in the kitchen, and just kind of giving like the thank yous out to, you know, the staff. Aiko, you catch again that look of just pain, fear. You can tell Phoebe is not happy with seeing him in the crowd. As her performance comes to an end, Naveen heads back to the stage and, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for enjoying your evening of Euphoria with us. As always, it is our pleasure to serve you, meet your every need, and of course, give you a taste of the pleasure that you can find only at Euphoria. For our overnight guests, please see our bouncers in order to have access to your rooms. And for our other dearly beloved guests, thank you. And we hope that you'll stay even longer next time. Enjoy your evening, everyone. And he closes out the show as everyone, again, applauds. And we're going to leave it there as you guys, next time we'll handle kind of what happens after the show at Euphoria. Ta-da! Yeah, I will say for Phoebe herself, instead of milling about like the others, she does get sent backstage again pretty quickly.
My life.
Yeah.
Nothing can ever be easy.
Sorry, y'all.
Aiko,
not.
as Aiko in the roar of the applause then would tell Arcadia like she's afraid of him, like he's going to hurt her, kind of thing.
Okay, so we're gonna pick up with that next time with kind of like what happens where Journey is gonna be chatting with Rustlin. Aiko has gotten time with Ascanio, and Arcadia and Leighton are about to be escorted out.
Or will they? Gonna kneecap some man.
Leighton like looks over and has his frying pan at the ready. I got this. Yeah, no, but fantastic, and thank you guys for hanging out for that one and everything. I know went later and stuff. Much appreciated. But thank you guys. Our next time that we're playing is going to be the 18th, if I'm remembering right. So we'll get to see what happens then. And then we're gonna see everybody after the new year. Woo!
Yeah. Oh my god.
I know, isn't that
I was
wild?
like, what?
Yeah.
Crazy.
No,
Oh my
legit.
god.
It's December 18th, which means that the four of us actually need to talk about schedules for next year too.
Yes.